Futures back in positive territory here this morning as we await June retail sales data that could be a market-moving event here. For June, expected 0.8%. You can see still waiting this number to pop in here, but overall futures higher coming off of a pretty impressive rally back yesterday, led by tech stocks, led by the NASDAQ. Overall back to positive territory, in fact, when both the S&P and the Dow finished the day on Thursday slightly lower on the session, coming off of a pretty choppy week overall around that CPI number, obviously, was the big catalyst for the week. More bank earnings on deck this morning. WFC out trying to get back to positive territory. Citigroup, on the other hand, pretty good report. Already trading in positive territory. We'll have a look at Pinterest shares coming up as well after that big move yesterday. Again, Elliott Management reporting a 9% stake in the company. There's that June retail number, 1% versus 0.8 expected. So a little bit higher on that June retail sales number. Worth mentioning a couple of inflationary numbers coming up this morning as well, both at 10 o'clock. We'll talk about that coming up. Should be a pretty exciting day, though, overall. It is Friday, July 15th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. Look at how the board is shaping up so far this morning. Yeah, NASDAQ ever so slightly back to the downside. The Dow still holding on to a bit of a gain here, 0.25% higher. S&P's higher. Everything else nicely higher as well. Top to bottom here, 1.5% once again today for crude oil. Very, very volatile week once again for energy markets and oil all together. But we'll talk a little bit about some retail stocks here. I just saw a few of them popping up here. Guys, good morning. Friday morning, made it to the end of the week. Retail has kind of taken a bit of a backseat, but a little bit better than expected here. 1% versus 0.8 expected there for June.
Yeah, let's go consumer, right? Like, that's one of the things that you'd like to see. I mean, obviously there have been some other prints on the economic indicators that have not been generally positive, but you know, the consumer's holding up and the job market's holding up as well. Welcome here. It should be an interesting one to end the week. I learned a few things today, this morning already, so I already know it's going to be a good day. One is that if you go 10-pin bowling, Lucas will F you up. That's what I learned, and I'm excited because we actually are planning on going bowling. I think we are. You confirm that. I think we're going bowling next week. On Friday, the team is going to be out there, so watch out for Lucas. Apparently, he's kind of good.
I mean, I would beat Lucas probably, but I don't want to get involved. The reason why it started was because Fahad, the man, the myth, the legend. Today, I come in. And he's wearing capris again. They're nice, clean, white capris, you know. And he was wearing those, and then all of a sudden, we went back and forth. He started calling Lucas chicken legs and things like that.
That's true.
And then the next thing you know, it was like Fahad was just laying it down. The good thing about Fahad is the confidence. He basically said that there's not one sport that Lucas could beat him in, so stop talking about his capris. You know, and I'm the one that was stirring the pot, but all I did was comment
every sport though.
Yeah,
Sports.
And then it was like, okay, well, we're going bowling. And then Fahad's like, look, I've really never bowled before in my life, but I probably can still beat Lucas.
Which is, come on.
You know, and then Fahad went on to tell us he dropped 32 in basketball.
No, his game high in high school was, I think he said 41.
Yeah. 41. So
yo, that's legit.
Yeah, that's legit.
You I don't care what, high school. I don't care where you're playing. You put up 41 in a high school game, you can ball. But the capris, that's a different story though.
Yeah. He never told you that he was 17 playing against 11-year-olds. But 41 points and very, very nice to drop that. That's
I've seen some of them 11-year-olds on YouTube.
Absolutely awesome. So as you can tell, it's Friday. We're getting ready to rock and roll here. I'm actually already long Amazon off that retail number. I want to get longer a lot lower than this, but we'll see if there's any sort of a follow-through from yesterday's movement upside there in Amazon. It's never a smart smart idea to load into anything an hour before the market's opened here, especially on a Friday here where the market is starting to head back into the downside. So, I may get out of this one right now and just, I thought that we could go for a run here early, but, there are lower levels that we're looking for here on Amazon, and I've already tweeted it out, so if you follow me at Trader TV Sean, you'll find out right there. But we did see that, yesterday Amazon was a beautiful trade. Down here, we saw that massive buyer come in, and I just rode that wave all the way up. That was exciting TV. It was pretty awesome as well. So really, really great trade there, and we're going to wait to see if we can get some more out on the upside, and then we're going to watch out for Amazon here to take off today just to see. They're getting out. There's some news there about getting out of the private label brand to avoid some Wall Street Journal and I think that's right, the anti-competition stuff, because it is what's happening on Amazon right now. Like if you Google HDMI cables or something like that, what's going to come up first is going to be their branded HDMI cable. Is that really fair practice? Probably not, to be honest with you. They do have that marketplace. You go into a Walmart or something like that, sure, there's the Great Value brand, and then right beside that, there's the Pepsi or whatever, right? And so you do have the better options right in front of your face. And I feel like Amazon, getting rid of their private brand, I don't know how much money they make off that brand alone, but that is something that's being talked about right here. So anyways, Brendan, it's going to be a good one. I'm first in my British Open pool right now, so we're really happy with that. Let's see how it goes the rest of the day there. And here goes Amazon right now, $11.25, already in the money now, 20 cents. And, we'll put an offer here around $11.60 or so, see if we can take out something on the top and then hold the rest for a possible move higher here in Amazon, Brenda.
Looked mean yesterday. Very, very tough course for the British Open. But worth watching this morning. We'll maybe give you guys an update. Amazon, though, pretty positive week coming off. Pretty positive numbers for Prime Day as well. So a couple of catalysts there for AMZN. This was the headline I sat down to this morning. Futures crawling higher ahead of Wells Fargo and Citigroup as well. So more bank earnings. Wells Fargo, not that great. Citigroup, however, a little bit better than expected, guys. So some positivity coming out of the financial group once again.
Yeah, well, I think usually you set the tone with the bigger boys with JPM. Certainly, Wells wasn't all that great, but if you actually look at what happened, they were already gapping to the downside, so it's down 0.5%, and it's probably not going to trade it. It's got no volume on it, but it actually came back to the upside in the pre-market. So even though you see it down, the reaction was a bit of a bounce, and lo and behold, it ended up bouncing off of the bottoms that got made when JPM and Morgan Stanley reported. So as far as I'm concerned, a lot of times that's what happens. The move comes in when the big boys go, and as long as it's nothing sort of out of pocket, everyone was probably expecting Wells to disappoint. So when they did, you end up bouncing off the same level and then going sideways. I don't necessarily see a trade here unless you're just sort of scalping off of these lows that got established. That could be one thing to have a quick look at. But yesterday there was a trade that I liked because it was JPM and the level was good. It just never gave you the entry point after the conference call. Today I don't really even see anything with the banks, and they didn't give us any real cover to feel better about anything when it comes to their end of the economy or when to get into some of the financials there. So a bit of a disappointment, but there's going to be plenty of other things to trade. The chips are ridiculously strong. There's a lot of names breaking out in the chip space when you look at the higher time frame. So there's going to be plenty else to look at without having to worry about the banks here today.
I never worry about the banks. Yesterday we talked about them for about 1 minute. Neither of us even looked at them during the day. And honestly, I don't think we'll do it again here today. You got to stick with what's been working, and that's sort of what Neil's been saying there. And it's like, yes, 2 days ago we were 10-1 or 8-1. Yesterday we were 10-1. It's just, let's avoid some of these names and stick to what we're doing best. But yesterday, here's the dump down in Morgan Stanley off the open, and then a rally the rest of the day. So, you can maybe expect something similar to that in WFC, a dump down, then the rally the rest of the day. Now, remember, yesterday, there was talk about going back to 75 basis points for Waller. So, nice move up. Remember Bostic that said one was, everything's on the table and they could raise 1 point? He's not even a voting member. So, like, keep your mouth shut. But we'll wait to see. Waller comes out and says most likely 75 yesterday, you know, and he's actually has a vote. So we'll wait to see where we go on this one. But the market right here is starting to go to the upside. We're already long Amazon. So this is starting to go. We're going to wait at 112 to get a piece out on this one. But yeah, I do love the chip names. I love a lot of names today. The number one name on the sticky note is NVIDIA. So get ready to rock and roll on a 156 break. We were trying to get long. I actually have bids down here on NVIDIA, 153.50, which we missed. That went to 153.70. Let's see if this can break out. This is one of those names that is starting to break out, I believe, here. It looks better on the 20-minute. Where is it? Here it is right here. Starting to take out this 156 level and then travel back to 160 and so. And you also have AMD on the watch here to do today, up to that $80 mark. If and when this loads, you'll see what I'm talking about. We hit it last Friday, right here. Thursday, Friday was not in, but so I don't know really how it reacted, but we're going to wait to see today. 80.50 as a top. If you don't like the market here today and you're like Prad, Free Fall Friday, first of all, take advice from that guy and good luck. But 80.50 right there, you know, that could be a pretty spicy level on a punch through. If you think it's a free fall Friday, which I'm not saying it's not going to be that, I don't think so. I called an update yesterday for today, but watch out right now. That could be a key level there on AMD. So if you think it's going to fade out, I mean, just go against that, man. Go against 80, 80.50, 81. You know, there's enough money to be made if you're a bull or a bear. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I am just naturally bullish, but honestly, man, I mean, we made one of my best trades yesterday was Unity. We started the day shorting Amazon. We easily capable of switching up our game plan here. So let's just see how the market reacts. You get a nice little bump up here from the NASDAQ. And, what's the ES doing? The ES also up 0.4. ES up more than the NASDAQ today. So, a lot of reasons, I think, to be optimistic. It's hopefully going to wind out a decent week here. And heading into what's going to be tech earnings next week, that's where I said here on the sticky note. And I can actually just show it to you because I actually wrote it down and hopefully everyone can read it a little bit better this time. If I refresh my profile, you'll see it's right here. This is what we're talking about. I think today is going to be possibly, I wrote it down here. Could be I don't know if you guys can see it. Could be a choppy day. Right, so I'm feeling like you could go back and forth here a little bit until we get into bigger earnings. I don't think anybody really cared that much about the bank earnings, to be honest with you, but could be a choppy day. So we have NVIDIA, Amazon, Baba, and Alibaba, and NIO on the watch here today. So a few Chinese names that we like, or that I like, and tech names as well, along with Amazon, and we'll be trading everything anyways. So GoEV was moving around with some volume as well. And then Tilray, I see someone mentioning here as well. Shout out to, who was that? Yeah, Jeffrey. What's up, Jeffrey there? Saying that Tilray's, you got to be a little bit bearish on this, and they're kind of easy sells. Well, we did have the marijuana space yesterday, Brendan, just pop up like crazy there. I guess on that bill being tabled a little bit earlier than they thought. There's Tilray yesterday, bang on that news at about 11:30, all the way up to 375. Like I said, the last time this started to get going, we were talking about like $1, 20% or so of a bump. So you get, 12 or so yesterday. I do believe there's probably a pullback coming. Nothing's going to get on the president's desk, I wouldn't think. So I continue to, we just missed that Amazon out there. We're at 111.90 right there to get a piece out. But so as far as marijuana and cannabis and all this kind of stuff, CGC had separate news yesterday. You said there was something about a cannabinoid discovery or a new technology that they were working on there. So CGC might have a little more strength or flow to it a little further on than where we are now based on that. Apple, by the way, guys, the apple of my eye right now, we absolutely, this was a great stock for us. Whatever, I can't keep saying this was a great stock for us yesterday because then we could go through a lot of names, but Apple right here, we were long yesterday. I mean, this move was monstrous. We've been wanting to play Apple longs for a few days now, and we have been doing it, and that's what I mean about sticking with what's working. Apple leading the pack back, man. I mean, 137 was a buy spot for me. We did get some money in on that level, and we'll see if it can come back through. I think the bottom was about 130, so we weren't feeling great at that point, but now we're feeling much better about everything as the NASDAQ again starting to tick up. Watch out for that 150 marker on Apple. We're heading there faster than I think.
All right, was going to show you guys the Fed funds tool. We started off there talking a little bit about what is to come in 2 weeks, actually, when the next Fed meeting comes. Remember, going back to just after that CPI reading this week, this one shot up to about 82% or 86%, I think it was at the highest. But look at this now, guys, 50-50 on the 75 versus the full 100 basis point increase coming up in the July meeting. Yeah, it's not going to work. I was going to say, if we go out to September, it's probably looking very similar at this point. Also, more importantly, Sean, did you have DJ in your pool?
I saw that he was going crazy today, but I'm not taking anybody that's part of the Live Tour. Forget about that.
Why, you just don't like him?
No, well, yeah, actually, I don't like Dustin Johnson that much, to be honest with you. Okay. But he is winning. But no, anybody that went over to the Live Tour, I'm not super excited about that. Not that they made the wrong play. I mean, you're gonna get offered $150 million. A lot of people said no. Actually, more people said no than yes.
I didn't realize that. Oh,
they only have one top 10 player or something, or they have because Phil Mickelson is pretty hot garbage right now. It's more of a name there. Yeah. Although Phil Mickelson won the Open last year, the U.S. Open, or was it the PGA? I don't know. Then they just signed up Bryson DeChambeau, who is a big name, but not that good anymore. And then I think they were saying that they're going to get a top 10 player to come through soon on that one. Unless I'm wrong, Brendan, did anybody that moved over is top 10? I mean, DJ, I guess, I don't even know if he's in the top 10 this year, but anyways, no, I did not have him, but I have Rory. The guys I have, I don't think teed off yet. Rory and Cam Smith is what was leading the way for me, and then I have Xander, I have Shane Lowry, and somebody else. So a couple guys there today, but I'm in first. Okay, here we go. Amazon starting to take it out. Hopefully we can get that 90 print. It's very, very close, man. We'll take 80 cents out of this name right away. But yeah, DJ's lighting it up, isn't he, Brendo?
5 under today. He's 9 under total. Scotty Scheffler some right now. One back. Let's bring in Michael Noss, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas, for discussion Friday on some interesting trade ideas or potential trade ideas here. Michael, good to see you as always. Choppy session continues. Choppy week continues. You know, we're in that environment where, you know, you can come in any day really to a gap higher or a gap lower. Past couple of weeks, it's been mostly the gap lower we've been dealing with. So we're going to look at a few thoughts here as to how we can play that.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I've noticed, especially the last 2 days, we've had these gap downs and then rally. And just, I know not yesterday, but the day before, it was that big CPI print, right? You couldn't walk anywhere on social media or anything without someone talking about how bad the CPI number was, but the market gapped down and just rallied all day. And I know that caught a lot of traders off guard. So there's a couple things, a couple old trader adages, I guess a lot of you guys would know anyway. But one is, it doesn't matter what the news is, it matters what the market's reaction to the news is, right? That's what we always care about as traders. We're not trading the news event, we're trading the price action around the news. And then the other is a famous saying that I have on the first slide here, which is just amateurs open the market and professionals close it. And the reason for that is basically liquidity. You know, the advantage we have as retail traders and intraday traders and all this, so we can get in and out of positions as quickly as we want. You know, you see it all the time with the guys on the desk. They're in, and if they're wrong, they're out. And if they're right, they're out some just instantly, you know, sometimes seconds, right? Sometimes probably even less than seconds. So the big guys, they need a lot of liquidity to play. So they're not playing right off the numbers. They're waiting for these kind of events to occur. So if we take a look at the SPY, just some basic technical analysis here, obviously in a downtrend, right? There's no doubt about it. I'm not going to be the one to say, hey, you know, because of what I'm seeing, we found the bottom. However, if we zoom in here on the next slide, you can see the last 2 days, we've had a gap down, and then we've rallied all day. And then we've had a gap down, and then we've rallied all day. And as someone who's a day trader and a swing trader and investor, I'm looking at all these time frames, that kind of stood out to me that, okay, we had CPI numbers. It was really, really bad. We gapped down, and then we rallied. And then whatever happened yesterday, we had another little gap down. We sold off the open, and then we rallied. As I always like to do, is I wanted to go in deeper, and I wanted to use Trade Ideas, which we have tons and tons of data, and see generally what does this mean for the market. So another quick just example here on the 30-minute chart of when this happened, I believe a couple weeks ago. We gapped down, we rallied all that day, and then we had a short-term uptrend. So what happens if I go back further? So I went back to 2009, and I looked at every single time the SPY had gapped down over 1% and then rallied all day to close near its highs. This is a pretty wild chart, even though it's really simple looking, but basically 75% of the time, the market was trading higher 5 days after this event. It was only a sample size of about 60 or so occurrences in that about 10-year stretch, but 75% of the time you had a little bump here in the SPY. So the next chart here is just the average winner versus the average loser. You can tell that when it doesn't work, when it fails, your average loser is worse, but on average, the market's up about 2.5% from that close after the gap down and then the rally higher. And then the last chart here is basically just an equity curve. If you were just to trade this event and nothing else over the last 5 years. So it's one of those moments where I kind of maybe incidentally fell into a trading strategy in which if I see this occur over and over and over again, and I can go back and I can test, and this is why I love quantitative trading, and I can test what generally occurs, I can take that and then I can apply my technical analysis to it just to see. So yes, we are in an overall downtrend in the market, but maybe these positive reactions on these bad news events maybe saying that we're in for a little bit of a short-term bottom. I know we've got some more numbers coming up here in a few minutes. If the reaction is the same, I know I'll be buying.
It's an interesting concept in the sense that regardless of where you are in the overall market and the overall, I guess, cycle of the market, you can go back and just apply a simple theme to anything and get a decent result in this case. So yeah, great stuff as always. Michael Noss, Chartered Market Technician from Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
You too. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Michael Noss. And look, I like some longs here today, but I'm just reading over the super chat, and thank you very much, Sean Waller out here. I got to pop this one because here we go. Poets Day, getting on the sauce down in Rissel. Necking few bevies, hoping to get elephant's trunk without getting into strife with the hugs and kisses. Happy trading. I think I get most of that, but some of that's flying over the head. Thank you very much for the super chat. It does look like we're making a nice little solid breakout here. I don't know how far I want to chase Micron. I like Micron today because it's breaking out on the daily chart, but you always want to be a little bit cautious at this time. We have 35 minutes to the open. I liked it in front of this 60 level. It's breaking out at 61. And one thing to keep in mind, we're going to talk about the chips. Micron, you got to put this in context. When we went down here, Micron, they revised their guidance revision was like 30% back on revenue. Like, that's huge. And the response to that is within a couple of weeks, you're breaking out on the daily chart. And some people might say that when you start reacting like that to bad news, that at least some kind of a temporary, like it's usually a pretty strong sign, maybe there's a temporary bottom getting made. We're still below the 50, and there's lots of room to be able to go in some of these names. You throw in the whole fact that, look, the entire chip space late in the day ran on that whole, might be a vote for the chips bill next week. Who knows how that goes? Republicans apparently going to vote that down. So that might not be the catalyst, but the breakout is real, certainly after the TSM earnings. And these guys had god-awful guidance. I mean, just absolutely disgusting. And now you're breaking out. The last time I checked, when you start reacting positively to things like that and the stock can go up, then you know it's starting to find some strength.
Yeah, if we're going to talk about chip names, we're already in one. We just got in another one right here, so hit the sirens. We've already taken, Amazon's already $1 in the money, right? And we talked about that one here. It actually went up to 112.30 there. We did take out half of the position. It's a pre-market trade here for Amazon, so we'll wait to see. There is someone pushing it right now. This is just a pusher. I don't know why they're doing this in the pre-market with this many shares. We did identify that yesterday, and actually there was a great, if you guys want to see something, we talked about this. I don't even know how to find it because I think we put it on Instagram. But there was a great move there yesterday and I'll have to find it for you. I want to get it on Twitter. There was a great move yesterday in Amazon at the close that we talked about. So go over to Instagram, find me, and I think it's a reel that was tagged by Trader TV Live where we just really saw And it's unfortunate, again, because my ticks were in here a couple seconds ago. We did get a great buy into the close there, and we had this whole thing. We saw some crazy buyers show up here at the end of the day. You can see tons. Well, you can't see now, but hold on a second. If I just do this up a little bit, you can see that there was a good amount of buy volume coming in. Yeah, it's going to be hard if I just, you can see a little bit there. But the last, the last 10 minutes, the biggest buys of the day coming in on Amazon. So, obviously it's a no-brainer trade to come in today to be long this. So I did that, and we'll just see if it works the rest of the day. Right now, $1 in the money on Amazon. And, this trade on NVIDIA did go up 50 cents, but we're holding this one all day as I think NVIDIA continues to work here in what is, what's up, Brad? A free fall Friday, NASDAQ up 1%.
All right, let's get some analyst moves when they put it behind me. Well, there we go. We'll talk about what is happening today. Speaking of chip makers, there's Qualcomm on here today. I just noticed that there's really nothing else to talk about, guys. There's Cisco I saw with a downgrade today. I'm not entirely sure why it's not here, but yeah, otherwise it's a Friday in the summer.
But Qualcomm was the strongest in terms of the way that it ran to the upside yesterday, and you're getting another breakout. I don't know if it's as significant in a break because where it's coming from, like you looked at what's going on, like we have significant resistance. We've been talking about NVIDIA and the Micron at $60. Those have some floors, AMD trying to get to $80 as well. So those all have floors, sort of ceilings that have been broken or haven't been broken yet, whereas Qualcomm, it just broke the ceiling and then made another bounce to the upside. So you're kind of getting into resistance in Qualcomm's case. That's why I'm not really looking at it as much. Like this is the kind of move, like the break that you're putting on here, that's what it looks like Micron, NVIDIA, and some of the other names are trying to do that Qualcomm did yesterday. So that gets to 150. I think it could be a little bit of a consolidation zone. It's worth noting, and when I was sort of going back and going over Qualcomm after yesterday's move, I just noticed like the reaction to this stock, at least since we've gone bear, like it's just, whenever it tries to go above that 50 period moving average, it has usually had some kind of a pullback and tested it. So this is the first, and we just broke it a couple of days ago. And the question will be like, after a couple of days, are we actually able to extend through for the first time, or are we going to just sort of head right back down in? Every single time we've gotten above, it's like, there you go, looked like it was strong, failed breaking and came back in, and that's early in the year. Definitely a positive sign when you see things like that start to reverse. That's where you get some nice bottoms and made, and you can get more of an extension on rallies because it's just getting away from these major averages, getting a little bit more bullish, breaking these sort of bearish style trends that you see in the chart. And Qualcomm's on the verge of doing it. I like what I see from a lot of these charts. It's mostly in the chip space though, and we'll get to some other names. But almost every chip stock I look at is making a significant move today one way or another if you look at the daily chart.
This EVTL, a little disappointing, already all the way back. Gave back this basically entire move already, just a heads up if you're watching. EVTL, a little one that was higher in the pre-market here. We talked about the weed stocks a little bit there to lead things off this morning. I just saw a note suggesting there might be a discussion coming today in Washington regarding this group as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on what's happening with some of the weed stocks again today. Tilray was the big one moving back to the upside. But I mean, this Fed's Bostic making more comments, it looks like right now, saying the strategy that the Fed is now using has the greatest likelihood of success, guys. So here we are back to the upside once again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're talking about the weed names at all, but
yeah, I don't know what was it. Well, it started like we started with
Tilray. I don't know if there's anything to go with them. For like 2 days, I think we've sort of reacted to that news with a bit of a yawn. Nothing's going to get passed, but certainly Bostic, you said he's not really a voting member, but I do like that. Like one of the things you just said there, the approach gives you the highest likelihood of success. Okay, so confidence in what they're doing in terms of trying to curb inflation. I like that. I don't see a real issue with that. I think that's actually a pretty positive comment there. There is another small cap. You mentioned that EVTL, but I wanted to get to this next, if I could, just for a quick second here. It's got a tiny float, about 15 million or 18 million, depending on which source you look at. Most of them say about 15 million. It's a relatively small float there. It is on our watch list down near the bottom. They got clearance with the FDA for NYSE 003. It's like HPV, little cancer treatment. And you got this nice double top at $2. On the daily, I'm sitting here looking at the 50 period as well. And most of these pharma names, when they single stock, like or single drug, they get beaten up and then they barcode. But I like the bounce that it's making and trying to get through $2, which is its 50 period. So double top, $2, 04 is the current high. I'm looking for a breakout on this, but I also love the notion of where this 75 to 80 has been holding up. I think that gives you another risk to reward style deal. As long as it continues to make some higher lows, going into the open, that breakout's going to be valid. The volume's decent. I mean, it's nothing exploding, but it is Friday, so volumes haven't been crazy across the board. But this NYSE, this looks a little more interesting to me than that EVTL.
I just want to look, you can see oil here starting to go back up. It's going to probably test 100 one more time. We did get a nice bottom, or I don't know, bottom, but didn't we get down to, hold on a second, CL $F here. How low did we get yesterday? So here's a chart of oil on the daily here. And you could see this is, yeah, I was going to say yesterday, did we actually touch that 90, 91 there? A nice little move down there yesterday, and now it bounced back up. You are running into support here on oil. So that's why I keep thinking that, like, down in here, XLE, XOM, Chevron, Oxy, stuff like that, can come into play, because no matter what happens, I don't really think oil's going to make that big move down here until we get, I mean, we had some calls of oil, normalizing back down near 80 here, off this, what was it, March? Yeah, it was the March highs here of 128, 130 or so. Again, a lot of that pressure, tension coming from Ukraine, Russia, and that doesn't seem to be going anywhere, to be honest with you. And then even after that, once we're back into normality there in Europe, how long is that going to take? I mean, they need to settle all these. I mean, there's still tons of embargoes and things like that, and different OPEC warnings, and the Saudis coming back online, Nord Stream 1 for gas and everything. So I think energy, I don't think it's over with, the talk here. And if we do fall into a recession, I can see oil coming back down. It's just, let's just wait to see. I almost feel like and this is crazy to say, but like, we say, what is it? High tide raises all ships or something like that. Right, it's just, if the equity market bounces back a little bit like it's been doing, I can see oil sort of come back upside a little bit here. So let's just see what happens. The 50 period is at 107. I think we can test that again. And then I still think we come back here to the highs at some point. Depends on what happens here, I guess, coming through winter. We know travel is still a big thing. I mean, we've seen some big moves happening in CCL off the bottom, and Delta, and I mean, it's still earnings still to come on a lot of these names. Delta started it off. We've seen CCL here on the daily chart. I mean, if you're going to talk about a move back to the upside, I still think on this name you got to get through 11 again. You're only down to 880. I mean, I said that there was some big moves in CCL, but it's just covering itself back up again here with a move lower. So, until travel really gets going, I still think higher oil prices hold down some of these names. So CCL down here, it might be a buy, like even here. When this world turns around again, will people be traveling? Yeah. Will people be going back on cruises? Yeah. And I feel like that's just a matter of time before these names get going again. But again, a high debt, a high, not a great situation for a lot of these travel names, airlines and stuff like that. We've gone back and forth whether or not they're even investable to begin with. And if you don't think they are, then you're probably not heading into cruise line. But this is another name here that could easily pop like 40% and get like 40% off $8 isn't that much. It does get you back to that 50 period. So I still think that we do test 11 at some point, and then maybe back here to 12, and then 14 if all is well. But I like some of these travel names here, even with oil starting to head back to the upside. Maybe that is the catalyst. If you're long oil, maybe it's not a horrible hedge to take something like this, because I'm noticing gas prices coming down, and of course, it's a big input cost for a lot of these companies.
I just saw Twitter popping up here, guys. Elon making some comments. If inflation calms down, we can lower prices for our cars, once again, in a tweet. Looks like they've also set a July 19th hearing date for this Twitter trial to get underway for Twitter and Elon. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market. Nice move already, 1% for the S&P. Arun, what do we need to know today?
Well, we're going to find out at the open because great retail sales number, but apparently it was negative for a little bit and then it turned positive. So good news was bad for a bit, and then now good news is good. So here we are running up, but we're still inside that. Well, it's a level that's been around, or the range that's been around all the way up to 38.40. Originally, we're using 38.35. Now it's going to be 38.40. So still inside of a pocket that needs to get clear to the upside if we're actually going to get going. And if we do get going north of 40, we have clearance all the way into the mid 60s, low 70s. So there's a lot of space to the upside if we can just get past the next 10 points. So for now, we're going to wait, respect the fact that it's actually ripping up, and see what it wants to do at the open. At that point, you'll get a pretty good understanding of what this market wants to do and how it wants to play this number. Odds are it's probably going to take off to the upside. If it doesn't, though, it does provide a great shorting opportunity. And in the event that it does come back down, you still have that 37.20 from yesterday. Remember, 37.20 was the level. We bounced off at 25, so that's still in play. So anything south, I would argue for anything south of 65. So 37.65 going on down to 37.20 is available for potential pickups, as long as you have a reason to do it and you have a reason to maybe take a long there. So those are the ranges, and odds are we're probably going to take a shot at the top end of the range fairly soon. And if you get that breakout, you go for the long, you find a new stop, and then see if you can get it into the 60s and 70s up top.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Have a great weekend. We'll check back in again on Monday. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open here about 25 minutes ago before we get the market open. That is the link, guys, to the watch list we send out every single day before we come on at 8:30. Pinterest. Big move late in the day yesterday. We were talking about it right at the close, in fact, is when that came out. Elliott Management disclosing a 9% stake in Pinterest, up 14%. I mean, it's trying to hold up here as well. Top end of the range once again for Pinterest. Where's the trade here today?
It won't be anywhere for me, but we can have a look at it quickly. Right now, $1.32 in the money. Right now on, let's go arrows up on Amazon. See ya later. Look, we gave this trade to you yesterday, and finally we just got that tweet out. If you're interested in watching it, it's at tradertv.live, or I just retweeted it right here. This is what we were talking about earlier. We hit this yesterday at 110. It's at 112 right now, so a nice little 2.5% bump up. And I even said that we should be long this one here today. So that's exactly what we did. And then, you know, the reason why this is a little bit interesting with Pinterest is you get that retail number out. Amazon obviously rocking and rolling here today. And there we are there at 111 with the long this morning. How easy, I mean, how easy is this long? Like, it's ridiculous. I can't, you know, should have really had obviously more shares here. But, you know, when you don't have that much confidence in the pre-market volumes and things like that. And we also weren't sure that this market was going up 1%. I mean, we're also in the money nicely now on NVIDIA. I'm sure a lot of you guys are long chip names right now as well. So that's a good trade for anybody that's in that. But yeah, Elliott, and this came out at the end of the day yesterday. We saw it just as we were leaving. And you know what? This is right. This is the right time to take activist positions in names that they believe in. And they'll probably flip it to somebody for, you know, nothing. You know, I don't think it's a great investment for Pinterest anyways at this time. But, you know, where are they long? 17, 18, 19, you know, something like that. So if you're long 18 or 19, a couple million shares, or I'm not even sure if they disclosed how many they bought.
9%, I thought.
How much?
9% they hold.
Okay, so tons of it there. So if you go to 9% of Pinterest, let's just find out what their market cap is now. It's disgusting from where it was, obviously, like a lot of these names. So their market cap right now is 12. So if they're going to own 10% of that, let's call it $1 billion, probably a little more than $1 billion. So if they can get this long, probably here at 18, 19, and then this is why the market's rigged. Whatever. I mean, I always say that, so I don't have a problem saying it again. You know, like they can come out now and disclose that stake and get an instant bump up. So even if right now, if they take out their whole position, they'll make a couple $100 million. And then if they can sell this to somebody who's crazy enough to buy it from them at $26, $27, $28, then they're going to make $500 to $600 million clean if they own that 9%. So no surprise here why this continues to happen. And it's completely legal to do so. So it's not like it's a rigged market. It's just this is the power that some of these activists have. And yeah, sometimes it can go against them because there could be someone that takes the other side of the trade. So it's not like it's a risk-free move by Elliott here. They're taking a risk. They're putting their neck out, saying they're long a certain amount of shares, and that's that. So good for them to do that. For me, I don't, you know, the move is right there. Whether or not it continues to go up or not, really, I don't know where it's going to go. So I feel like we have such a great grip on like the names that we're talking about right here in Amazon and Nvidia and a lot of these other names that realistically Pinterest never gets traded too much unless there's news. Today there's news, so you could dip your toe in on this one if you so happen to like it. For me, I'm staying away. It's the same thing like the banks. I just stick with what you've been trading. And for me, Pinterest is not too much interest, but maybe that 2050 level.
Elliott took a position, an activist position in another stock that they still hold, and that's Twitter a couple of years ago. So just because it happens doesn't mean a deal happens down the line, or doesn't mean a great turnaround is going to be in store there. So there's a logic. Maybe they understand the space or some of the challenges a little bit better, and they can push for some changes in Pinterest. I think it might be more enticing on a risk to reward swing or something like that, because you have the 50 period here and you can just say to yourself, okay, like you have support down there at $17. Maybe it drums up some interest and you're able to get a good risk to reward return. The day trade, I'm not sure I see it. There's a 2050 break, which could be sitting there for you. What are you risking? $1 on a 2050 break on Pinterest? I don't see it. There's too many names that are breaking out on a daily chart to like that one too much. It's much more interesting off the support levels for more of like a longer term swing, knowing your stop is at 17 or just below that. But yeah, you can't use the 17 floor today at all. So why bother? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think. Look, if they took an activist position in.
What happened?
Oh, sorry. If they took an activist position in Twitter a couple years ago, then maybe I have more faith in them now for Pinterest, honestly, because a couple years ago, Twitter was, $20, $25, went up to $9.80. So, I mean, maybe they've got something. Maybe they're holding this, and maybe they got some value. So, I mean, look, this is what I'm talking about. And I don't know, Neil. I didn't know that, so I don't know if do you know like when that was?
I'm pretty sure it was in 2020. But
oh, wow,
I know they took an activist position in Twitter. I don't know the exact date. So,
I mean,
I just feel like they have some experience in the space, obviously. So.
Yeah.
Like, I think it might be worth it on like some kind of a swing, but as far as a day trade goes, it's not even reacting that well in the pre-market. The market just boomed to the upside, and it's not breaking out. That's another thing. I don't trust anything like that. If you have a positive catalyst and you're not breaking out when the market goes ham, and a retail number that was good, that's what's giving me pause about being long Pinterest here. But the daily chart looks fine. Don't get me wrong. It's just I don't see a day trade necessarily.
Here's the Twitter monthly here, just to show you. I mean, that's why I asked about when it was, because if you went long anything in 2020, I mean, it was a great move. But
that's sort of the problem.
That's one of the problems, yeah. But that makes sense though, because if they went long into even if they went long back here, 2019, doesn't really matter. The point is that it did go from 30 to 80, right? I mean, so no matter what you think about Twitter, and this is what I'm saying about Twitter, I'm actually going to call up Intel too. At least Intel's paying a dividend. But look at Twitter here. This is the IPO price for Twitter, $42. Right? So if you bought this name on IPO, like imagine if you bought Apple on IPO or Google or any of those other names. But I mean, I don't want to compare Twitter to those names. That's a little bit of a low-hanging fruit there, but it's just a lot of people were super excited about Twitter and social media. And I mean, even if you bought Meta, aka Facebook, at their IPO, right? I mean, if you're just talking about social media names, I mean, I guess maybe Meta's not a great example because they're just a monster about that. But look what's happened since 2014, right? So here comes Facebook. Hey, we're out, guys. We're out here at $30, right? We dipped down to 20. The ultimate bottom was 18 or so on these guys, right? And then so you get long on Meta down here at 40 at the IPO price. Oh, it only goes up to $400, right? So you get 10x there on your money. Obviously, I don't think a lot of people cashed out there. A lot of people, if you're long early, cashing out pretty early. But look at this epic fall back in, and you're looking at names like Twitter, like Snap. Let's have a quick look at Snapchat, because that's one of the...
I found it. They bought 10 million shares of Twitter between early 2020 and then mid 2021. So
who knows? But if they got out, there was a monster trade.
That's the thing. Like who knows if they got out? I think they still hold it though. That's my understanding.
And then there's Snapchat. But see, Snapchat, there's not a problem with Snapchat. They just came out a couple of years after. And the difference with Snapchat is look what happened on their IPO. It tanked there into a not great market in 2017, 2018. So they come out, tank out, and then just rip faces off after that. So social media has been a real fun ride if you've been in it. If you're still in it, though, yeah, that roller coaster may have just. We have a ride here at Canada's Wonderland called Drop Zone. I mean, that kind of looks like this, where you go up, and then they go, okay, you're at the top now, and then they let go of the release, and then bang, you fall right back down to the bottom safely, of course. And then right now into Snapchat. Now that I look at this for Snapchat, this is the thing, man, like, there's so many names that are down into these areas. I don't know if we like Snapchat or not, but now that I look at this, like, you're almost near some of these bankrupt levels, like down to $5 again on a lot of these names. So I feel like I got to zoom out a little bit more to see if there's any other plays like this that are complete values, right? I mean, that's why when we just did Meta there, and we have a little bit to talk about, so we're going to get off this in a minute. That's why when you look at Meta, you know, there are some levels here where you dip down into this 130, 140. Now you're far away from this when you're talking about Meta today. I mean, you're still at that, what was it, 160 today? Yeah, so, you know, you're still in this area, obviously, but a little bit of a dip down. I mean, that's why I feel like this earnings season, and we talk about this all the time when you're talking about trying to find a bottom or where is this market going or whatever. It's the P to the E, right? We need those earnings coming through, and we have all the prices right now, and they're disgusting in a lot of these names. Will the earnings follow through? I'm almost thinking this earnings season for tech company is like lose if you put out a good number, and also lose and get crushed if you put out a bad number, because will Meta guide any better? I mean, can they really have a great feel on what's coming for advertising right now, what their market actually looks like moving forward? So let's just say they have a great quarter and they beat that sandbag that they put out last time. If they beat, where do they guide? So that's really what I'm interested in, and I know we're only on the number one name here, but chips are strong. I know Neil's in Micron, I'm in NVIDIA already.
And we've already talked about
AMD's
Amazon
pushing.
too.
I feel like we've already done a lot of this, and maybe not Go EV, but with only 14 minutes left, I'm gonna go fill up the coffee again, and that's why my mic was muted. I'm like, I'm out of here. Then we started talking, and I can't stop, so I apologize for that, Brendan, but let's just move on. I'm gonna go get refilled up here and come back.
The 9% stake, actually, guys, for Elliott Management actually makes them the largest now shareholder in Pinterest. So, yeah, we'll see how this plays out for Pinterest after a good swing at Twitter. Yeah, chips coming off of 3 days in a row back to the upside after an initial move lower, but strong right across the board here this morning, actually trying to lead as far as the tech group is concerned.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things I said about Micron was just they're the ones that had the worst report across the board, right? Like, it was, their guidance was poor, they're the most cyclical name. It's a very cheap valuation, but historically it always has been. But we talked about this 60 area as resistance, and it's resistance until it isn't. And we didn't even get a chance. There wasn't even a chance to short off of 60 in the last 2 days, realistically, unless you just sort of happen to be sitting in this very luckily a couple of days ago. Really tricky to get in on that open, well, not on that open, on that number that we saw. Like, the inflation print was almost impossible. But if you look at that 60, we're now breaking out, which is a pretty bullish sign in and of itself, let alone in the face of that poor guidance. TSM comes through, and their positivity is lifting the entire market. So it's a pretty clean breakout style trade. I can show you the same thing. NVIDIA is going to be very, very similar. NVIDIA hasn't really broken what I think is a bigger level at 160, certainly, but it's finally out of that channel, that 154 channel, to be sure. I like it. I like any dip on NVIDIA in front of 154, and you can come over to AMD. It's going to be almost the same thing. The only difference with AMD, I think I like the strength, and I certainly would like some 78s in AMD, but you look at it breaking the top, it needs to get through 80. Right? Like, Micron's breaking out. You know, NVIDIA's broken out. AMD still needs to get through 80. I think it can absolutely boom when it gets to that price. There were some shorts previously. I know I shorted that one at the end of the month off that 80 level. I don't like to short off these highs, not with the rest of the space breaking out. So the chips are in control, pretty strong runs. We went over Qualcomm already, so no need to jump into them.
Talk about the big one from yesterday, Go EV, Amazon on there as well. Obviously, positive retail number yesterday, Prime Day this week. Seemed to be a booming success for them. So Amazon pretty strong. But Go EV, pretty impressive here, back to the upside again today. Already 4.5 million shares for Go EV. It is negative, obviously, on the morning, but big move up here with the market.
So it was a very different thing about when that deal is so small, but let's just remember this is going to trade based on the size of the float and momentum more than anything else at this particular point. So let's throw away the fact that it's an insignificantly sized deal for the size of the company and their market cap. But $5 the first time compared to $5 the second time, there is almost no comparison. You had a wick top through 580, and I'll show you the daily chart because we like this. We like that price area. You had this little chop in here. The top was 520, the bottom was 480, and we like that to be the zone of failure, let's just say, a few days ago. I think you're set up that you're likely to make another run at these highs. Now, it's going to be difficult to not want to short $5 on this stock. It got to 99 or whatever yesterday and then flushed 10%. So I think it's going to be a pretty crowded trade on GoEV. It's stupid cheap for day traders like us to be able to get locates on it. At least I'm pretty sure it was really cheap there. Yeah, it was less than 1 cent a share for locates on GoEV. So I think there is a chance it'll be a very crowded trade. That $5 break, I'll be on it because I don't think you can ignore something like that. It's making higher highs as long as we can open up above this 430, 440, 420. If we're opening above that price, I think you're testing 5 even. Is there a short in there? I'll probably be short in the mid 90s and then have a $5 break on GoEV. Sometimes you want to give it a few cents, so like you put it at 2s, 3s, 505 if you like, but GoEV is on a collision course. It seems like to try to test that level.
All right, this EVTL mentioned already all the way back down. I was really kind of hoping for another move up to $4 on the daily chart here. 4 and then 450 is this congestion area on the daily chart, which is a lot higher, obviously, than we are right now. But this thing pretty weak already. But watch 380 and then 4. Give it a shot for EVTL.
The other one, UC's making moves again. So I don't know, whatever. I always forget the name of the company. UC, it's been absolutely crushed the last week. It went from a high of $10 right back to that 2 that everything started out from. But hey, gapping up off of 2, I didn't really see. What did they? Yeah, like there's no news on here. It's just one of those active names, and it's been crushed. But $5 is a pretty obvious level here, as you can see, like 5 to 525. I think it's got some cover. I don't like the break. Like I would try it on GoEV or that NYSE that we're talking about, the other small cap. I think this is more along the lines of I would look for shorts in this stock, testing in front of the highs. I'd rather be fading off of this. Just given the response that it had to $10 and then now will pop into $5, my first idea would be to short in front of the 5 on any kind of a pop in UC. And once again, we had to pay for locates, very, very small market cap, float as well on UC. So you got to be careful. It's like 1.5 million share float. You don't average into a short like this. You short in front of 5, it breaks out from there, gone. You don't have to reverse. I'm not going to reverse this one, but certainly you got to just be out and take the pain if it does decide to run those stops at 5 even.
There goes the market, man. The market, is starting to go to the upside here. It's not that it's going now. It's pulling back, but we're going to wait to see if it can hold out to the upside. So I did want to look at a stock that is relatively weak against the market. NIO is also another name that's on the sticky note. And by the way, we found that, just got tweeted now. Apparently I was talking with Liz and tweet failed on the send. So I don't know if that was during a down detector, but if you guys are interested, I'll put this tweet out right now on here. This is the Amazon, and a lot of the comments are about how great it was on live and how it was such great live TV there. So if you did want to have a look at this Amazon trade, have a look at it. So that's basically all that I can say to you. And we are long again here. It's right there on Trader TV Live's Twitter page and on mine now. So we have pinned it with our Amazon long right here as well into the day. So we have that. But what I wrote down on the sticky note today was Alibaba and NIO. And both of them, they don't really have catalysts today that I can really see. Obviously yesterday there's been some negative catalysts about, investigations into Alibaba and whatnot. And that's never good for any of the Chinese names, including JD, Pinduo, Duo, anything. This is why it's such a hard business to be in, longing Chinese names, especially for longer terms. But we do have this 2050 bottom that we've put in yesterday that I think we can respect. Remember, we had a big dump yesterday in off the open before rips and then back in and yada, yada, yada. So you have that 2050 area. And then if you look here, And we could do the same thing for all of these. Many stocks are in this level right now where you're bouncing around. Remember, we had to look at CCL, the same type of thing, and Alibaba is going to look similar. I'm going to do that next. But this $20 level has been holding all the way, basically a month. I mean, past that we were higher. So you're going to have to go back all the way, basically to around here where 20 got broke. So that's June 16th or so. And today you're almost a month on the knot there. So a month of sort of absorption into 20. Now, if we break below, there's a lot of downside here, but I don't consider that to be a play today. I don't think we're going to break below. And even if we did, I'm not shorting this name today into that 20 for sure. I'm going long into the 20. So if that can come through on NIO, that's another name that I like. Unfortunately, my bid right now is at 2050, yesterday's bottom. That doesn't look like that's going to come through, but you could always get those dips. And that's why I'm going to go over to Alibaba. Just because it's a $100 name, there's more likely for a dip back in. And this isn't going to look as great as NIO, like I was saying, but there's that $100 mark that again goes back. This is where it was back in April, 100 before dipping back into 80 on obviously concerns about Ant and this and that. And then the Chinese regulators there, that's a tough one, man. Delisting, not delisting, things like that. But right into here, there's zero COVID policy. Once we get through COVID, I just feel like these Chinese names will start to go back up to the upside. I really like Win as well because of Macau. LVS has another stake in that as well. But there it is, $100 on Alibaba. So I just wanted to cover that because I have low bids on Alibaba and on NIO. And they're not super low, but NIO's is more low than Alibaba. These guys have been really hit, man. You're down 20% in a week on Alibaba. So just be very, very careful, or let's call it 7 trading days. Down from 125 down to 103. So I feel like there is some pickup coming here. The 50 period's at 100. So that's basically where I'm sitting at 102 right now in Alibaba. So a couple low bids coming for NIO and Alibaba with only 5 minutes to go. And we haven't showed the market what? They're selling the SQQs right now off the open. So this is a big move here for the sell side.
See that for you.
No, you don't. Not this big on an ETF. And then there's Apple. You don't see Apple this big buy side either off the. I don't know the last time, Neil, that we saw legitimate NASDAQ names.
Microsoft.
And it's a Friday. It's a rebound, not a rebound.
Is it the third Friday?
It
is.
It is the third Friday. So you're going to get options. It's not that's look. Options are weekly, dailies, everything like that. Monthlies, but it's just you're seeing some big NASDAQ names. Now it's even gone higher. Remember, the SQQ is a levered sell. So if you're selling it, that means you're thinking the market's like, I don't know why it's not a TQQ buy there then. But we'll wait to see.
A small buy.
Yeah, is TQQ on here? There it is, small buy. So for some reason, they're focused on the S. I don't really know why, but there it is right there. I guess it's because the borrow fee. We talked about that on the show. Ding. But there it is, man. So, yeah, this is going to be a spicy open, man. I mean, Amazon, SQQs. We saw Apple there. Now it's starting to get paired off, but look what Apple was. 2.5 million there for Apple now getting paired off. Amazon, 1.35 million now getting paired off. Look at this Amazon trade that we have on, baby. This trade we have on. I mean, I told you I was putting this on yesterday at 4 o'clock. I said, we're going long Amazon early. We're already long 111 on Amazon as this is $2 in the money. So yeah, buddy, smoking one already here as we get going. No, so let's see what Amazon can do to the upside. We're long NVIDIA, we're long Amazon with only 3 minutes to go. That was an exciting imbalance locator there for us.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. We'll see at the open. Like obviously, the market's booming anyways, but it should be interesting to see because I've never actually watched that. So keep your eyes on the SQQ there at the open. That it's heading down obviously, but I like Alibaba. Might be one of the only few names if we get a pop, I'm shorting into it. 105. It was such a good level after the news dropped. Keep in mind bad GDP numbers for China as well. So there's a few reasons if you have to pick something bearish. I'll play that off resistance, but if it breaks 05s, I get out of the way there. And there's one other name that I got to pick. There's another name that I would pick on a pop, and probably not a surprise. That's going to be NVAX. So yesterday, in addition to the fact they sold the news of them getting the approval for the COVID drug, there are also some concerns of allergic reactions. So the EU coming out there, sort of double whammy. Now 50 is in play, so yes, I will be long in front of 50 for risking like 25 cents or whatever, maybe even less than that, depending on what kind of fill we can get down in front of 50 for that long play. And the long was great off the bottom, 50 into 54. But if we get to 55, I'm looking shorts on NVAX. I'm not sure we're getting there. We're at 52 right now, but I liked it yesterday off that level. I like it again here today. You're going to have some short plays if the market gets itself to the upside. NVAX may be low-hanging fruit, but hey, if it's there, you might as well pick it, right? So I'll be over in NVAX. We talked about this NYSE. In addition to some of the small caps, it's just pulled back. So it looks like it does want to make that little bit of a dip. I want to see it hold this 180. If we break 180, I'll probably cancel my 205 bid because we're breaking through support. So as long as we hold 180 at the open and we'll continue to make some higher lows here and hold higher lows, I still like the breakout on NYSE, but it's running out of time to start holding these bids. It is one of the small caps that I do like. We had the reverse split coming on Google, and I think some people, we'll probably trade it obviously on Monday. I don't really trade the stock, and I look at where it's sitting here. It's not that sexy. Like the chart's not setting up that well, but you have this V-shaped bottom yesterday, and then breaking out from 222. Just a bunch of twos. Put a bunch of twos together, and that's what you get. So, I don't know. I'm going to go into Monday thinking 111 is going to be support on Google. That's about the only thing I have to say for it. I think there's a lot of other names to play here. Certainly on Monday, I think the volume's going to crush it, and everybody and their mother's going to be trading it. We have Mr. Capri's going to be on the bell today. So he's going to get his butt whipped next week in bowling, apparently. Yeah. But he's looking fresh in the Capri. I'm sure you won't be able to see his face, but Fahad is on the bell in 5, 4. You got to see the Capris. 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. You can't see the Capri.
Oh, Lucas, hurry.
Get it in. Get it. There it is.
Yeah, buddy.
You had to show the Capris. That's the entire point.
You don't mess with the man in Capris. I'm pretty sure that's one lesson that I've learned. Okay, here goes Apple, guys. I mean, breaking through 150. We're going to try that. Ooh, it doesn't break through 150 there. All right, so we'll have to hold on to this for a minute. We got a little excited there. Let's go back in. We just punched out of that real quick there. I thought it did break, but it didn't. We're going to go back into Apple, obviously, if it does break back through 150 clean. It was a small position. We took a small position, got out for 5 cents worth of a hit there, just in case it faded back out. But no worry about that. Let's see if it can go long now. Amazon, $2 now in the money as we're taking out 113 now on Amazon. Look at these futures scream. Look at Apple scream, man. Yeah, buddy. One more time. There we go. Whatever, guys. I mean, I'm honestly, like, I'm kind of over my stick already because what am I supposed to say? Another winner? There goes Apple right there. We just got out again at 140, 150.40. So let's just keep going to the upside here. That might have just been like, I don't want to say that was like a pre-market little
imbalance there.
Yeah, exactly. So that's that. Remember those imbalances were there. This is not a play right here that it's like, oh my God, I think Apple's going to tank or rip right now. That was, there's Apple buy off the open. You see this big buy candle here, 4 million shares. It's already done 6 million shares today. So I'm long Apple still. And sorry, I missed that, Neil.
I was saying keep an eye on Meta right
here.
Meta. Meta broke above this 160. Pretty decently here. So watch this. Above this 160 on Meta, it's now consolidating. Pretty big breakout when you consider you got that bottom here at 159. Now it's consolidating off the top. I like anything long in front of that 160, giving it to like a 159. We're going to try to put on here. Just sort of noticing Meta break that significant consolidation. We like consolidation breaks. I didn't go over Tesla. I just want to very quickly talk about Tesla here. Just put a wick off top through 725. So maybe a bit of a pullback coming when you see a wick off top, but that's a significant price level for Tesla. But having just gone into Meta, I still like Micron. I'm going to be buying some dips there. And that NYSE, which we like for the break, that's starting to income. And I should be buying the dip on this thing. If we hold that 185, there's a long to be had 190s to like a 185 printer. So if we can hold above that 190 on NYSE, NYSE, but Meta already on the run to the upside here after we got into it. I'm glad we cut. I just sort of noticed that one, and I'm glad we got into it because it just broke 161. I'm going to take some profit, a quick 80 pennies there, and now it's off to the races. There's so many stocks breaking out. Was that Brendan?
Nice move for the banks right out of the gate here, guys. Big volume coming through on WFC, up to $40 there. It looks like the call just wrapped up as well. So a big volume spike at the open there for Wells Fargo.
Yeah, banks and their calls during the market. do in the pre-market?
Crazy. Crazy moves, man. I mean, NVIDIA, we already took $1.50 on that play there, $1 up to 157 and change. We did punch a little longer in NVIDIA, so let's wait to see. I don't want this one to be the widowmaker today, so we will have to watch out for NVIDIA a little bit here as it's starting to go back up to the upside now. So we're going to watch out for that just to see, man. The market is pulling back a little bit. We did punch that pre-market, not that pre-market high. I guess so, basically. We were long down there. I thought it came down to 156. We should have got longer. I was like, okay, here the rally's on, so let's see if it can continue to go back up to the upside. Obviously, Apple was an absolute destruction. We missed it, man. We were waiting at 90 there. I guess I should have been waiting at about 80 or 70. So let's put another offer there around 70 to get some more out. But yeah, so far so good here today. Amazon $2 in the money. A big move there for Apple, and I keep missing what you're saying out of the.
It's UC. UC's approaching that $5 level. This is one where UC. I said I didn't want to reverse it, so I'm really just shorting in front of that top. Like the breakout and reversal I liked was taking that Go EV because it was a double top at $5 in Go EV's case, whereas in UC, we've rejected 10 on the higher time frame, and now you're making that churn at this $5 level. So I'll go to the higher time frame, so I just need to get some orders out. That you rejected that 10. I think you're coming into this 5 level. I don't like the reversal here, so I'm just only going short. I just got 78 as an average price, so I really don't want to be taking anything out until it gets down into the 50s. I want to make sure the risk to reward does work. So UC on the way to the upside here, and we got this one to the short side on USCA. And then AMC, I'll go over AMC and GME very quickly here. AMC, and apologies for not getting to this, the memes hadn't done a lot of volume. 14.75, support the last couple of days. I just want to be long in front of it on a dip. But GameStop, it's still valid, that bloody short idea that burned me yesterday, rejecting the 200 period moving average. There's your red day. Red candle when it broke and failed. Red candle when it broke and failed. I take it when it's green on the day, breaking the 50 period. Well, you know what? That's a failed break, and now you're to the red side, to the negative side. I'm looking for shorts in front of 140. I should already be in this, but unfortunately did not get my orders out on this. So I'm going to be offering 139. I'll go 140 stop first, and then if 42 wants to break, fair enough. Chips are dipping here, so Micron coming against me, but Meta's still on the breakout. That one's gonzo, 161.50.
Yeah, I love Meta, man. Normally we're all over that. You want to talk about gonzo? Check out Amazonzo. That is gonzo. All the way up here, man. $3 in the money. And I mean, this is not like, someone says, oh, is trading fluky or is it just gambling? You tell me, bro, if it's gambling. Go to the blackjack table and see if you can have these wins through as well. Look at this. Here goes NVIDIA to the upside, Amazon to the upside, Apple to the upside. I mean, you got to get lucky as well to sort of call some of these plays. I mean, I thought today would be a little choppy day. It seems like it's the opposite of that. It seems like it just wants to go one way, and we are happy to be on this plane ride to the moon here, it seems like. And hopefully planes don't go to the moon anytime soon, but there it is, man. It's a nice little move upside, and we're happy to be on this trip. So there goes NVIDIA now, 70 cents in the money. Amazon's $3. Apple up 50 cents. This is the one that really struggled. Like, again, I was waiting in the 70s, and it's not going. So I wonder if there is a little bit of concern here. I don't know why Apple's not going with this market as much today. It was, relatively strong compared to everything else. Today, it seems the opposite. So let's just wait to see on this Apple trade. Baba's dumping. Okay, so good call. Actually, good call, Neil, because I wanted to go over. Did you want to talk about it?
It's dumping hard.
Okay, I might get out of the way then.
Holy crap.
What is okay? I'm into nothing. Okay, so I'm here on Baba. Let's try it. I don't know. Again, I don't know why it would be coming down in here. I want this 101. We'll see. There it is. So we know we have Neo now. Okay, so let's cancel this. Let's cancel this Baba long. I was waiting here at 101.50. Let's cancel that because we just got into NIO. So let's see. There's my NIO bid from yesterday. We talked about this move down here. I don't know if these markets are tanking in.
It's not the market. It's just
the market, the Chinese market. Yeah, the Chinese names there. Then we'll stay out of the way. But we do have that 20 that we're looking at for NIO, so let's start that bid right now.
Yeah, and watch out. My stop on Micron is going to be at 60. That kind of is obvious. That goes without saying. But this Baba, that's a huge plus. I liked it short off 105, so I'm not going to be in it at 104. Realistically, I don't mind missing that. That's not like an NVAC situation yesterday, but this 100 is looming. And when you have a liquidity vacuum like yesterday that finds support at 100, it's a trade that I want to take. So, I mean, if it gets to 100, we're going to be involved in it for sure. Just coming back over to GameStop, because it's now churning to the downside. I have to watch out for AMC because that support might not mean bupkis if GameStop can't hold a bid. here as well. 135 about to break. I'll short any pop we can get in GameStop up to about 140, but this is getting pretty spicy here to the downside in both BOBA and that. NVAX, we're still on the bid. I think we're okay. Yeah, it dips to 51 and then goes to the upside. So NVAX 50 still going to be in play for us here. UC did break that 5 even. I'll get to that one pretty quickly. It just got to about 540, so I'm out of UC. And, oh, Jesus, Meta. Meta's making some power moves to the upside, but I wanted to go back over to Tesla. Tesla broke 725. I was a little bit enamored with that whole, whatever. I was watching BOBA and kind of got sidetracked there, but breaking 725, coming back here on the bid, I'll look to see if I can't get a long off that 725 level after having missed a break. But the break was good. It gave you the $5 scalp trade. The dip, I don't usually think is as good, but I like that price level on Tesla, so I'll get on the bid here. Did I hear Brendo?
Big volume coming in, guys. Pre-market highs coming into play here for Pinterest after it held that support level down around 1975. So right back towards pre-market highs there for pins.
Okay, we are noticed. Yeah, pre-market highs. Okay, so I'm just gonna get out one more piece here. We'll hold a small little. I don't know. Maybe let's just get out of our Apple, man. I mean, this could be a mistake as we see here. It's not strong, so we'll get out. We're still up on Apple, so we'll go a little bit of sausage can in there because it's still an up trade. But we're gonna get out of the way, realizing that it's weaker than normal here, right? So and then here comes Nvidia back down as well. This market is turning pretty hard here back down. So watch out. I might, and like I said, maybe this is going to be the choppy day that we thought it was going to be here. So let's just take another piece. Oh man, I was going to try to get out some Nvidia here at 156 and change in the teens there. There it is. Okay, good. A nice out there on Nvidia just to relieve some pressure. I mean, it's going to look like we are in a losing spot right now for Nvidia. You know what? I'm just going to, I think we just want to get out of this one now as well as the market is coming back in here. So let's get out of Nvidia. We'll hold a small piece. Now there's not so much risk associated with this trade. It's an up trade for us on the day, but we do not, again, it's just one of those things here where the markets come in and I think we can get better prices here. So if we can do that, great. A better price, meaning like 154, 155 or so on Nvidia. So let's wait to see. I wrote down the support down here at 156. That's obviously pretty low. So let's see if we can get anything like that. But Nvidia, here we go, waiting to see what happens. We did take that off, which I'm hoping is not a bad move, but hey, time will tell.
Yeah, and Tesla just getting down to that 720. I always want to try to give it about $5 on the play. So I want to go to the higher time frame quickly for you guys here on Tesla. If we can hold above that 720 level, we have a chance to recover back into this breakout, which is looming. I still, like right now, the market, we're above the 3,800 on the ES, but it's 12,000 on the NASDAQ that we just pull back off of. So there's no bullish day that doesn't have us. You need to break 12,000 on the NASDAQ. So all we've done is reject that level that has been a bit of a resistance for us. And I'll pull it up for you guys so you can see. It's this 12,000. Once we get through here, then you can get a bigger move to the upside. So that's what I'm looking for with all these longs. That's why I want to make sure I give Micron to that 60. We've rejected it every single time. This 930, every single time we get here at the open, we generally run to a big support or resistance and then run away from it. So you don't want to get too shaken out. If 1200 goes, these longs should be able to boom. I don't have any of the shorts that I liked, unfortunately, I should say, because there's GameStop. It's still weak. I just don't want to short 135 or 136. Like I want to short 139. I want to short a little bit closer to that 140 level, so I'm not really chasing it. Thankfully, AMC is still holding that low, despite the fact that GameStop is absolutely tanking. So at least this one is seeming like it's going to be okay. And then Meta, I might have looked a gift horse in the mouth, but I just feel like the reason we pull back off 162.50 has more to do with the NASDAQ pullback than any strength that Meta might have. This could still be a dip buy at 160. I think we can get back up to at least some of those highs. Still some crazy action going on in this market. I need to find at least one of my shorts here because I couldn't get BABA, and I got to find my way into that GameStop.
Yeah, I mean, this market is coming back in, so it's a good thing that we did get out of some of these trades that we had before, guys. So let's just wait to see where we go on it, but, it is making a move to the downside, so it's a good out there for us on Apple, as that didn't take, it took 150, and we made money. Like, we're up on Apple, we're up on NVIDIA, but we did get out of the way. The only thing that we're waiting for here is NIO. We like this name. We took it for reasons of yesterday's bottom, so you can see right there in NEO, it's right there, and then we're going to play off that 20 level on the 20-minute chart. So that's what we're looking at. Let's just go back to Alibaba quick time here, because maybe that's another name that we've either missed or need to look at one more time, because Neil was like, oh my God, Alibaba's cranking, and it is. Now it's even lower. So I'm glad that we canceled that. I'm
on the 100 bid. I'm still going 100.
Yeah, no, 100's fine, but I was at 101.50.
Oh, okay.
So I was thinking that this was going to be a little bit better than that. So right now we are on this Alibaba tip right now, and just seeing where we go. So we will take a fill closer to 100 if it comes in. So that's something that I'm looking at. It's going to be Alibaba for like 100 bid, like 150, like $100.50 or 100, whatever, anything around there, whatever your risk tolerance is. But if it breaks 100, I'm going to get out. I mean, that's a psychological level right there. So a break of $100, we are going to get out. I would have reversed into that short on Apple. It's just, with this market right now, I'm not really sure what we're doing. So Apple was weaker than the market, and that's not a sign that I normally do well with. So, that's why I kind of waited there for any sort of these shorts coming through right now. I'm not sure if the short is in yet today, so that's what I'm doing. I'm going to wait before I take any shorts in this market. I'd rather pick up some decent longs, but I need to find some first.
Yeah, someone asked me where my stop was going to be on AMC. I threw it in the chat, but if it was missed when I mentioned this, come on, charts. When I mentioned this, yesterday's lows, you had that wick down off the open. You got down to about 14.75, held support. It was a pretty good breakout from that price. So I'm just long essentially in front of that, right? I know I've said, I like GameStop short on that daily, but AMC, it's a buy in front of support. If it goes, it's very unlikely that you'll have a monster trade in both of these. Like there could be a scalp win in AMC, but keep in mind, I hadn't been able to get into the GameStop short anyway. So it's not like I have this one and I'm hedging myself or anything like that. I'm not chasing GameStop. I need it to pop at this point. I'll definitely take some profit out on AMC on the way up if we do get a bit of a bounce here. Tesla just made a bit of a recovery back into those highs. So when I got some shares in front of that 20 level, just in case we reject that high again, I'm like, if we reject 12,000, I better take something out in front of those highs. So I have taken some back out in front of that 25 level. I'm still looking for a break of this range. And then it's the air up there, man, not the movie. But look at the gap on the chart if we get past 25 on Tesla, Brennan.
Just be careful of the overall market here, guys. Bullard making some comments right now saying basically it makes little difference if they do 100 basis points or 75 basis points at the July meeting, as they can adjust throughout the remainder of the year. But more Fed comments coming through.
Yo, keep the market out of your mouth, Bullard, man. I mean, let's just let this market go to the upside, and you can chill out, make your millions on all your calls and puts or whatever the hell you have.
They make the millions after.
And let the real traders sit here and make some money. So let's wait to see. But yeah, we're just playing around. Look, you got to take consideration. I mean, the Fed is what everybody's waiting for. So will they go 100? Will they go 75 basis points? So, just sort of tongue in cheek there. He can say obviously whatever he wants, and they have been doing that at the Fed, and that's part of their job is also to not look at the equity market. So, they're just hopefully talking not their own books or anything like that, but really what we should be expecting here for the market. Okay, Neil, it's time. It's Baba time. Yeah, so we'll see right now. We are in this name, and I'm not sure I like it, but we're in it. So we're going to have to hold out for Alibaba here.
Good news and bad news.
Yeah, see what happens here for Alibaba. So like Neil said, we're long, but we're long because the market's tanking. That's not a good sign for us. Here it comes back in. Maybe Bradley Beal is right. There is going to be a little bit of a market movement downside, or maybe I'm right, and I said the market would be choppy. You're not going to find any more chop really than this. Nice move up, straight back to where we started. So if that's not chopsticks, then we'll wait to see. That could be something here to look out for as this market continues here today. Will we just be bouncing around some of these levels? So we'll take Alibaba, and I'm just going to respect the level of 100. Like I said,
yeah, it's that simple.
If it breaks, yeah, exactly, Neil. It's really just that simple. I mean, if we're going to be rules-based traders and things like that, then if you're going to break through $100, this is not going to be one of those Microsoft moments where we average in and lose $3 or $4. Nepa on that one. We've really battled back from that collapse. So good. Bids now for sure. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, we are going to be looking at all this right now, but we are into NVIDIA. We did. Oh shoot! I didn't even realize.
I got a quick.
Yeah. Go.
A couple of things. We have a wick off top. Now I'm looking at both these markets. Like, you have a wick off top through 38.40 on the ES. In addition to that 1200 failure, like you've now made a pretty big wick and you failed below. So I took some out of Tesla back at that 25 and then it broke that 20. So just try to limit the loss there because if we pull back deeper and you still like the longs, you might get an even better price. And the same thing with Micron. I'm just going to adhere to my stop at 60. But a couple of things also happened in small cap space. That NYSE broke out. So NYSE with the break at that, I didn't take 2. It was 204 that was the high, so I got 05s or 06s to the long side. It's up at 214 and off to the races. NVAX, hopefully Baba does this. This is what we want Baba to do. But NVAX got down to 50 even. I got 21s. It bounced all the way up to 51. I'm going to try and get some out. There we go. Was able to just get some out on NVAX. Oddly enough, everything I've made in the last 2 days on NVAX has been long off of 50, and it's not that short. But it's been working from here. But this is like Alibaba. If 50 goes on NVAX, there is no holding this trade through 50 bucks. It's just like a hard stop at 50 even, a hard stop on Alibaba if it does break that $100 level. And watch out for AMC. That's another one that has a chance to run these stops to the downside. It just bounced off that 75 that we like. So it might give me the opportunity on any kind of consolidation to get some more shares. But that's a pretty hard wick down with the market coming back in. Want things to sell before I load back up. On the plus side, when I look at a relatively strong name like Meta, look at the dip. Right? Like when everything was sort of going back through support and then stopping out at your levels, not Meta. Meta's still holding that 160 level. So some strength coming in to Meta to be sure above that 160 price. Actually 159 is the bigger level on Meta, but 160 holding is even better.
Okay, yeah, I agree, man. I mean, let's just see if these levels can hold right now. I mean, we've got some good ones on. I don't know what you're doing with Alibaba or what price do you have? I don't even know.
I barely have any.
Oh, but it doesn't matter the shares. I'm just saying, what
39.
Okay.
I'm sitting
sat there lower.
I'm sitting at 12 for
great.
For more. Because the thing about it is, so very quickly at Alibaba or the Novavax or any one of these trades that we talk about where you're just off of a key level. Like I always want more shares tighter to the 100, right? Like I'll have 3 times as many shares sitting in front of like 110 than I would take at 150, sort of for obvious reasons with a clean break like that. I'd like to see it snap back, but some of that I'm willing to take out at like 175 for like a 50-cent win. And some of this I'd want to hold for $1. So you try to get a bit of a blended price on that type of a play. It's pretty binary. We'll see if we can make it work for us. Just going back over to one other small cap name here for you. We're all over the place. UC, which I liked to the short, that stopped out. It was a losing trade for me. I accidentally got long and scalped out of it. I did not want the reversal. I said that. It's now rejecting the breakout at 525. It got to 550 and pulling back. So watch out. A little bit of a rug pull happening in UC. As I mentioned, wanting more shares of BABA, I think I'm about to get them tight off that 100 level.
Yeah, looks like we are about to do all of that right now. So, pretty exciting moments here in this market. So I'm looking, I have NVIDIA on my mind right now. So let's see if we can get a few more shares if this does decide. Oops, I'm not even on NVIDIA. There it is, right there. We were, of course, just looking right there at Amazon again. But we did average into this NVIDIA trade. I'm looking to get more. So if we can, let's bring it over here, please. And thank you there for NVIDIA. But right now we're still looking. We averaged in, man. Our average price right now on 155.35. We smelt a little bit of weakness there when we got double topped, and then we couldn't keep going. That 157 should have broke and should have held, didn't. But that's fine, man. We're long right now again. 155.40 here on it. So I'm going to put another out. What is that? 155. 155.90 is the 50 period. So let's sit at 70 or so. See if we can take a piece out on that one. And then the other name here, where sometimes these stocks don't trade as good as you thought they would. So here we go, Amazon. Again, we'll lose on this if it takes down this 111.50. So I'm not expecting that to fill, but if it does, then that's a level that I'm concerned with here on Amazon. So we got to continue to watch that and NVIDIA. So just for my outs, in case things go sour, which it looks like they're going to, NVIDIA out 154, man. That breaks a little lower than that, then we're going to get out of that one. And I just gave you my out there on Amazon, 111.50. So 111.50. I just don't want that into yesterday's close. If it retraces back in, then that is Amazon for you, and we're going to be out. As there goes Alibaba. So very, very small hit for me on Alibaba because we didn't load up there, but who knows, man. That's a big move to the downside. That's probably a short now, guys.
Yeah, I got 94 short on Alibaba, so I'm out of that one. Like it's a 100 break. I mean, 100 break, I'm probably going to have 10 times out of 10 there. Was that Brendo?
Yep.
Great day so far for Citigroup, up 6.5%. Guys, just took out day highs there on a volume spike after earnings, if you missed it. Actually, it wasn't a great report, but still rallying on that. Just be aware, 11 a.m. will be the call for Citigroup.
So I said, first of all, nice little win there on Alibaba. We'll take some pieces out there as we're short $100 as well. We talked about going short on that name, but as we go short on Alibaba, obviously our other longs are getting cranked right now down to the downside. Hopefully not too crunked out yet. Anyways, it's Friday. I should have a name for Fridays, and then we drink beer at the close. But here we go. A nice little move to the downside now. So we're expecting this to continue. And then of course NEO as well. I did have a lower bid here on NEO, but you know what, man? I mean, why am I going to cheer on this Alibaba short, meanwhile holding a NEO long? That doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. So we'll just sit in this smaller position that we have in NEO than Alibaba. So if that wants to work out for us, great. But I'm not going to average into this one until we get near that 20 mark, like almost 20 exactly. And that way we can dump it, like what Neil was saying. Go for bigger shares as you get closer to that level of $20. So, you know, we're definitely ringing the register now on Alibaba. Give it to me in the 40s, baby. And this is the thing. There it is. Like, so we're going to be net positive on Alibaba right now because I took the same shares long as I am now short. And look at the profit here. You know how much we lost there? We lost 50 cents. We're in the money a freaking $1 now on Alibaba. So let's go to the downside goes Alibaba, now a net positive name. You have to have the ability to switch up your style and the way that you're going. There goes Alibaba. Neil, we are really cashing in on this one, baby.
Yeah, and by the way, I tried to get the same reversal on NVAX. I couldn't even get the shares. Now this is SSR. It fell 25% or whatever the heck it was yesterday. So short sell restricted. You can't hit the bid at 50. It is gonzo. I'll short any pop I can get in NVAX if we can get it back to that 50 level. This is just an absolute free fall. Alibaba is now $1.50 in the money. All the longs are likely to stop out, although Meta is the only thing that has not stopped out to the long side. So it looks like it's still relatively strong after that wick off top. I'm just watching NVAX fall like an absolute champion. There's only going to be pops to be shorted because I'm not sure you're going to get anything on the bids of NVAX right now.
Okay, guys, so just more profits. Right now, Amazon, we took some out. I mean, look at our average price. We just took some out at 16 and then at 20, and now we're starting to go back up to the upside. Amazon turning into a profitable trade for us again right now. Amazon could be my number one. Well, it is my number one stock today on the board is going to be Amazon. And Nvidia is still dancing, man. I like this trade. It didn't really tank there. Let's get a few more shares on Nvidia right now. So we just punch into that long right now. We'll see if we can we don't want to scalp too much of it out, but on any sort of a move up, we'll take it. Oh, hell yes, my friend Jeff Bezos, a company. What is up right now? Amazon. Again, Sharif, I know, I see you in the background of the corner of my eye. It is a contractual agreement that I have. Boom. And I wrote it in my own contract there. So that's how it goes. There it is. Spin the money, money, money. The money train is here on Amazon. So let's just keep that floating upside now. If we can get back up to the upside, man, what a day we're having again as we are at that one-time daily goal. Let's just see how much further we can pump now. This market is not even ready to go up, but we're ready if it does on all these plays. We did not capitalize too much. We got a nice bid there, Neil, 98.25. I don't know if you took any 98s or anything there, but it was a nice play for sure there on Baba. The Bobster there.
I didn't take. I had 97.60s I'm bidding at, or just in front of it, but I was just able to. I just able to get some more shares of Meta. I mentioned it couldn't break that 160 level, couldn't hold below. Looks like on the turn, this is going to be a one. I was actually trying to get more shares here. Looks like this is going to be relatively strong. Any bounce we get in the market, give me something that didn't break those lows, right? Like something that held up, and Meta has done so. Not a heck of a lot has been able to do that for you, but at least for now this has. I did get on the pullback into some NVAX, and I said it's going to be difficult to get this thing on the bid going down. Like you have to short. When it's SSR, when it's this week, sometimes you have to short on the way back up in these relief rallies. So as a trader, when I was a trainee, there was a guy who used to yell, short the pops. That's all I'm going to do here in NVAX, short the pops. The long did give me a trade into 51, and I got some out, thankfully, so we didn't lose on the long. It was about flat, but now I'm into the short. 50 break, floodgates opening up. The daily chart is disgusting. You're even below the 50 period. I mean, look at the gap if this thing takes out 48. I mean, I hate for any, I feel bad for people that hold shares of the stock because they just had good news, but it is what it is, man. They're dumping this thing like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah. NVAX. Yeah. I mean, you were. Yeah, that was the one that you felt bad about yesterday. Remember?
I got stopped out at 60. Whatever it does.
No. I'm just saying, like that's a wild ride. Like you were all over that yesterday, and today again another mover there. NVAX. Okay, Alibaba's retraced back up, right? So isn't that supposed to be good news for NIO? Let's wait to see here what NIO wants to do. I am going to buy a little bit more, maybe, of NIO at these levels because it is close to that level that I liked. So maybe Alibaba just broke that hundy. I mean, Alibaba's still $1 in the money. So let's just take a small bid here. I'll sit at 24. If it fills me, it fills me. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And I won't cry over spilled milk. So just got it. So there it is right now. Let's see if we can start the money on NIO here. And if it can react to that, that'd be great. And start to go back up to the upside here. Maybe this market just made a bottom. Maybe it didn't. But we are loaded up here, ready to go if it did indeed make that bottom. So here we go. NIO long. Let's just see where we go from here on all these markets. So Baba, NIO, everything upside. Upside surprise, who knows? But Alibaba to the downside, and then there goes again our friendly neighborhood delivery service, Amazon, coming up. It's funny because
go ahead.
Do we have Brendan again? I don't know if my thing's
I thought he was. Never mind.
No, we do not. We do not.
I want to quickly
Brendan.
say Apple. Go to Apple here because you had a double top at 149 here on Apple. We broke out at the open. You just put a wick bottom through that 149. This led the charge yesterday. So back recovering that level. I always like wick tops and wick bottoms on your higher time frame. That's what you essentially have through that previous resistance at 149. So I'm going to try and grab along here on Apple on this dip. And I get it. Like obviously the market has put in a wick top. So Meta and Apple, I like them for their relative strength that they were able to put in here. Apple yesterday, Meta so far today. Now we are ready for Brennan. It is happening now.
Hey guys, green board to show you so far. 10 o'clock heading through the morning we go. 1% for the S&P, 1.2 for the Dow. The Russell nicely strong today as well. NASDAQ actually lagging right now ever so slightly, but back in positive territory. It is actually the banks leading. Look at WFC. What a reversal for Wells Fargo, 39 up to 41 in a straight line. Remember, this one, Citigroup as well, taking out the highs. 47 to the upside. The call coming up at 11 o'clock this morning. We had University of Michigan sentiment just out there, guys, better than expected.
Wrap.
Michigan sentiment came out better than expected, right? So the number hit at 10 o'clock. That's going to pump everything back to the upside. So all the dips that you wanted to buy, forget about 149 Apple. I'll step up halfway to about 149.50. The market just ripped on that. Meta, we were just buying at 160s, and next thing you know, it's at 161.50. But that's the University of Michigan sentiment that just popped these markets here. So definitely anything you like long, try to get those reloads on them. And I'll stick with Baba and NVAX short, but I don't want to be getting short anything that's not those two names. Or maybe we'll talk GameStop, but the market right back through those highs, guys. It looks like Free Fall Fridays no more.
Yeah, Free Fall Friday never even existed, man. Look at these moves. I mean, Amazon, this is what I said. We're loaded up, ready for this rip to the backside. If I'm going to call a choppy market, then you buy the bottoms, right? I mean, what else do you want to do in this market? Here it is. Buy it. Boom. Right back to the upside. Right back to highs again. So there we go, man. And again, I am tired of my own spiel. I'd like to have a new one. Maybe I'll start losing and I could do something else. But right now, NVIDIA, $1.50 in the money. Amazon, $1 in the money. Baba. Not only that, man, we only have now 20% left of Alibaba to the upside right now. So we are on a crazy win streak right now, and it's not going to stop. So, I mean, enjoy the ride. I'm glad that everybody's here. And this is just getting real nice, man. I mean, the only trade, again, that's going to not work for us, and it's on baby shares. We're talking about NIO right now. So, I mean, if that doesn't want to work, let's just take out a piece right now at 31. What the hell if we can get that on NIO? It doesn't look like we're going to be able to, but hey, man, $1, $1.50. We are cashing some out. Remember, we're back near these highs. So I feel like it is a little bit silly to like rest on your laurels here and just be like, okay, that's it. Now it's a buy time. There is another piece out on NVIDIA. So Brendan, we're dropping down the cash here. I hope you're a little long as well, as I know you were just breaking that news for us. So let's see what you got.
I mentioned it right out of the gate this morning, guys. Here we go. We'll give you a look. 51.1 versus 49.9. That was going to be the big one this morning. University of Michigan preliminary sentiment for July. There was also this one down here, the expectations preliminary going forward. That's an inflation reading, so still a little bit hotter than expected there. 47.3 versus 47. But the focus, obviously, on the sentiment itself, 51.1 again versus 49.9.
Yeah, and so the change after that number was, instead of wanting 49s on Apple, I went 49.5, just saying you got to step up at least a little bit after that big bump to the upside. We're back to VWAP now. It wicked up to 150.5. I'm going to take some out of VWAP. I'm still going to buy the dip at 149 even. Going to go, just quickly, just got another fill over there. Going to go back quickly over to this one small cap that we're in. I saw UC try to make a run at the highs again, but this NYSE can't seem to get through 218. Like 218 top, that's my last out, almost the top wick, but it's coming right back in to retest $2. I need it to bounce off 2, obviously, but if we can, I think I like the consolidation there. You have a double top at 2. It was a breakout. I think that's the only place I'm willing to dip by. I'm not taking any top rates on this, but I want to see if we can get some more shares in NYSE back into the upside. And just to go back over to Alibaba, this is still weak. Remember, you had also bad GDP numbers out of China, so that number doesn't really scare me for the Chinese name. One of the things we talked about in the video yesterday was, at least when you get a direction on the Chinese names, you don't have to worry about what the overall market is doing. They can just move to the beat of their own drum, and that's what we're able to do here. So I'm hanging on to Bob. I'll make an adjustment. That wick bottom, I should be trying to take it out in front of that wick bottom, not behind it. And the same thing applies to NVAX, right? Like, okay, fine. So good number, mark to the upside, reload some longs. NVAX is still heading to the downside. I'm in front of 49.25, but it tried to break back that 50. It just rejected it again. The trend unbroken here in NVAX to the downside. I just got some shares out of Apple. I'll try to reload that when as things hopefully calm down. I think your consolidation's probably still off that 149, but in the midst of that melee, you wanted to get some kind of a pop there. That's why I took some shares in front of that 149.50. So it looks like we've turned this into a double top now with that 1,200. We like double tops, so 12,000, check that. 12,000 on the NASDAQ. When double tops break like this, I mean, you could be off to the races up towards last week's high. So watch out for that break. I think you want to be trying to take some profits. I think you want to be holding longs through a break of 12,000 because it's been such a good level. But that one feels like it's incoming, to be sure. Meta has yet to break that high of 162. I think that can happen any second now. And then watch out for your shorts if you got any that are actually following the market. I'm going to check on Affirm, the stock that I usually like to short. I bet you it's setting up.
Yeah, probably. I'm not taking any shorts whatsoever right now. I mean, we are holding on to Alibaba one more time, but again, it is about looking, and to steal a line from Neil, sometimes it is about looking that gift horse in the mouth, but not for all your shares, in my opinion, right? And I think that's what the one thing that I'm trying to do here a little bit is to try to stay net long, and I just in a choppy market, which. Who would ever call a choppy market on a day like today? That guy must be a maniac. But you're going to see there that we did call the choppy market today. And I mean, what else do you want? Highs, back to lows, back to highs, now in the middle. I mean, It's just like, I just feel like we're really reading everything real good right now, man. I mean, could be a choppy day. We did talk about defending Bob at 100, right? When that came screaming down, we didn't even take the 102. We took the $100.50 mark, and then we lost 50 cents, and then we just made $1.50. So that Bob was a winning name. Amazon, come on, let's go. NVIDIA, let's go. NEO down to 20 bucks. I mean, if you got long down there, it's still down there. That's a good opportunity, but I think things have changed a little bit here as now comes down the NASDAQ one more time. So just be careful here, man. I mean, I can't say that enough about what this market's trying to do right now. So it is a downside pressure here for the NASDAQ one more time.
You got to find something short.
Yeah, and I want, exactly. And so Neil just took the words out of my mouth.
Affirm is at the low of the day. I was about to say,
that's why when you went over that, I was like.
Affirm is negative.
Yeah.
The market just boomed. Affirm is down 1%.
Yep.
Good retail sales, they don't care. They rejected 23 because Somebody is dumping everything they can every time the stock gets to 23. And I'm trying to short this off 21 every single play. It's been a good short off 21, but 23 is your God zone. If we get up to that price and I'm not short on Monday, I'd rather that you just get stopped out if it takes out like the quarters or something, because this is a weak stock as far as I can see. And if this market wants to reject 12,000 for the entire day, then I got to be into it a firm short on any kind of a pop. I don't want to chase all the way down here because I think the two that we got are okay. NVAX, as we said, under pressure. I was just able to finally get a bid out at 49.25. So like I wasn't taking 30 cents on this stock. The stock moves too much. The first out's at 60 pennies. But we'll ring the register on NVAX, which it's been good for me 2 days. But I had to sort of stomach, to me, what was like the worst trade I ever made, the worst trade I made in a long time on NVAX at the open getting stopped out. But you got to be able to recover from that, which hopefully we're going to be able to do. I like this short. I don't think there's an obvious floor here in NVAX, so everything down to 45 is going to make sense to me, Brendan.
This report, guys, really not all that good. It is, I mean, the preliminary sentiment number obviously higher than expected, but this expectation I just saw, this is a consumer expectation number for July. This is the lowest number since 1980 on that reading. So, I mean, the initial move to the upside on the sentiment, and then as they look into it a little bit more, we're coming back down.
Yeah, all good. I hear Brendo now. So, okay, guys. Yeah, thanks, Fahad, for testing that. Okay, and yeah, I hope you didn't get any stains on those capris because those are some hot ass shit, man. You wear those to the club tonight, boy. Those capris are booming right now.
I can't even pretend. No.
Club wear, baby, in the building. You know, the thing is, this is the thing. Like, when you have such hot pants like that, are they pants? When you have such hot like that, you know, you got to have a second pair because this dude spills something on those. You got to right away be fresh and get right back on those, man. I mean, all hail Bermuda shorts, capris. This guy rocking them left, right, side. Lucas, man.
He said he has 4 pairs of those.
He's got 4. Yeah, what colors? Light blue. What else you got? White,
taupe,
navy, white, black, and gray, and polka dot. I think I saw you. No. Oh, that's for home. Yeah, for only good. But man, you know what? The thing is, man, Fahad's daughter is so sweet, man. So I mean, there's not much. I mean, you know, amazing. I have to stay friends with Fahad.
You're winning. Like that's true.
I mean, I was holding that baby, and it was like, damn, we might be having another baby soon.
But the capris, though.
Yeah. So congratulations on starting a new family there, Fahad. That's awesome. Okay, let's just keep on moving, man. I mean, there it is, Neil. I don't even know if you're still in it. I can just look at the screen. You still are. So good. Both of us still in Alibaba as that continues its march lower. We did take if you're going to trade with us, you don't have to trade with us, but if you're going to learn with us, you know, the big thing to learn is basically have your outs, right? Understand the levels that you're interested in, right? It's not about what levels we give. Those are ideas that we're looking at, right? I mean, like Neil said yesterday, you can go 10-1, you know, 9-2, stuff like that, or you could go 5-5 or 2-8 and still be net positive. You gotta understand the options you want, the opportunities that you want, and then go from there, right? And so it's been a big one here as we're going, man. And let's just keep on going with Amazon, with Alibaba, with these tech names that have been working for us, man. And let's just stay the course. And with that being said, Neil, we are now at this tipping point. So now we're long on NIO here. A decent position, like a position that I would take on a normal day here for NIO against a level that I think will hold is $20. So we do have a decent size on here. And if we lose, guess what? We're going to lose 15 cents here on NIO. It'll still be damaged, man. We're down on NIO today. But let's see. Okay, Neo. I mean, if you just want to keep doing this, man, and just keep on giving me these prices, we'll take them. But let's see where it goes now. I'm going to take some pressure off here. I don't really love the stock, obviously. So we'll wait to see here if we can get something out for at least a couple penny hit. Let's see. There we go. We got 11s. Here we go. Remember where we're long? We're long at 2014 on NIO right now. Yeah, so hey, I said that we would have a losing stock today. It might be NEO. Well, guess what? scratch that. If NEO can come back up to the upside, right now we're positive on it, but hey, this move is not done yet, so let's keep going to the upside. One more penny and we are net positive on NEO. Net positive. There we go. Spin it. It's an Apple, an Amazon, a Baba, a NEO, an Nvidia. It's a 5 for 5 day again. 5 for 5, as John Cena says. Guess what? Can't see me, baby. Let's keep going to the upside here on NEO. Could still fail. I don't want to get too cocky about that one.
If you're watching the market here, Apple has a huge seller that's refreshing over and over again at 150. So the play's been 160s-ish long in front of 145, so 149.50, and then selling at that 150 mark. But if we break this, I think we're headed higher. I think this is how we're going to break out in the market if Apple can get through this seller at 150. I'm going to hold a net long position in it, despite the fact that we're scalping out this 40-50 cent range here on Apple. It's been working, but once we get through that, I think it's all systems go to take another leg to the upside here, which seems inevitable, Brennan.
RYTM starting to break out, trying anyways, on volume here, guys, back above $9. You remember the past couple of days, big mover up to $889, but testing 9 right now for RYTM.
That stock is testing. Oh, give me a break. Every day I forget about Rhythm. I like this stock. Give me a break. It was good at 6. Yeah, it's probably good here on an 8 entry point. But that's a pretty good breakout on this name. Like realistically, look at where you're coming from. It's a pretty solid level. But it's just rejected it. So you got to look for it to consolidate off of this and then maybe make another second churn at it. It's a rejection of that 9 level for now. But it's been a really strong chart. I don't want to take anything away from it. Alibaba just showed some signs of catching a bid. And like the market, here's the thing. Like I'm sitting right here in front of 98 and it goes to 98.25. And the market is showing some signs of catching a bid here. And I asked myself, which one do I like? I like the NVAX short a little bit better. So I'm going to ring the register on Alibaba. I'm getting out of it here in the 100. I'm going to cancel my offer to get back in. With the market seeming like it's about to break back to the upside, just looking at what Apple is doing, I'd rather just take the profit on this. I feel NVAX can still fall given its profile. So we'll stick with that. As much as I was able to get some shares of Apple there, I have not been able to get back in off 160 on Meta. Like Meta's now, like it's sort of forming a bit of a double top here, this 162 level. So I'm not sure we're even going to be able to get a dip buy into 160 again. It could just be a jailbreak if the market takes another leg up. And the problem with that on Meta is you're paying up for 162 into these levels. I think there's room to 165. But I want to be buying closer to 160 instead of taking a breakout on Meta. I don't love the breakout here. I think you got to be in this one at a solid price and give it back to 160 as opposed to pay up to that 162.
I want to give a big shout out to Iron Fist. Thanks for the advice there. Drink less coffee. You know, I've drank 1 coffee, not even today. So thanks for that, bud. And good luck moving forward on that one. Yeah, and this is the other thing too, right? Like, why change something when it's working? I mean, if you're going to have if you're going to wake up at 6:30 and have 1 coffee by 10 o'clock, I mean, I don't know, any MDs in here that can tell me if that's a good move or not? Maybe that might be something to discuss here moving forward. But stick with what's been working for you, man. I had the best month in June, and again, July is well positive again here. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. And again, there's the reason why I'm doing this, and trust me, like when we weren't on YouTube and I was working with traders, talking with them back and forth, opening up office for Day Trade the World, talking about trading, doing conference calls, interviewing people like Brendan's doing right now, and all that, it's a completely different game, man. This is called entertainment, baby, right? Like this is what it's all about, right? Like you're gonna have to be able to, I got you, Fod. You're gonna have to be able to act, play it up, right? The only thing that's real here is what's happening with this spot. Money, right? I mean, I'm happy to be the personality that I am. I'm not gonna change it. That's why I get paid the big bucks, baby. What up, Brendo?
Some of the solar stocks to the downside today, guys. On this note today, Senator Manchin opposing a new climate change spending bill. So all of this group to the downside, including Sunrun, I just noticed getting cracked here. 13.5% downside at day lows.
Yeah, I mean, basically they're rejecting every single bill that comes out. Are they going to even approve the CHIPS bill? Who knows? They're not going to get through the cannabis, and now you get Sunrun getting absolutely crushed there. NVAX just broke 49, and it shook me out of some of my shares. I'm still short, but it just put a breakthrough and then got to 75, 48.75. ripped back up to like 49.10. I was like, whoa, that was violent. Maybe it's trying to make a bit of a tick bottom. Instead, I just take some of it out. Looks like we're going to be able to get a continuous move to the downside. However, I don't know where this is going to end. All I can tell you is you have this 48 level, and there's this one wick here on NVAX on the daily chart. And if you get through that, my goodness. So I want to try to hold this through 48 even to see if this can be like the absolute, if it does this 2 days in a row, that would be crazy. But if I peel back this chart, it's not like NVAX hasn't done this in the past. We've seen Novavax have just redonkulous days and then just extend the second day through. Like it had a drop of like $50, and the next day it had like a $35 drop. It's done this before, so I'm kind of hoping we can do it again. It's about $1.15 in the money. No reloads yet on Meta because the stock just continues to be strong. Here comes that 62 break. We'll hold through that. The market's making another run at these highs. The ES much closer to the highs than NASDAQ. That's a bit of a change from yesterday. The NASDAQ's got the resistance, and the ES is actually trying to carry us up a little bit stronger here. It doesn't really matter. If we break through the top on the NASDAQ, everything is going higher, with the notable exception of NVAX and possibly still BABA. Although I got out of Alibaba, I don't know if you're still in it.
Yes, sir.
It's still hanging on to these lows. Like it just bounced off 98. It got about $1 to the upside. This is still very clearly in its downward trend. So still weakness over in some of the Chinese names.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, first of all, very, very much thank you to some of these comments right here. Tease Trade, have all the coffee you want. You're so much fun to watch. Thank you, Tease Trade. I mean, like I said, that's why the show started. That's why we're here, baby. And that's why we're not going anywhere. Like I said, I mean, they literally send me messages, you know, please use your vacation days. So, I mean, you know, if I have to, I will. But apparently it's like a legal thing. Oh, man. But anyways, okay, learned so much this past year. Best day ever. Thank you so much, Edward, man. And I recognize you as well. So thank you for all the love and support from all of our viewers here on the show on a regular basis. So means a lot to Neil, myself, Brendan, everybody here. And then it looks like we got a new member as well. Welcome, Coriel Johnson is now in the building. So thank you, Coriel. Again, man, the more members we have, the better it is. We just take that money, pass it around. It goes back into the show. We do pride ourselves on having the best show on YouTube, the best production. Our production staff is great. Again, you know, that's what I'm talking about. It's about supporting everybody here. Again, a big thanks to Fahad, Lucas, and everybody that's running.
Fahad, I'm sorry, man.
That's running the show. You know what, Neil?
I'm not trying to laugh at Fahad. I'm not.
If I didn't mention capris, I'm not even sure you'd notice them. Because
I wouldn't have. I can't even
exactly.
see. And now it's like.
The funny thing is, I don't know why it hit my radar. I literally sat down here today, and I was like, yo, you know, I started talking, and then the trash talk came out about Lucas, and then the bowling trash talk happened.
That was jokes, though.
And that's why we're here.
But Fahad, you don't want to race me, bro. You really don't.
Fahad, can you just come over here quickly? Because Neo right now is at $20. Come to my screen, please. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Fahad. Because look, there's size there at 20. So I'll drop this down. This is not going to be one of those Amazon epic moments that we had for you yesterday on the show. But you could see right now that Neo does have size there. It's just going to break and I'm going to get out. So I realize now, this is why I never want to be long 01s and 02s. I know there are some traders that say get long as close to that as possible. I don't subscribe to that theory anymore because size right now doesn't mean anything really, right? So it could work here, and if it does, great. It's just like they could take down 200,000 shares. It's done 15 million shares. So, you know, that's going to go faster than you think, and that's that. But if you did want to go long, this is the time to do it. It's right down to that 20 level, and I'm already in. So I'm already in earlier. So getting in early, definitely not working. So, you know, don't take my advice on this, but I do think that Neo breaks there, and there it is. So nice little long. So there you go. So if you had those ones or twos, you now have a 2-cent win for 1 second, and now we'll see what happens if it does retest that one more time. It actually hasn't looked at it yet, I don't think. So let's see what happens when they look at this name, Neo. My call is the minute 20's on the bid, it's gone. So let's wait to see here if they do take it out. Could be an interesting play here. If it doesn't, though, this is the spot for anyone that's prop trading right now. This is the spot where you might put 10,000 shares or something on the bid, because if it goes,
why? How big is it?
Bang right there for Neo. What else do we want right there? I said exactly to the point right there on why you don't take that long as close to 20 as possible. You know where that wick down to, man? Like, if you were punching out there at 20 like I was, I mean, I got 96s. I think that went to, yeah, it did. It went to 93 there. Okay, so that's the spot where if you wanted, like I was saying, if you wanted to take risk there, that's the spot to do it. But today, Chinese names, market going down, Nepa. What's up, Leo? And I'm just going to do this, Neil, and then I'll give it back to you. I know I've been on for a bit. Leo, thank you so much. When are you coming back on, man? I trade options, but watch you guys every day. And good luck. Options, really important. Oh, this is not, I thought this is Barbosa there. Maybe this is not the guy I'm thinking it is, but what's up to Leo? Thank you so much, man. You've been fantastic. Thank you to Soldier here. Sean, I appreciate the personality, brothers. Haters gonna hate. You know what? I was listening to a song with my daughter. She absolutely loves it. Shake It Off. And it's haters gonna hate, right? And so that's you know, it's fun. I just shake it off, Taylor Swift style. And you know what? Without success, you have no, like, look, people hate on Michael Jordan, right, Fahad? People hate on the best players. People hate on the worst players. And it's just great to get the attention. And I'm glad I'm here for you guys every single day. So with that being said, anything on your mind right now?
UC.
Yeah.
UC made it. I put it in the chat there. I didn't want to neglect this one for you guys because I know everyone's watching it. I didn't reverse this one long. We're in NYSE, and I'll get to that in a quick second. But UC up to $7. Rejected 7. Consolidation off of it. So I am short 72, I think my average price is. I actually had 73s or 74s,
yep.
But I got out of some of it. It just took some 650s out. We're going to take that profit and run. I should have reversed long. I liked NYSE for the long instead of this one. But that 7 level looks like it's putting in a little bit of a rejection here on UC. Brendan, just in time for the small cap recap. As I just gave one, he's got another.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning. Let's jump into a few we were discussing. EVTL, I mentioned it was kind of disappointing because it was already all the way back to essentially session lows. It was saying maybe we get a test of 384 to take a shot at this. That is what I did. So we're down to 320. I took the initial break at the open, had to get out of some, but put that back on. But now we're kind of grinding along at session lows here for EVTL. Volume not great on that one either. GoEV finally broke to the downside a little bit late in the day yesterday around that 475 area. There's still a buyer down here though, 420. There's still a buyer, it would appear, back to 450, 475. We'll see. I mean, it's going sideways, so we'll see what happens with GoEV. USEA, I took the initial break. Looks ridiculous now. I took the initial break long. It was only going to be long. It's a 1 million share float. That's a 50-cent move. Took the trade, got out of it, and walked away and went on to something else. But yeah, huge move so far today, guys, for USEA. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't like the breakout on the USEA. I got into the 5 break and was like, I don't like it, and got out for like 5 cents after going short in front of it. And of course, that's the one that goes. So I got some out there. Now it is headed back toward that high. Like there's no, I'm stopping out if it takes out the high. This is a moving freight train or a running freight train or I don't know, whatever the heck you want to call it. It's some kind of a freight train going to the upside, and you want to be very careful going over to that name. The market is now making another run at that high, guys. It looks like we're trying to take it out. I should have just said forget it and just get meta off of VWAP there at 161. I keep wanting 160s. It doesn't feel like it's going to happen here. The market's going to break out, it looks like, any second now. We're about 40 points on the NASDAQ, but the ES is gunning for 38.5. Whoops, this is the ES here. Gunning for 38.5 and is leading the charge. It should be able to drag some of these techs with it as well. So there's meta through the high of the day. Apple as well starting to make some power moves. NVAX, I just checked back on NVAX. That's unfortunately for me still heading to the downside. But Apple still in the midst of this break from this 149. I'm now bidding 49s instead of that 49.5 that was good after we got that sentiment number. But we got to clear this 150. Someone was selling a boatload of shares at 150, and Apple couldn't break it. I think that's the next shoe to drop. We can do this, then we can finally get the follow-through that we've been looking for. One more for you, that NYSE. I got a reload at $2, got some at 210. Not doing what I'd like to see. This should be, I mean, it is what it is. Like, I picked this one long instead of UC, and UC goes like $1.50, and this is giving you like small 10-cent kind of wins. If it takes out the high, I think there's room to 250, but it can't seem to get through that high on NYSE.
Yeah, what's up, Beat Fanatic? Yeah, chop. I mean, yeah,
What
exactly.
chop?
I mean, if people are going to talk about chop, I mean, we called the choppy market an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. So hopefully you guys are experiencing some of this chop and being able to trade out of it or trade appropriately with it, because that is exactly what it's doing here today. It is a choppy market, so just be careful if you're in it. I mean, I don't really have anything else to say other than that. You know, just watch out for where this market's going, back up to highs possibly, and that's why we just got out of another $1.80 winner or whatever it is here on NVIDIA. So we just took that profit to the bank, and like, you know, that seems to have been a good trade there for me. So we'll wait to see what NVIDIA wants to do. Now we just took it out again at that high. I mean, look where we're buying on NVIDIA and look where we're selling. So hopefully that will continue to be a profitable trade for us as we move forward here with NVIDIA. So, you know, we'll keep, like I said, we'll just keep on doing it, keep this party started, and just go as strong as we can here on some of these plays. So,
I want to get to these solar names because Brendan brought them up here, and we kind of neglected them. I don't think I brought the chart up even. Sunrun is ranging off this bottom. So it got to like 2150. And if you missed, I think it was Manchin denying the climate bill or whatever the heck it is. But this rejecting these levels here, bottom and top. It's just a churn zone at the lows, but it has support on it on the daily down here. I think that's why you're seeing this. It has a chance to break out. I'd much prefer in a relatively weak space, in a stupid weak space into this market, I'd prefer buying off of support than necessarily taking a breakout in a depressed name. But you could do worse than a 2230, 2240 break. That's not what I would favor. I'd much rather go 2180 long in front of the lows than try to catch a breakout. But I can see why you might be interested in the bounce back, because that's a capitulation bottom. It has support on the daily chart as well. What I'm into the short side is just Novavax and UC. You see what's happening here? It actually broke this low, wick bottom, re-challenged the high. When I see that, wick bottoms in a consolidation like that, take more out of the short, because it's looking like it wants to try to make a run at that high of the day. So once I see that wick bottom, if I see a wick top, I want shorts. If I see a wick bottom, it's reason to buy. That means covering some of the short trade in there, even if it's not as much as I want, Brendan.
Just on another alert here for Citigroup, guys. Back to day highs once again. 10% day now for Citigroup at day highs again. 11 a.m. the call for Citi. This is now the biggest intraday move for Citigroup since 2020, if you can believe that.
Yep, I can.
Damn.
10%. Jeez. Hello.
That seems like a lot.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot. And it also seems like we're making a hell of a lot of money today. And if it seems like that, then you are correct. We're almost at where we made yesterday, and it's 10:30. So, I mean, what kind of a day are we going to have here today? Hopefully a bigger one than this, but it's starting to go again. So big time movement. Look at Amazon one more time. Ring it. I mean, it's just one of those things, man. I mean, it's like, here we go again. And if you did hold that 10,000 share position on NEO, congratulations. You are now in the money, $3,000 if you didn't punch out. But that's what's up, man. It's up to $20.34.
Baba's got it.
Yeah, Baba just went up. So we did average into that Baba trade, right? And so this is going to be a trade there that might not be as good as we thought it was. It's going to be Alibaba right now. But yeah, let's just wait to see. We did take another piece there. We got out. So Alibaba and NEO, the only two red names that we have on, thanks to the regulators and everything like that. But we should have, the short really rang through there for us. I mean, we were net positive on Alibaba until we just took a small piece there against that 100. But we might have just wicked up there on Alibaba.
I'm kind of feeling this 100, man.
Yeah, you're feeling that?
Yeah, like that's a pretty strong bounce back into 100. The problem is the market could take out the high. That's the trouble. But we get back below this. I usually like trades like this. If we hold below for even like a couple of beats, and then you give it back up to the high, which is currently like 125 from what I can see, and you give it back to that high, it's somewhat reasonable. So I might take a swing at this one. But if the market takes out the top, this is probably going to get burned a little bit here. UC is actually pulling back downside, but I just got stopped out of that NYSE, the other one. That stopped me out at that $2 level. So, overall, it wasn't a bad trade, but it just did not make the run to the upside that UC did. And as I try to get short on Alibaba at 99.90s, forget about it. It actually just pulled back a little faster than I expected. But we're going to one of my favorite segments, and prominent space on the board is just fixated there on our social sentiment. Looks like every single day they care about the markets. But a few other interesting names there, Breno.
Yeah, finally a little more positive on this board. It's been a pretty red week right across the entire thing. If you're seeing this for the first time, guys, this is just an indication or a visual representation of what is being talked about on social media so far as individual stocks are concerned. So the size of the box and the intensity of the color just representing directional movement. So SPY here, obviously back to the upside once again today. So a nice look for the overall market. Tesla positive today as well. Apple on here to the upside, leading the market, in fact, or trying to at least. Mullen, I noticed in the pre-market, was very active, wasn't really moving around, but doing a lot of volume for MULN. The Qs here as well, back in the green to the downside. AMC. I saw GME on here as well a minute or two ago, but oh, there it is. Back in positive land for GME, where AMC still red. DWAC had a spike right out of the gate this morning, but no follow through as typical for DWAC. AMD, Amazon, all the names we're talking about. EVTL, very, very green. Same with SIGA again today. SIGA, WFC. Huge move for the banks, both WFC and Citi, as I just showed you, back to the upside. But again, lots of people talking about, hey, everything we're looking at, guys. So there we go. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. We'll do one of these ones. I'll fist bump you because the good luck comes back. UC just dumped into $6, so we got a bunch out. But I can't ignore this. The market's screaming to the highs. Guess what's still off those lows? It's still a firm, man. So if I'm going to play something maybe short into this pop, like I'm looking at the 12,000 level, obviously, then a firm off of about 2180, like down at these bottoms, why not? Pick on something that's going to be weak. I just missed BOBA at 100, but a firm here feels like it's a decent bet. That being said, if we break out, I don't think I want to hold it past the pre-market lows. We closed at 2182, so that's a bit of a green to red, sort of a red to green play in front of these levels on a firm. And if the market rejects it, well, then I feel pretty good that a firm should head back down toward the lows. If we reject the high a third time on the NASDAQ, you think a firm's going to run on that? If it does, then that's the way I would rather get burned, by shorting something which is very, very weak, which is a poor stock. So we'll go back into, we'll get into this one for the first time today, but I've probably been short this stock 80% of the days for the last month or so. So I'm into a firm now. I'll show you guys what just happened on UC. So it tried to get through that $7 level, just pulling back into about 615. I think it can get down into VWAP at some point here, but I always like VWAP retracements. That's on the 15-minute. 550, I think, is your next level where it could find support. Remember, even if it pulls back to 550, that's still a relatively bullish chart. So when you short off this, you're not holding it down thinking, yeah, it's going back to $4. Nah. You're happy to take profits out in front of this 6. You're happy to take profits down. I'm happy to take profits down into 550. I'm into a firm. I'll check back in on Alibaba because that's one that I just wanted off of that 100, I guess, reclaim or whatever you want to call it. It's still kind of holding these levels at that 100 as we test the top. So if you give it to the quarters, that's a really tight stop. But I wouldn't want to be short this after that 98 bottom if the market breaks out. Meta's taking out the top. I think we can see 165 on Meta today, but Apple is not showing the strength that Meta is. So Apple's still holding this 149 level, but not nearly as strong. Like Apple broke out, and now you're just basically holding the line here off of this pretty good, at least so far, 149 level. But it's starting to trend to the downside. Going to be tough for the market to break out the tops if Apple's not coming with it.
Yeah, and Apple's not going to come. I mean, Apple's going to be weak today. That's the name that I want to go short on. So, but we did go back into Alibaba here. We're gonna be net positive on this name, guys, very, very soon. I have a feeling. So, hopefully it can come in here on Alibaba, and we'll see. But that's a name that I like here into the short. So we have this again for us. We just took another piece. We just took a piece out there at the 50 period here on Alibaba, back down to 99.80. So let's give this a little bit of room now to work back down, especially if this market's going to fade out. We have now beat how much we were up yesterday, today with one negative name, and it's going to be NEO, as that's come all the way back down right now. So we're going to short Alibaba. We're watching NEO come back down one more time. We did take a piece out on Amazon right there. We still have pieces to go. And then we also have NVIDIA. We took that piece out. Small piece left on NVIDIA, not a large one, guys. So, we're almost out of all of our NVIDIA. We have about 20% of of the positions that we had initially. So that's going to be one to look at. And here comes Alibaba back down in. I'm actually just going to target 99.30, like this kind of an area. We do have a couple wicks there. Let's put a bid at 50 just to get something out here on Alibaba, and then we'll watch the rest. I mean, it's coming back in right now. So let's just, let's sit around that 50 mark, take a piece, and then if it falls back in, I mean, all we need to get is like 10 more cents down, and we're net positive on Alibaba today. So good trade, man. We went long there. Look, $100.60, dumped it. So that's a 60-cent hit. Then you see this move to the downside. Obviously covered all those hits with a nice little $1.80 win. And then, out. We got out of 80% of it, right? So we were holding a piece there. Great call on the bottom there, getting out at 98.25 or so, where Neil did. And then now we're going back up to that upside. We tried the short again on the 50 period. Didn't work. Got out. So that short was 70s. That out is 20. So that's a 50-cent hit. So we'd like to at least make 50 cents on at least a piece of this one to come back in. So that's why we're bidding down here. And then we'll work on that moving forward. So yeah, so far so good, man. I mean, it's a good day, and I'm still in a lot of these same positions, and just looking to get into something else at this point. Maybe it is going to be a bank, man. I mean, that's 10%.
City's move is insane.
That's
insane.
That's something interesting right there. Wow. I mean, this is why it's tough to trade a bank before their conference call, and this is why I put warning shots on all these banks, right? Because yeah, as it keeps going to the upside here, very tough to trade until you see the momentum. So now City's going. Maybe we need to do a little bit more work, because this looks like a short to me.
A couple of years ago, I had to stop out during the call of Wells Fargo because I was trading it during the call like an idiot. I didn't. Whatever, it's a long story, but I wasn't even smart enough to realize, yeah, I remember the call is going to be on. It's just playing off the levels. And I remember like getting slippage of like 30-something cents or whatever on that thing, and it was just ridiculously dumb. I got into a firm here, like you said, for the short trade, but I'll scalp this because I think we could take multiple tests at that high. So I like this off of pre-market lows, which is more like 21.80, and I have 65s here. So I just took 20 cents out. That's about 1-to-1, and I'll try to reload this if I can get it a little bit better, a little tighter to that 21.80 level on a firm. So that's at least working. UC managed to catch a tiny bid there. So caught a bit of a bid up that $6 and might retest those highs. Remember what I said, it's still a pretty bullish chart. So even if the short works, you're still working on a pretty bullish name. Meta is still churning at this point. It looks like it is on the collision course with this upside. It might need the market to continue extending. But this is the way that the market has gone, I think, the last little bit, where it's not every single name that goes. Like every time in big tech, it's like one or two are strong and one or two are weak. And right now it looks like Apple is going to be weak because I keep reloading on Apple in front of 149, and it might just start taking out some of these lows. You're now starting to trend into the downside. It had that one push on the Michigan sentiment number, and then since has been reversing. Well, I'm looking at Meta only going to the upside. I don't know if either one of us has talked about Microsoft yet, but load up. Very quickly, Microsoft's on the other end of the coin with Meta here, where it's trending to the upside. So if I get stopped we'll see what happens. I mean, Apple's bouncing right now a little bit, but if I get stopped out of this, I think the one you want for the longs today, it looks a heck of a lot more like it's Meta and Microsoft and not necessarily Apple. Apple did the hard work yesterday. Maybe they're just taking a day off. Brendan's at the big screen. Time for Sector Watch. Looks pretty good to me. Wow, Citigroup. I don't know what the heck is going on with that stock.
Yeah, good to see. It's been a while since we've had a board that looks like this. Lots of green right across the entire thing. So far today, let's start with the strongest group right out of the gate. It was pretty obvious. Banks, guys, leading the way. The entire financial sector, every single one in this group in positive territory so far today. Citigroup, 10%. WFC, 7.6%. BAC, even 5% to the upside after a bit of a choppy week. Morgan Stanley back to the upside as well. Goldman coming on Monday, I believe it is, for GS, but all of them in positive territory so far. These two down here, this is the tech group down here, also positive on the day. These two, though, are in that clean energy solar group. So ENPH and SEDG, 5%, 7% back to the downside. But everything else in the tech group also nicely higher on the day, led by software names so far. Semiconductors are positive, but again, those two in that group. Technology and hardware names also, the entire thing in positive territory. About time. Healthcare stocks also having a pretty good day. back to the upside after, I mean, it was back and forth, but we did have a couple of days this week where the healthcare group was pretty negative. Want to mention energy stocks, also the entire group in positive territory. Not as big of a move as we saw over the past couple of days, but crude still higher. Material shares are higher. Communication stocks, look at Netflix, 2.8% there standing out. The biggest one on that group today. Meta right below at 2.7%. I was looking for WBD. There was another headline on Warner Brothers again today, but don't see it on there. The Paramount is there, though, 2%. Anyways, nice way to wrap up the week. 1.5 right now for the S&P, guys. Back to you.
Strong move. The S&P just made a fresh high and then rejected it again, 38.60. It just keeps on going higher. And the NASDAQ dipped off 12. I just got reloaded, might be for the last time, on Novavax. It broke that 50, kind of like what BABA did. It broke 50. I missed this curl. It could have given you a dollar scalp, but I've reloaded it. If it gets through these highs, when it initially broke 50, it's about 50.40. We'll have to stop this one out and just understand that it's made a bit of a capitulation bottom. I didn't know where this was going to go. And we talked about this, just sort of playing the trend as long as it was going to be valid. And if you go back, like there was this one wick back at 48 even, and it broke 48, made this wick bottom, and is now churning to the upside. So it feels like 48, that's the hot zone. But that was a bit of a guess. Like I didn't get out in front of 48 because I wasn't confident at all that was going to be a bottom. Unfortunately, Index. It would have been right, but I wasn't willing to guess at it. I wish I had, but I didn't. Going to go back over to one of the small caps here, this UC. It looked like it was about to catch a bid and make a run at the high of the day, but it's now starting to fail back into 6 even. It's strong enough that this last push, if it consolidates at VWAP, I'd actually look to maybe reverse this to the long side, but I want one more push down into VWAP before I would do that. So we'll see if that one can work out for us there. And like I said, Microsoft, I haven't traded it, but looking relatively strong. You got a nice move to the upside here. If we break out 12,000 on the NASDAQ, daily chart. If we break out 12,000 on the NASDAQ, then Microsoft has this coming back into play. Remember 262? That was previous support on Microsoft, some failed longs for me off this 62 level. Well, okay, the first day, and then just didn't work the second day. So 262, a big level for Softy. That could be another wall that's troubling for us at these highs. So Softy, support, possibly into resistance at 62. If it pulls back, you gotta love it at this 56 level. I'm not sure we see that, but when you write off prices in this market, 30 minutes later, they could be staring you in the face.
Faux show. Yeah, don't, and then that's what I'm looking at Amazon right now. If you sort of looked at sort of the damage that we've been doing on this name, has been fantastic today. Big buy there at 112, man. I mean, that was really the one. We also did buy it down here at 111 earlier, so we have some nice Amazon love today, but I am gonna get rid of some of that love here if we get back up to 1160 here, or sorry, a 113.60 there. So if we get back up to there, we're going to go again here on Amazon, take another piece out. So just if it does rip up, we are sitting around here again. Just we called the choppy day, and like I said, man, it's been choppy, so I'll keep telling you about it because that's what we called. So it's a nice choppy day here today, so stick with it. I know Neil was sort of talking about Apple there. I think Apple's weak today. I would favor the short there, so just watch out. If there's going to be any name to go short on today, I'm already short Alibaba, which is we're now back to net positive, by the way, on Alibaba, so let's go on that one, hit the sirens here. So we are going to have one losing trade today, and it's going to be that NEO trade. And I'm not upset about this trade at all. We got in there and got a piece out, but then we let it fall all the way down, and we do wind up. So what I'm down right now on NEO, just to give you guys an idea, what I'm down on NEO, and my math is always bad, but it's about 20% of what we're up on Amazon, right? And so that's kind of we always get questions about risk to reward and what we're talking about and what we're doing. So, that's my lowest stock. Amazon's my best stock. So, if Amazon's up 100, then we're down 20 on NEO, right? As an example. Now my math might be off a little bit, but it's close enough to that. So, that's going to be an example of, just so you understand the kind of risk to reward on the ideas that we put on. We've been trading Amazon and touting that for weeks. NEO we just put on the radar because we went to that 20 level, which was a great level, man. I mean, look what happened when it broke it. It went all the way down to 93. We were watching it and trading it live. And then all of a sudden, boom, to the upside there, right? So you got to be careful with some of these names, but NEO, Amazon, all these names, we were very comfortable trading them. And then what's going to be even more comfortable, this is why, I am so damn excited for Monday because I never trade it. This is the thing. Amazon's probably my top stock over the last 2 months. And, you know, what was the catalyst there? I didn't trade it when it was $2,500, right? So, and now all of a sudden we come in every single day, and on the sticky note and on the ringing of the registers, we've made more money on Amazon than my wife spends on Amazon. And whenever that's happening, then you know you're good, right? So right there, we're gonna do the same on Google. I got the Pixel phone. We obviously use a lot of Google products in our life. So I'm gonna make them pay me for tracking my data, because as soon as this thing splits on Monday, your boy's gonna be all over this one, and then that's going to be another opportunity for us to trade here as a group and just crush everything that we're doing one more time. So let's just continue with that love here in the market, and I just want to give one more time a big thanks to everybody who's watching. And on that note, please hit the like and the subscribe button. I mean, we're here every single day. We have over 7,000 watching, and we have 1.5K likes. So hit that like button. Let's get to 2K before we're off the show, and then we'll pass it over to Prad. He'll get it up to 3, and then that will hit our goal. So let's do that, man. Bears versus Bulls, thanks for everything you're doing as well on the moderation. And by the way, everything's good in moderation, including getting out of some Alibaba shorts. So let's take another piece out here at 40. It was an easy way to get back into this name, man. Alibaba told you to get back short, and that's what we did. It broke. A lot of excitement to the upside, including my dumbass, as we went short there and got out there. But then we just got right back in, right? So let's just continue this on Alibaba to the downside. Now a net profitable name for me is Alibaba. So, but this market's trying to come back up a little bit here, is it? Let's just punch out there about, or maybe we didn't get filled there. We did not get filled. Oh, I thought I punched 51 there. Got it. Oh, well, there it goes. So we'll just ring the register one more time as we'll flush Alibaba down the toilet and then put another one on the board for us here.
I just covered my meta. The market just made another rejection of the high on the NASDAQ. So I trailed out of meta. We couldn't seem to get through this chop. That was the concern, right? It was this area here, 160, 150 into 163. So it's starting to pull back. I still like the dip buy in front of 160, but it looks like we're headed there. I'm out of Apple because I'm not going to fight that stock. 149 gone, so I'm gone on that. I'm only holding now 2 shorts, but there was a good question by Jonathan Canny. Will Google be added to the Dow Jones 30? If Google splits and isn't eventually added to the Dow, then I don't understand what the Dow is for. That's my answer. I don't know if it's going to be added, but it's ridiculous if it's not. That's my answer to that. But we'll see. They got to make their own decisions. So that's what it is. What it is. We just had that breakdown through $6 on UC. So I'm on the bid in front of 550 here. If it bounces shy of that, we'll just take it out wherever. Now remember, for this style of trade, if you're doing this, you've got to, like I like the short initially off this high, but you got to stop out there. And then if this short doesn't work, you got to stop out at the high again. Like it doesn't work if you're just short at 480 and then you're holding that all the way to $7. I mean, obviously, I guess I don't have to tell you guys that, but now it's starting to come back in, and it's still a bullish-looking chart. You know, I don't want people to get the wrong idea there. It's still trending to the upside and up 160% or whatever the heck it is that I just saw. Affirm. For some reason, it's not really tanking all the way back down to the lows, but it is working to the downside as the market pulls back. It is down 2% into a strong market, so I think that's probably the case. Like, it's just gone down so far that it can't capitulate, and then we'd have to maybe break down some support levels in the overall market for it to take out the lows. The banks have shown some signs of a top. Citigroup at 49 here. This is the other reason I think the market's not breaking out. Citigroup, look at that run right up to the 50 period, right up to resistance. So this is another reason. The banks were carrying a lot of this strength that you've seen in the S&P, and now they've got to some pretty significant resistance levels, so you might see a bit of a pullback in the market. That's the reason for the trail out on the longs. I don't have any longs left. I'll look for some dip buys, but I think you want to find a consolidation, maybe a reclaim of the highs, something along those lines to get this party started again to the upside. And for another name that was relatively strong, is relatively strong, Microsoft is now on VWAP. I like this off the breakout price. Like, if we really start pulling back, I like 256 where this broke out from if we get a bigger dip. I'm not willing to buy VWAP just yet. I want to see how the market reacts to this triple rejection on the NASDAQ and the banks, which carried us now pulling back a little bit, or is at least stalling out at those highs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were looking at for those banks. I mean, I think that was a big move to the upside. I might take advantage of that and get out if anyone's in the banks. But I have no idea what they said, so I don't know what caused that.
I didn't listen to it either.
I mean, I don't know if Brendan has an exact reason or maybe a catalyst for why the banks took off there. And I know he's been bringing us updates, just like haven't really been paying overly much attention to the banks because we're not in them, but what a great move to the upside for those names. All right, so NVIDIA, which was really strong. I mean, we're up a lot of money on NVIDIA. It's actually my number one stock's Amazon, followed by NVIDIA now. But this name's starting just to kind of barcode again down here. So I'm not super in love when a name makes like that. And someone said, I thought Google was splitting today. Yeah, no, it's splitting Monday. Today's the last day on record. So today's the last day that you can get the shares at $2,000 before you get them for $100. And I wouldn't play that play anymore. I mean, it didn't really do the Amazon move back, or didn't really do anything heading into what we thought was going to be, a nice move into earnings. Into earnings, yeah, but into the split. So, the last week has been a down week here for Google. So that's not something that, I was expecting anyways into that move. But I really like this name down here at $2,000, 2,100, 2,150. But I have to tell that this is my largest holding in my account. So for my longer term positions, all my swing trades is down like 60% or so because we didn't swing, we just held. So whenever you do that, that's a bad thing. That's not even a swing account, just another one. We have a TFSA here, which is a tax-free savings account. Here in Canada, we don't actually have a PDT rule or anything like that. So you can get in and out and manage like that. But as far as a longer term play, yep, this one's in my account right now, and that is Google. So and my largest holding on that, like a 401k, for example, for all my friends down south there. But yeah, all right. Wow, it's already 10:52. Before I go to Brendan, I want to see this like count. 1.7K, come on. Let's do it for Brendan here. Let's get those likes going. We're about to do money talks. Let's check out what the US dollar. We also have Frank Caberna coming. We had
he dropped fire.
Michael Noss already, which dropped fire for you. Frank always has something fun to say about the macro ideas. So guys, hit the like button. We're bringing the guests. We had Daniel Shea yesterday with the options action, right? And then boom, into today with Frank. And we actually had Frank right away for you on that number drop of the CPI. So I think that we definitely deserve a few more likes in this. And there it is, 2,000. Thank you so much. We'll floss it off right there. So I guess sales is also something that I should get into. But what's up, Brendan, over there at the big screen? I like all those green numbers, bud.
Yeah, in reverse, I guess, of the rest of the week, it's everything but the US dollar today, back to the upside. So we are seeing a bounce in the euro, the Canadian dollar, the British pound, all nicely higher on the day. It's the Canadian dollar, the highest right now, 0.75 back to the upside. And it's all because the US dollar under pressure. The US retail sales number is actually a little bit better than expected, but a little bit of pressure here back to 108, down 0.5%. So the euro's up 0.5%. The British pound about 0.3 to the upside. Australia, New Zealand, both nicely higher on the day. Russia ruble has had a huge week back to the upside right on the day as well. That's a daily chart of the euro. Just wanted to zoom out a little bit. We've been kind of focusing on shorter time frames over the past couple of days. White line is parity, so we came down a couple of times, broke it. We're nicely above it. In fact, trying to hold above 101 once again for the euro, around that 101 area for the euro. So a nice move back to the upside, but still, I mean, you can see the trend very clearly on a daily chart is still to the downside, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. I want to get to it. We kind of missed the super chat. So we do obviously we're trading.
Yeah, hello.
Whoa, feedback. Got it. So I don't know if you guys can hear me. There we go. Thank you.
Wow.
Just had a little feedback there.
Tried getting closer and closer here, man.
That was a bit intense. We don't ever mean to miss a super chat, but understand we are trading. There's a lot to try to cover here, so we're not ignoring NYSE. I had the break of the high, was able to get some at it in front of 220. I reloaded it, got some at 210, and then got stopped out. So overall, really not that bad. But you know what? It's still holding a bit of a trend. I'd like to see it back above VWAP, and if I'm buying when it breaks VWAP or fails the breakout price, generally the way that I would approach it is I'd rather be buying it off the support. Like you have the gap in the aftermarket or the run in the aftermarket, and that line has been holding with higher lows. So I'd rather be participating in this at lunchtime on light volume. You guys can't see the volume There you go. Now we'll start to see the volume starting to taper off there. So if it's going to be that light volume, I'd rather be participating in the consolidation down off of these lows, giving it to that 170, than maybe chasing it up here at VWAP or breaking back up at 205. But that's more like that's a play that you'd make throughout lunch, looking for a secondary break at like 1:30, sometimes 1 to 2 o'clock. You can see those moves in any one of these breakouts that holds the line it supports. So the breakout failed as far as I'm concerned at this point, and you're just looking for the consolidation long. So thank you, Wissam, for the super chat there. Wanted to make sure we addressed that. I got out of this other small cap UC, so now it's just a firm on the board for me. It just bounced. I wanted 550s, but look, it bounced off 560, so we'll take it out at 580. If this one consolidates, it's still got a chance to run higher, right? So a 7 break in play. I mean, a consolidation long can be in play here. I'd much rather play off $5 just because you had so much chop in this zone. It was a breakout initially from 5 and the consolidation at 5. So throw out VWAP and just say, I like 5 better than I like 550 for USEA here.
All right, man, here we go. Here comes Alibaba. We're going to be in the money 70 cents. Well, we are in the money 70 cents. What am I talking about? We're going to sit here at 99 teens to take out a bit here on this name. So we'll wait to see on that one. You are welcome, guys. Bears versus Bulls, everybody. Thank you for all the love. Thank you, Wissam Judah there for the super chat. And thanks to Neil for answering that. And then, yeah, man, you guys are buying calls, everything. I think that's a great move. You are getting ready for the Free Fall Friday team over there to come into play. So Prad can explain his thought on that one coming up right now in a couple minutes. Prad and Luca are going to be on the 1s and 2s for you, so that should be obviously another great show for you. So thank you for all the love and the support, man. I mean, I couldn't be happier to be here every single day and to have brought this show as we all have to you guys, and a big thank you to our full team here. As I see Maggie walk in the building again, thanks for Maggie. Thanks to everybody for helping us out, and more sponsorships to come, everything like that. So yeah, we're very, very excited to be to be a team, and like I said, we are we are confirmed going bowling next week, and that's going to be real fun because I get to see this forever, battle between the production staff, right? So
I don't think it's going to be much of a battle.
The engineers that are there on the 1s and 2s, it's going to be Lucas v. Fahad, and that day it's going to be next Friday. We're all going out, and we're going to have a poll up or something like that. We got to do something fun about that, where you guys can vote to who you think is going to win said bowling. But Maggie, do we have a confirmation? Is it 5 or 10 pin there? Do we know? We do not know, but that is fine.
No bowling alley doesn't have 10 pin. It has to have 10 pin.
Yeah, I know, but this is kind of like a bar situation. It's not like a bowling alley.
Oh, really?
It's 10. Brendan has confirmed it, so there we go. We are ready to rock and roll, because there was some talk that if it was only 5 pin, which I might still hold the junior record in Brampton for 5 pin bowling, by the way. But
Crystal Bowl?
Crystal Bowl, exactly. You're damn right, Crystal Bowl. Shout out to Crystal Bowl in Brampton up there on Highway 10, just north of Peel Village there. Well, I guess it's in Peel Village, but I don't even know if it's probably got... That building's probably torn down, man.
I haven't been there.
There was an A and P in there.
I haven't been there in forever. It's still there, but I have no idea if Crystal Bowl's.
Yeah, that was down below there. Anyways, I probably.
It was kind of.
I'm talking about 30 years ago.
It's kind of sketch, but it was fun.
But someone's probably crushed that now. But anyways, there was talk about if it was 5 pin, then maybe there would be no, But now it's 10, so now we're ready to rock and roll. I'll tell you next week who my money's on, because I got to assess this.
No, mine's on Lucas. All right,
then I'll take Fahad.
I'm taking Lucas.
I'm taking Fahad because you know what, man? The man, the myth, the legend.
Sorry,
if you are brave enough to wear capris around in public, then you are my guy, because that is my guy over there. We will have a friendly wager.
It's a confidence thing. Bowling got mentioned.
Who is more confident? You know what? Maybe
Bowling got mentioned, and Lucas
stood up. Yeah,
dead serious, and he says,
"Yeah,
if it's 10 pin, I'll F you up."
That's true.
Anybody that says that on a dime, he's gonna drop like 185 or something. And when I'm sitting there,
I'll take under 185.
When I'm sitting there bowling my 92 with a bunch of gutter balls, I'll be celebrating. I'll be celebrating Lucas. In my ear, Fahad just goes, 185 will be less than he weighs. So Fahad's talking a lot of trash too.
I think what's going to happen is after Fahad beats him in bowling, Fahad's just going to lift this kid up and start bench pressing him over his head like freaking Ultimate Warrior over
Team
there.
Team Lucas. I need a T-shirt that says Team Lucas right here.
That's what I'm saying. We should have some fun stuff,
Lucas is going to... Fahad, stop talking, bro. He's going to mop the floor.
I do... What we could do is we could do a team event. Me and Fahad versus you and Lucas.
No, so I'll tell you this right now. I suck at bowling.
Yeah, but Fahad's bowled once in his life.
That's not fair to Lucas. I suck, dude. I know you can bowl. That's not fair.
Yeah, but apparently Lucas can bowl. Oh, Billy the Great over
Billy's now
here.
saying he can take it.
Billy the Kid getting involved now on that one. The only thing
It's
I'm
gonna be
not
fun.
doing
It's
is
gonna be
arm
fun.
wrestling Sharif. That's the only thing that I'm not doing. Now I'll arm wrestle Arun, all that kind of stuff. Not Sharif, guys. But all right, it's 11:01 already.
Oh, yeah, true.
So, you get to hear our banter, and now you're going to hear some more. You want to throw it? I don't know.
Fine,
You end it.
They're already on the midday show.
Okay,
Let's go to Trader
All
Pratt
right,
and
let's
Luca.
go
Go
over
get
there.
them, guys.
Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm your host, Trader Pratt, and this is my beautiful co-host, Luca.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day. I'm actually looking at AMD 80 right now. We got a little bit of size. Let's see if we could take a long. This is actually quick jump right into it. So I had a short going, and now we're long here. So let's see if this doesn't get slammed down and, maybe catch a little scalp win off this. Maybe we get a little push. I mean, we didn't break it before, so I'm just thinking maybe we can go like 40 cents if we could. But, we'll see what happens if this can, keep going here. A little cheeky long. I'm not really expecting too much from it, but maybe we get some upside move here. So, we'll see where this one goes, and I'm just going to manage my orders very quickly.
Yeah, no worries, Luca. Good entry in that long over AMD. Markets are obviously up on the day today. NASDAQ up 1.32%, S&P 500 up 1.5%. Markets are booming to the north side. The only trade I have on board right now, I have to take some executions here for my position board to update. So, I don't really want to take more size, nor do I want to cover any size. But when I do cover some size, you'll see the position board updating over there for myself. And you'll see that I am short JPM at 111.35. The reason why I'm short a stock that's up 3% today, or short anything that's up today, is because we know JPM yesterday came out with negative earnings. They missed on the earnings board. They dropped down with the overall market, and even then, even though they dropped, they are up today with the rest of the market launching to the north side. We also have a couple other banks that came out with the earnings board. I believe Citi came out with the positive board, but WFC came out with the negative board. So watching those play out over there, taking a little test on a stock that was weak yesterday in what I believe is resistance levels around 111.50s or so, and trying to work on the straight. I was at one point about 70 cents in the money, did not cover any profits, didn't think that was worth for me. But with my risk to reward ratios that I always talk about, I guess I should have covered some over there. That was the most logical thing to do, as it did pop right back to the high of day. And now as the market pushes back towards 3860s for an S&P 500 and close to 12K on NASDAQ, it is possible that JPM takes out the high of day over here and pushes a little bit further north before giving me that opportunity to short the stock. Yeah, it's a long day today. Lots of opportunities coming in. And just a quick note about that Free Fall Friday thing. Look, she's a 9.1, but she won't go down. So I guess she's not worth it to go out on a date with. But what can you do?
That made me die. That was actually a good one. Yeah, guys, today absolutely insane. And just to kind of update you, so I took the break on AMD, didn't work out there. It's not that it's not working out. I'm just saying, like, for the size I'm taking, I'm not holding anything against me. I actually had a 6 short over here. Took a little position before the kind of breakdown, and then on the consolidation, I really took some size there, and pretty proud. Covered the way down. Tried to hold a piece for the dream of the potential VWAP break, but no, name is strong, and I said, okay, it's strong, so I guess we're going to break 80, but now look, we broke 80, and we could not even break 80.10. So I felt like, I was like, okay, like maybe we're going to go 50 cents at least, but no, it's like go 6 cents and then reverse. So, whatever, is what it is. Maybe I'll consider reloading here, but at this point, like, that kind of trade is done, is what it is, it's a dud. I could share some trades with you guys too. So I was actually Apple 150, super interesting today, super interesting. And you have that 150 level, and you have that person on the offer just reloading and dumping like a whole ton of shares. So I initially tried. It was very close, and this is what pisses me off. It's like we opened so close to 150, so it's like very challenging to like manage this like break. Like, let's say you want to take a lot of size, the tape's kind of going all over the place, and so I tried a couple longs and I stopped myself out because it kind of was like a premature break and then kind of fade, and I was like, okay, like, you know what, maybe we're not gonna go. I have no idea. And then we finally went without me, and then look at this top punch, absolutely terrible, going for the 150 test. So it kind kind of got chopped up this morning as like really, really bad. Then I tried the short, then I stopped myself out, then I lost. And then, so I was actually like down like a lot. And, but you know, swinger's gonna swing, right? Swinger's gonna swing. I'm definitely a swinger, and you know, like a stock swinger in trading, not and yeah, then I tried the long at like the 149 area. Like when you see these kind of like really sharp moves down, there's so much selling, and as soon as the tape like kind of eases up and the selling sort of kind of backs away, then you know it's like it stops, and then you get the violent pop. Then we had the news drop, and this is insane. Look at this. I take the long. I'm like, no, I'm holding. I think I covered like half a lot over here because I'm like, let me just cover something to like, you know, kind of get that feel that I'm covering. And then look at this. I have my orders scaled to get myself out. And again, this is like me taking profits, not initiating a short position because I have a stop order, so it triggers like that. And, you know, I blink my eyes, and in 1 millisecond, we're all the way up here at 150.50. And I'm like, oh my God, that was insane. And then, you know, I kind of danced around a bit, lost a little bit more, and then, you know, it is what it is. I think if we get back up to the 150, maybe gets interesting. And AMD maybe going to retest 80, but I'm not too sure. I mean, you know, like I'd give it a little bit of room to breathe and kind of make a decision from there.
Yeah, it's a very confusing market for myself. You know, market, I thought it would go down from yesterday. The day before that, when the CPI number would come out, I thought it would go down. And it just does not want to go down. Those support levels coming in around those 37.40s, I believe, was the numbers we were looking at. We did dip a little bit lower than 30. Oh, what is this? This is Activision. Why the heck do I even have Activision up there? I haven't traded that stock in a while. So we did dip below 37.40. But the thing that really makes me question this move right now off the CPI number is the fact that even after breaking that 37.40, 37.45 area, I was expecting a test of this 36.50 area, but that test never comes into play. We start bouncing off of before that, way before that, and now we're right back into these other ranges that we've been playing in for the S&P 500. So still very confused. Let's see how the market reacts with the 3,900 level if that comes into play today. And I mean, what were we 40 points away from that on the S&P 500? NASDAQ 12K came into play today, and we did reject off that NASDAQ 12K number. So clearly, upside is the only direction. Part of that is why I have been, you know, very careful on my trades today. You know me. I look for shorts, and if I can't find shorts, it's just probably not a day for me to trade. But for anyone who is looking for longs, man, what great opportunities. Just go long on anything off the opening drive or these double bottom lows. Look at Apple now holding those 149 double bottoms, getting pushed back to 150s. Even Microsoft, well above, I mean, it was almost at 260 today. We did break 260, now coming back down with the market slightly. But as the market is launching back, Microsoft, which was a stock that was a lot weaker in the tech sector than any other stock that we remember watching, today up almost 2% with the rest of the market and trying to reclaim that 260 level. So clearly we're having fun with the longs in the market today. And speaking about how my position board should update, as you see now it says no positions instead of actually showing a position. That's because the JP Morgan short that I had around the 1150 areas, JP Morgan taking out the high a day, looks like the longs are still going to keep on longing, baby, keep on pushing north direction.
Yeah, you know, I don't even know what I'm doing here. Like AMD, like it looks like size is piling up in the offer. It gets rejected, and then it breaks. I'm like, okay, is what it is. I missed it the first time. I was like, oh, I missed a good opportunity. Then it kind of got me the second time and breaks. I have no idea. I guess we're going for a 3,900 test. And I see people in the chat saying, you know, trade less, more money.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely. Look for the A+ trades that you kind of set yourself up for and, you know, like really go hard on those. I definitely overtrade. That's something I struggle with. But, you know, I honestly, I don't really have an answer. I'm just kind of experimenting with a lot of different things. You know, I try a lot of different things. I like to get a lot of the reps in. And but yeah, you know, overtrading is definitely a struggle. One of the things to overcome that for anybody that's kind of having that same issue, you know, when you see a really good trade, like when you see like a nice setup, like take a lot of size on that one. And then when you see like a okay setup, like take like very, very like small size. So like even though I have like a lot of fills, like, you know, my sizing is different every time, right? So like going back to Apple, it's like, you know, sometimes I'm like, oh, this one looks really good. Maybe this is the bottom. And basically what I was looking at on Apple, and I'll show you guys here on the 10-minute very quickly, the previous top just kind of looking at this, right? It's like you had the very strong move up, then the consolidation, then we ran past, right? So I assume that like 149 would have some sort of support area. So like I was very small on my size over here because I was very wary that like, okay, I'm chasing, maybe I'm gonna be wrong, I might be caught in a flush. So I'm taking the L here, but it's not like a very, very bad L. And then over here, I kind of sized up a little bit, and I got chopped up, and that was bad. And over here, I sized up because I was like, okay, I really like this. I like the short into the test. That was my logic here. I like the long for the move back. So I really sized up, and this was a really good winner. And then I think I sized up initially in front of VWAP, and then I kind of sized back down. So, you know, I'm trading a lot, but obviously, change the size of what you're trading, your lot size, because, you know, not all trades are equal, as you guys know, right? So, you know, when it's a good trade, size up. When it's a whatever trade, you know, size way down. I had a Neo trade as well, too, that 20 level. So, you know, I tried the short. And as you can see, I like scalped it out. It didn't go it didn't do what I thought it could have done. I just thought like maybe we'd get a flush towards like 1990, 1980. So it was just kind of like a scalp play for me. And then, yeah, I tried to flip to long, but I missed the long, and the long was actually sick. Like this, like Sean said, this is where you take 10,000 shares and like risk like whatever, 5-10 cents on this. And you know, if it breaks, you're wrong. It's probably going to 1980. Even if it comes back, whatever, trade is done. But you know, at this point, like the bottom here was like 1993. So you could have literally had like, you know, you could have scaled into it. You could have allowed it to break. You could have watched the tape, you know, kind of made a real-time decision and said, okay, look at this. Like it's not actually breaking down. The bounce back could be sick going to VWAP, and then you just kind of scale yourself out over there. And, you know, 10,000 shares easily tradable on Neo, like in and out. So that was actually pretty solid. And I'm just pulling up Amazon here, maybe going for a 115 test. Kind of far away. It feels like Amazon's like a little bit strong today relative to the other names, but oh yeah, we did push back down. Actually, that 111.80 area is pretty solid, and I actually removed my bid. So yeah, guys, when you have a level, remember, don't remove your bids. Don't remove your bids because, you know, it's still in play. I'm kind of sad that I removed my bid there. Now looking at it, it didn't even go back down to like 111. But, you know, is what it is, whatever. You can't get them all. You got to let them go. And, yeah, we'll see what else is going here. Yeah, now AMD wants to fall. Okay, now everything, Apple coming back down here. Oh, Alibaba too. I'm not sure if anybody on the floor had this, but that 100 breakdown on Alibaba was absolutely insane. Like like I said, you don't always get these clean flushes. Not every day is it going to provide you this opportunity. I thought the 100 bounce would have been in play, but I guess the 100 breakdown was way better. And this kind of flushed 2 points. So you're just in the money right away, 2 points. Hopefully somebody had that. That was like pretty insane.
Yeah, so that JP Morgan short that I had, even though I got stopped out, what made me get right back into it is the fact that XLF didn't make a new high, nor did it make the same high. It got pretty close to it, though, so got right back into that JP Morgan short. As long as XLF doesn't take out those tops over there, I think I'm good on trying that attempt one more time over there. When Tesla is gonna move, I don't know when it's gonna move. You know, we can't predict it, nor do I have the crystal ball. But gotta have fun with these moves today so far in the S&P 500 and in the NASDAQ. Couple stocks that I want to move over to are actually stocks from the watch list. Solar stocks once again. Solar stocks right back into play again because Democrat Senator Joe said he's not going to support the new climate change bill. So SPWR. SunPower on NASDAQ, Run on also, I believe, NASDAQ, and FLSR also on NASDAQ. Nope, this one's on Amex, I believe. How do you spell this one? FSLR? FSLR on NASDAQ, yeah, on NASDAQ. All three of them, and I believe there was another stock in there that I'm forgetting right now. All three of them getting affected by this catalyst, getting pushed down. So solar stocks once again affected, but to the moving once again, but to the other side as the last time. I remember it was Joe Biden, I believe, or maybe someone from his team coming out and saying they're looking to, boost the solar production and solar use across the U.S. in general to help with the climate change. But now, another catalyst coming to the opposite side, pushing them right back to those support levels, even triggering SSR for many stocks. For those of you who don't know what SSR is when a stock goes down more than 10% to the downside. It triggers a system that basically makes it a little bit harder for traders to get short. You can only get short by sitting on the ass. So that means when the stock is going up the way it is right now, that's the only way you can get your short fills. And then hopefully you get your option to ride it to the downside and make some money off of those trades. So solar stocks today back in play. Also want to talk about EVTL. EVTL, which is an electric aviation company, getting about a 50 vehicle order from the European company called, I think, Flying Group. They're called Flying Group. They're getting an order for 50 electrical aviation vehicles overall. So EVTL today popping off in pre-market. It did drop a little bit off of pre-market, and now we're just forming a base near the 100 period EMA, which happens to be near the $3.20. I think I remember looking at the stock popping to $3.50 in pre-market. So obviously it went a little bit more than that in pre, and
Let's
now
go Amazon.
coming back down. I hear
big
some
bid
wows,
following it up,
and
big
let's go
iceberg.
Amazon coming. So let's go check out what these guys have going.
Yeah, that was just a little quick scalp. Unfortunately, I didn't get the full fill on that. I just wanted to kind of run into that 114.50 area. I'm like, I already know I'm late to the party here. Like, this could keep going, but it's probably safer to buy the dip closer to trend if you think this is going to keep going. The last thing I want to do is hold this into a flush. But go figure. It's like, part fills tell the story. When you throw, size on a liquid gateway and you get a part fill, you are on the right side. Hold on to that order, for like a 10, 20 cent move, like from a scalping perspective. So that was pretty solid and pretty happy with that little scalp there. Little winner to pad the stats. And we'll see if we get a reload if this comes back down and, test trend over there. Apple just kind of doing nothing and just like staying there. And, not to go back to the same stocks, but when these types of levels are in play and when you get a sort of kind of rally like a day like today, things are strong. We got earnings, the bank's reporting. We got all tech coming up, next week. Tesla's on Wednesday. I think Netflix is on Tuesday. We got Google split, which I thought was today. I was so excited. And then Spencer's like, yes, it's at the end of today, though, the end of today. So, Monday, the split will be live. So, that'll be very exciting. We got Monday, we got Netflix Tuesday, we got Tesla Wednesday. The bid tends to be strong going into earnings on large caps. And that's what we're seeing right now. Even though overall in a bear market, you're still getting that like very strong feel on the bid. And then you got like some levels to play off. For example, the Apple 150, definitely significant levels. So like, even though bid is strong, you might get very aggressive big sellers up at that level who think like maybe this is the potential top. And I saw somebody say in the chat golden or cross on Apple 150. I haven't looked at it. I don't know if you're talking about like a golden cross in terms of like moving averages are now like crossing each other and we're at 150. So like in terms of the long-term trend, like, yeah, we're probably going to go back down, but that doesn't mean we can't break 150 and get a pop like to 151, 152. So, that's kind of like the ideology of myself, like day traders. I'm just like looking for that quick scalp in and out. And yeah, sorry to cut you off there, but I was just saying like this was Amazon move.
Don't ever apologize, brother. You're doing the Lord's work over here, so keep on continuing the Lord's work.
Oh yeah, doing God's work. When I used to work at my other company, I used to like have a couple beers and I'll just send Snapchats to my friends back in the day and just like doing God's work, doing God's work, drinking beer, kicking back, relaxing, and now I'd say like a little more stress in this job, but definitely a lot more fun.
Yeah, that's what I always tell everybody, might be lower pay than my last few jobs, might be more stress than my last few jobs, but a lot more fun for sure, and a lot excitement over here than this. Someone said I'm long race ever since I saw your jacket today. So I actually pulled up race on New York. Is it not trading on New York anymore?
I have no idea. I actually never even knew it was dual listed.
Like it is dual listed and it's supposed to be trading on New York. For some reason, I haven't seen a single print come in after 11:15 and there's no size on the book and it's today. It's trading for you. It is trading for you. So it's not, for some reason, my thing is buggy over here. So race is trading. Maybe go long race just for the jacket. That was the joke that was coming out in the chat over there. Enjoyed reading that. Let's move on to BLK, BlackRock, which had earnings report coming out today. You know what happened with that earnings report. They missed on earnings, and I believe, obviously, they cited part of that was because of the market environment that we're in. So BlackRock taking a little bit of hit over there. Let me try to load up the chart here. Come on, BlackRock. There we go. Taking a little bit of hit in pre-market itself, but thanks to the market today, though, Metro Boomin Northside, we're just getting all the levels breaking, and now we're forming a nice little base over here near the 50 period EMA, near the 100 period EMA, but rejecting VWAP no matter what. So I want to see what BlackRock goes from here on out. I see some of you in the chat mentioning PINS, but real quick before I go to PINS, let's go back to EVTL, because I know EVTL had a big volume candle right when I was talking and Luca's Amazon trade was going off. There's a big volume candle started coming on to EVTL. sell over here, larger than the opening candle itself. So if you guys remember on anytime I do mention this, that if a candle like this shows up, something significant is going on, either a big buyer just stepped in or some news catalyst coming into play over here, allowing the stock to push itself all the way back to $4 here. Let's see if we can punch $4 off the opening market, since we could not do so off the open at all. Let's see if we can do that and get up to the high of day, or sorry, pre-market high of $4.37 or even $4.50. I'm expecting the stock to maybe reject some highs on Monday though.
I see people saying EVTL, so small cap of the day. I was actually taking a look at this one, and wait, actually EVTL. Is this on NASDAQ? EVTL, do I have this correct? Oh, it's on New York. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, so this one, interesting. I read the news on it today. I didn't actually trade it, but there's kind of like a chopping around. I'm not too interested, but I noticed you say the 401 and dip, and we'll try again. It's the classic action, right? I'm gonna keep repeating this. Everybody kind of knows the deal. Check the volume on this, right? Like if I just bring my chart up so you guys could see volume here, and let me just bring it up just a little more. There we go. You get that run into a level like $4, probably like decently significant level, and look at the volume increase at 4. It literally breaks 4 and then slams down, right? So you look at this company, you're like, okay, like you take a quick look at the financials, you're like, okay, they probably need money. All right, like, do they have a shelf? Are they going to dump? Are they going to raise? Like, is it actually like a strong company? Like, how much, like institutional ownership do they have? Like, look at all the factors. And, it's the common theme. It's like they break levels, it slams down. It doesn't mean that we're not going to go higher. It just means, like, from a scalp perspective, just keep this in mind that, like, if you are taken along from like what you call support, let's say you map your levels and you're like, oh, this is a support level, and we make a move into a significant level, like maybe an area to like watch for that, right? If we slam down and then we don't get back above, like maybe it's bearish. But if we slam down but then we keep getting back above and we hold trend, maybe we do some sideways action and then continue to push higher and go for like a high of day potential. And with these, they're all the same, like high of day clear out type thing. So if it goes for that high of day and slams down, like maybe a good area to take your profits if you're long from the dips, or maybe a good area to consider getting short. For me, I'm staying away from this one. I'm definitely focusing on GOEV. I haven't traded it. I just jumped in actually to remind me to put it on my blotter here. But if we get to 5, the third time around on this, it'll be interesting. I think Neil covered this trade this morning. It's kind of ranging now. So it's like I'm not really interested in shorting this, and I'm not interested in taking a long. But if we somehow get to 5 on this, then for sure that's definitely an inflection point. And I think a decision needs to be made. And I see Sean saying Netflix. Oh, nice. Oh, it's above 180, eh? Wow. Yeah, this was. I actually trade Netflix only like 4 times a year on earnings when it actually moves. Yeah, literally, like Netflix is a slow mover, right? So it's not to be said that there's no opportunities there, but just understand the type of trader that you are. If it's doing a little bit less volume, if it's not at a super significant level, if it's not like really volatile, then like you got to be very patient with it. I notice I'm definitely not. And in hindsight, like looking back, now it's what, like 11:25. Looking back, it's like you see these kind of bull days where it's like it rips up, it comes back down, it tests the low, it holds, and then it has the run up. And like you see this is kind of like I see this pattern sometimes, but I trade this pattern very, very terribly, because if I look at the chart and I see this, I'm like, I don't know if this is going to go back up. I think like maybe we're going to break down, maybe like we'll only test VWAP. Like I do not ever expect these kind of moves, so like I trade this poorly, so I just kind of stay away from that. I see Galvez saying Netflix is fast moving. Like it moves fast, but in terms of like from a day trading perspective, the spread's a little bit wider, like the volume's a little bit less. So it's like you can jump in a position. It's not going to like whip around like Amazon or Apple or AMD. I'm very comfortable trading those names. I get very uncomfortable when I jump in and the tape isn't moving. I do have my targets in mind, but it's like it's very tough for me to hold on and have that patience.
Yeah, apparently we need to dress more representably. We can't even have a casual Friday, according to chat. So maybe we need to go change our shirts on. I have a spare shirt there, so maybe I could change that to look more representable to the chat over here. Coming back to the market, though, let's see what the market's moving around. I did say I want to talk about pins, but I see a lot of people talking about AMC, and a specific question on AMC is, can I get a price target, or where will AMC go to? You know I don't do price targets. You know my answer is I don't have a crystal ball. If I knew where markets were going to go to, and if I knew where stocks were going to go to, trust me, I wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't be trading in front of you guys. I'd be sitting on a beach somewhere sipping like, Muay Thais. What are the things called? Muay Thais?
I don't drink them, but I think so,
whatever
yeah.
those things are called, sipping on those things over there, sangrias or whatever they are, and sitting on a beach. I wouldn't be here, on this show. So as regards to price targets, I have zero clue. As regards to where AMC will go to at the end of the day, I have zero clue. But what we can do is do what we did like yesterday. I guessed yesterday that NASDAQ will end green. What did NASDAQ do? It ended green. So what we can do over here is guess that if NASDAQ wants to break 12K to the north side and S&P 500 wants to go towards 3,900, there is a very high chance that AMC over here goes to the high a day that it created near $15.45. Actually, that was a pre-market high. But there's a very high chance that AMC over here goes to that $15.50 high, maybe even a $16 high, and then comes back down later. All we can do is create these hypothetical situations for the market and for the stocks, and then create an answer in case that hypothetical situation gets triggered. Having an answer, for example, me being biased, saying free fall Friday for the whole week and coming in today, if it's not free fall Friday, am I going to go out there and force myself into trades? No, I'm just going to not trade. There's no trade for me today. It's better for me to just not make an execution than go out there, look for shorts on a day where the market clearly wants to go long and get beat up on. It doesn't make any sense for me. So it's all based on how your trading setup is, your trading methodology, your trading mentality at the end of the day, and also risk management is a big factor to that. If you can't manage the risk on AMC to the downside if you're short, or if you can't manage the risk on AMC to the upside if you're long, don't bother trading it. Go look for other trades. There are way better trades today to be offered. Right now, market does want to seem like to come off from the 38.60 high. So we're still looking good on our JPM shorts. So thankfully, JPM not looking like it wants to break past that $112 level today. We might just have to give the stock a little bit longer, honestly, as we are sticking in a channel. If you were to draw a line on the upside and the line on the upside and the line on the downside, we are respecting a channel on JPM over here. And the one thing that I am watching is XLF. If XLF takes out the high a day, that's going to be my trigger to get out of my JPM shorts. Going to pins now, as that's what I wanted to talk about. Pins has pins popped up 15% in pre-market alone, because the activist investor news coming in that Elliott now owns 9% of Pinterest. So Pinterest obviously going to take some action behind that. Anyone who follows Elliott, or anyone who just believes that Elliott is a decent enough of a trader or activist investor or whatever it is, it's the Ryan Cohen effect when he did that with GME and everything else. So let's see how Pins over here deals with this new catalyst. Does it have enough power to break through these barriers that we have around $22 or so? And start trading in new ranges, or does it come right back into this range between 22 and 18 and just keep trading sideways? Pinterest still looking great though on a day like today.
And I'm trying to manage this Amazon trade for another push towards 115. Somebody in the chat, can't remember who said it, they're like, didn't come all this way to not take the size. And then quoted me, absolutely. So kind of same ideology there, but I don't want to get caught in a flush. So I'm trying to tight stop on this. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Kind of feels like an iceberg bid is following Amazon all the way up, and I'm kind of upset that I didn't get the reload. I missed the reload down here. So now it's kind of like a cheeky long. Yeah, okay, stopped out there. I'll give up on that for now. If it dips back down, reevaluate that one. And, AMD holding above 80 there. Apple not making the push towards 150, but 149 seems to be holding. So, we'll see what happens, But I definitely want to keep my eye here on this potential Amazon push towards 115.
Amazon to 115. Wow, that's look, we're not gonna break Amazon 100 ever. That's set in stone now. That's like the penned not penned. What's that thing? The sword. Is it Arthur? Who's supposed to take out the sword out of thing? Anyways, it doesn't matter who. No,
Thor has
the sword.
Oh, the sword.
The sword and the stone. Yeah. But it's basically set in stone now. You know, it's not going to break the 100 level ever. But we'll see. You know, good bottom coming in on Amazon. Was it Amazon? No, I'm thinking about Baba right now, actually, which is a stock I will head over to next. Did you want to talk about Amazon, Luca?
No, I was just mentioning, like, you know, Amazon extra strong on this run up, and it kind of held trend the whole way. And if you look at the chart here very quickly on my side, I missed the reload, which was unfortunate. We didn't even break, and I missed the reload. Then we had to move up, and, you know, I figured maybe we'll get that push. But again, guys, like, see how I got out right here? Like, I know that I'm chasing. And so, like, this is like tight risk. It's like I'm going for it. It looks good on the tape. But as soon as that, like, what I kind of peg as like an iceberg bid or like a dark pool bid following it up, it has like this kind of weird feel to it. Like, as soon as that goes and it breaks, then, like, you know, you get these kind of moves down where it's like now it broke trend. And we could push back up, like we could, but that kind of like that whole like move up, like it held so nicely. So if you were kind of scalping this the way up or holding from down here, that was solid. And, you know, at this point, like, I'm still convinced we might get a 115 test, but, like, I don't know, who knows? We'll see what happens there.
Yeah, we will be watching for sure, without a doubt. I'm just going to the chat over here to see what can we find, any stocks that you guys are looking at. Amazon recession proof, no recession. It was just a joke about the $100 level. If it does break, though, you know, you guys get to say how proud you're wrong for the 100th time over here, and get to trade that, right? So that'll be fun to watch. NASDAQ did push up to 12,000 and did not break 12,000, so that's not going to give S&P 500 enough oomph to take out the 86, or push towards that 8,900. NQ rejecting 12K still makes me happy because I am looking for short opportunities, but honestly, not going to try and short too much stuff today. I'm happy with my JPM trade right now. Just going to let that stock work for me. Maybe if the market comes back down, we could look for some long opportunities. I know it's a little, ooh, what the heck? It's a doomsday event coming. Brad said go long. Maybe the world's coming to an end. But yeah, we'll see if those opportunities come for us, as the market is now pushing to the downside a little bit off the 12K rejection on NASDAQ. I'm seeing Juan Ayala talking about EVTL, baby. Yeah, you know what? I'll be honest. When I did my research on the stock today, I said the stock's going to go to $5, but I did not bother taking a long execution. And watching the stock push up right now, if it does hit that $5 level, you know who's going to be really pissed off? It's going to be me. It's going to be this guy. As I did say to myself, this stock's going to go to 5 today, but just no belief in low cap stocks or small cap stocks. You know me, I have no faith in small cap stocks. I think everything is just a game for these market makers and for big money traders. They just love to bully people. It's like poker, big stack bully, right? If you're the big stack bully, you get to really raise blinds and do whatever the heck you want with the game and start bullying people out of it. So I don't like those games that are played on these small cap stocks. That's why I go play in this large cap field. I like to go play in Apple and Microsoft, where it's less of a chance for me to get rug pulled on and less of a chance for me to get absolutely slapped on. Yeah, you want me to take over still?
Yeah, sure. If you're looking at anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're managing trades, I can handle it.
Sure, appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. You can manage your trades over there. Markets on vapors. Not sure what that means, but I'm guessing you mean it's going up in smoke, I guess, because it's going to the north side. Honestly, don't know what that means, but it is going to the north side. EVTL, huge volume spike. Yeah, Neil, we are watching it. This stock has been monstrous ever since I started talking about it around 11 o'clock. We saw those volume candles come in higher than the open. Notice how 4 candles over here are higher than the opening candle. That's pretty significant. So clearly EVTL wants to keep on going north. I think if we come back to $4 or at least even VWAP, there's going to be support there, as the stock did hold the 100-period EMA on the downside. So lots of buyers coming in. Lots of good news, obviously. You know, part of me does wonder how aviation and electronic vehicles works, because I was watching a documentary or an interview with Elon Musk not too long ago, and Elon was saying that electrical flights will not be the best thing or something. So I'm not sure that how this company managed to work out that deal or even work out something that works in that space. That being said, you know, Elon's not like the most genius in the world, and there are possible ways to get this over with.
It's so funny. Every time I glance at the chat, I see everybody's like talking about like the clothes we're wearing. Like, guys, it doesn't matter what clothes we're wearing. Like, this is a
Apparently
trading
it
show.
does. Apparently
no,
it does.
And then somebody's like, this is not a runway. Like, I'm dying over here. Like, I get it. You know, everybody's got their own style. You wear whatever. But listen, this is a trading show. It's all about making money, sharing trades.
It's about wearing clothes, bro.
No, it has
It's
nothing to do.
It's about what hat you wear. What kind of hat are you wearing? Is it a Bass Pro now?
The Bass Pro yellow matches the Ferrari yellow. You know, I feel like it's okay. But you know, yeah, whatever. I try to wear it backwards to show you, not to cover my face or anything. But you know, just started a AMD short here, and you know what? I was going for that Amazon push again. Like I was going because so guys, something to cover here. When there's a very strong trend and it's holding trend the whole way up, then it breaks trend, and within the next 1 to 3 minutes, this is just like arbitrary 1 to 3 minutes, just very quickly. If it comes back and reclaims trend, then like sometimes what you see is like a very, very sharp push into like the level that it was going for. So like it came down, I gave up on it, then I glanced back, I saw it back above, and this is where I was like, okay, here we go. So I was trying to hammer the long here, and the thing is like it's more of like a time stop, not really a hard stop. It's like it should go right now, right away. If it doesn't, then like I don't want it. So this was like add. It was in the money. It looked good. It stalled, and then I just like, okay, it's not going, and then I got out. So that was actually I made money on this, but not it didn't show me what I wanted to see. So I'm actually short now off that 80 level of AMD. Somebody in the chat mentioned AMD nice gamma towards 80.50. I'm not sure if there's any calls. I didn't take a look there, but could be options expiring today. And lots of size coming on the book on AMD today. On the bids, on the offers, everything's getting filled, so it's very hard to gauge based on like kind of just looking at the tape and like everything's getting hit. But like 80 significant level, and if you pull up the daily, like it did test it, it got above and then came back below. It didn't really give the clean break that I right when we jumped on, it didn't give that clean break that I really wanted to see. So like not like a super strong level, and like keep in mind this dip down to 78. Like maybe this is the top. Kind of gives a little feel of a sort of short-term double top. And anytime you see like a top and then a kind of dip down and then it goes for the high, it clears the high and then has two big sell-offs. This is like my like kind of it's consolidating. So if it could stay below 80, maybe if it dips below like 79, 74, then we're good. Then we're going to like 79.40. But again, market's strong, so just be very wary of the size that you're taking on the shorts. And, at any moment, it could rip against you, so just be very quickly to cover, like, if you are in any shorts. That's kind of my philosophy today.
Very well said. Yeah, as JP Morgan right now pushes towards the high of day, out of the money, about 20 pennies per share on that stock. But XLF has yet to take out the high of day. I'll be honest, I hate this trade. I hate this trade right now. I don't even want to be in it, but I'm in it right now just because you guys will be like, oh, no positions on board. But, I'm taking this loss just for that reason over here. This trade sucks. Like, XLF wants to take out the high of day. This trade sucks. This trade sucks. Like, I'm going to take out off this trade, and we're going to look for a possible different trade. JPM does not want to go down. Yeah, we had a weak trade yesterday, and it wants to keep on going to the north side. Today, it's up 4%, though, and XLF about to take out the high of day over here. Maybe XLF actually launches past the high of day, taking WFC with it, too. That was another stock that was weak on earnings. I have it on my board right here. Negative earnings. Profit fall off of last year because they had to save some money for bad loans. So even Wells Fargo had the same issue that JP Morgan did. And what was the other bank that had earnings yesterday? I'm drawing a blank. It was JP Morgan.
Morgan Stanley.
Oh, Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley had the same issue too on the earnings report. But here we are as the XLF is up 3 full percent to the north side. Just wants to keep on going north, all because of one bank, I guess, Citigroup, that came out with decent earnings. Not bad earnings for Citigroup today. So clearly XLF wants to do its own thing. And I understand now why Sean said yesterday, I don't care what the banks come out with. It makes a lot more sense today. And obviously high inflationary period, high inflation period, rates go up, banks should be making more money. It all makes sense at the end of the day. It just doesn't make sense for the earnings report that came out. SONN next blowout penny stock. Penny stock on the board over here. It looks like, no volume on this one, my friend. I would not be even bothering with this at the moment. Let's move over to AMC. As on my second screen, I'm watching AMC now move over to 1520 coming into play for AMC. So let's see AMC move into 1540 is the question that I believe one of you were asking. Come on, charts. One of you were asking AMC 1540 maybe might come into play, right? The high day areas as the target. Yeah, that'll be fun to watch if that can happen, as the NASDAQ is now trying to trickle its way back to that 12K area. Notice how 12K has not broken yet. 12K has yet to break today, but we could. I think we're going to go to Sean here, though.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, no, I'm watching the chat here. I mean, sure, I'm long Netflix. We're long everything. We're long Nvidia, $1.20 the money. We're long Netflix, $1.50. We're long Amazon, $2.50. But this is the thing. I just yelled to Prad because I don't, they're doing a great job hosting. And first of all, it's tough to sit down here. And if you're short bias and the market's ripping up, then what I'm telling Prad there is, like, don't be an idiot and don't force trades. Like, I don't want him to take a trade because everybody's yelling at him for not being in one, right? Like, we don't show our nets here. We've talked about this. You can't, the purpose of every show is to entertain, go over stocks and trade if they see trades fit, right? So that's the one thing that I just want everybody here to understand. Like, there's been times where, I'm still in the same names I traded all day, right? And I do have biases certain ways, but the thing is like forcing trades, not the right thing to do, right? So I just wanted to say that. And if you do have a bias one way, you can stay out of it. The best thing about this business, and this is why I love it, is that tomorrow, guess what? Well, actually, tomorrow the casino's not open unless you're trading crypto. But on Monday, we are back open one more time, right? And so that's the one thing to understand, is that if you don't make your day today, like I'm up more than I was up yesterday. I'm up more. I'm almost, not even to talk about our nets. But the point is that today I could be down. Monday I could be down. Prad could be up Monday, et cetera, et cetera. It's all about which, how you're feeling on that day, how the market's moving, if you have any trade ideas. The worst thing to do is to throw, right, bad money after good. So, like, if Luca's there, made a great trade on Amazon and now doesn't see anything else, fine. If they like the shorts and they're getting out of it, fine. We always see Neil. This is what I'm talking about. These guys don't have as much experience as us. You always see Neil will go back to the well, back to the well. It might be 5 shorts before the 6th works. It's all about risk to reward. It's all about making sure that you're comfortable in your trade, right? Fahad, super comfortable in capris, right? Wear them. You know what I'm saying? Like that. That's Neil just said don't equate capris to trading, but I think it's valid, and it's just do you is what I'm sort of getting at.
Good thought and turn it into trash by backing.
Right. Yeah. So Neil's really hating on Fahad now, and he doesn't have his mic as he's eating here. But where's the salad? What is that, anyways? Oh, it's sausage gumbo. Okay, that should be nice. Hopefully, Pratt doesn't call this. What was it before? Prison food. It actually looks really good. Neil went with his salad and a side. Why does Fahad keep doing this? There it is. I love the salad. These guys has our name on it. But anyways, I'm going to go back to the other guys. I just want to say, like, here goes Netflix, by the way. Netflix in the money now, $2 as it continues its strong move to the upside. So, all right, my wife is calling, as you guys can see here. So I'm going to take her call, and I'm going to throw it back to the big guys. I'm still long all those 3. Let's go, Trader Pratt and Luca. Kill it, guys.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, right now I am into an AMD short here, leaning off the 80 level. Let's see if AMD can work for us. 80-30 being the high day. I'm not giving it till that 80-30 level. Trust me on that. Just giving it about 10-20 cents of risk from 79.89 over here. Are we sending there? No? Okay, I thought you guys were pointing to me. My bad. Yeah, overall AMD right now maybe coming off of with the market a little bit. At least that's my trade. I'm just gonna scalp it to the downside. We're not holding shorts for that big move for the end of the day move, because the day is not gonna go down at all, obviously. Maybe we get some from quick little pops, some minor retracement moves when the market's volume dies off. That is during lunchtime. We still have about 17 minutes left for lunchtime to start kicking in and the volume to really die. So maybe a little bit too early of an execution over here, as the market might just consolidate near the highs before it really pushes to the downside.
Yeah, I like that AMD short. I'm also in a very similar position.
Wow, I think that's the first time, Luca, where you and I both have the same trade. Let's go.
It's funny because you're like, oh, I'm in an AMD short.
We're always opposite.
And I was like, oh, me too. I'm hoping this one works out, because we had that push higher, and now it's like holding trend. So, at this point, if it gets back above 80, like, it's going to continue to dance around. But it's sort of given me the vibe that it could fall off. But, obviously, things are stronger today. So, if you are Brad made a good point. He said, we're not really holding 478. Like, I'll be surprised if this rips lower and tests 78. But I don't think it's too much to ask for this to kind of dip a little bit lower, test 79.50, 79.40, kind of the same ideology that I had on the short over here, going for like the VWAP test for the final cover, but it was unfortunate, went back up.
Yo, Luca, your mic is like hanging off the side, they can't hear you.
Yeah. I wore the jacket today. It's hot today. It's a nice day.
Nice day.
I wore the jacket because I'm like, I wear the white shirt and like maybe it kind of hangs off, whatever. But and I wanted to comment, Jay Feezy, I saw it before. You said that you're having a great day. It's one of your best trades on Amazon, I think it was. Congratulations, well done. Absolutely solid there. I tried the Amazon long into 115. I tried it so many times and it didn't work. I'll show you guys what I was doing there. And this is more of just like I was trying to like focus because it's like a quick trade. Like, see what I'm doing here? This is not something that like it's a very like tight risk strategy, but it's sort of like a tape read. I'm getting long, I'm wrong, I'm getting out, right? I'm getting long, I'm wrong, I'm getting out. I'm getting long, I'm wrong, I'm getting out. I'm getting long, I'm wrong, I'm getting out. Maybe like now we start to go, but it just feels that like normally when you break trend, if it's weak, it's going to consolidate and then drop, right? Whereas, if you break again, it should be dropping, but it's holding, right? So I just feel like one more push in this market, which now is at a decently pivotal point. I mean, if it pushes, my AMD will be wrong, but maybe I jump back into this Amazon trade to the upside. But this is very tight risk, very like, scalp. It's not like, a mean reversion trade, whereas what I'm kind of trying to do on AMD over here, maybe we break down. If we don't, like, I'm out of this one. But yeah, congrats on your Amazon trade. Absolutely insane. And Mike muted. No, Mike is not muted. I just, I'm like yelling over here, but hopefully you guys hear me. Hopefully you guys hear me. It's okay. Make your daily profit limit and then yeah, exactly. Like everybody has kind of profit targets, daily goals. If it's 100 for you guys, then like go for the 100. And then once you hit that, like I would say walk away and kind of build the confidence, get the reps in, and then, increase that very slowly, make it reasonable. Like, add 20%. If you're increasing size, add 20%. Do not add 100%, 200%, 400%, which, sometimes I do. But, it is what it is. It's easy to get discouraged, especially if you're a new trader. And, you don't want to walk away too early. There's a lot of opportunity in the market. It's a really good kind of skill to pick up. And, even if you step away from day trading, you still want to be able to manage your own money and understand what's happening in portfolios that you invest in. So it's definitely good to pick up the skill. But anyways, back to this AMD short, still dancing around here, going sideways. Market, I don't know what's happening. It's just kind of died off here. Let's have a look here at the NASDAQ, see if there's any kind of change over here. Oh yeah, same, very similar. It's actually correlated today. Wow, interesting. Yeah, it kind of feels like it's been deviating lately, but I guess today not so much.
I can see clearly now. I guess I can't see clear as the market wants to keep going back up again. So be careful on your shorts, obviously. And if you are short, why are you short? Why are you not long? Why are you short? Why are you thinking about shorts? I'm talking to myself here, just so you guys know. I'm screaming out loud in my own head and basically punching myself in the face. Let's go up to a couple positions that are moving around based off of a catalyst. Before we do that, real quick, here's EVTL. I wanted to see if EVTL was doing anything more fun for us. Looks like we're still stuck in that pre-market high range, not able to break out of that range just yet, but maybe we get another volume spike later on. RIO has a catalyst behind it. Labor shortages in Australia might impact RIO's future here, but overall market being up, RIO also pumped up to almost 1% to the north side today. Pretty clean move, but negative catalyst to begin with. So here's a stock that will be on my watch on Monday in case Monday happens to be a Black Monday and we start crumbling to the downside. So I'm seeing a trend right now where free fall Fridays are now actually going into Mondays instead. And I remember something that Neil mentioned to me, that the worst days in the market historically happen to be on Monday because on weekend the news comes out, and whatever news comes out they disseminate and they go into the 24-hour futures market, and then Monday morning everything is then reflected off the weekend. So usually statistically Mondays are the worst days of the market. So maybe now as free fall Fridays are coming to an end, less and less free fall Fridays are being available, but I am watching more and more Monday Mondays going to the downside. So maybe Monday will be a downside where I can capitalize on it and I'll be able to push some trades. Because clearly I just don't have any trades that I'm interested in at the moment. Looking for shorts, don't see any.
We could literally you got Apple off that 150 level, right?
Yeah.
You got, Amazon being strong today, but you got Apple off the 150, you got AMD off the 80, you got the Google stock split that's coming in, right? And, remember, Amazon stock split followed, it kind of came out, did a lot of volume, then it dipped down, right? So, I like that idea. I think, that's a very good possibility, even though it feels like, if you look at the daily, it looks like maybe the market's breaking out. We're in a constant theme of, looks like it's going to break out, and then fake breakout, and then hard reversal. So, what does it take for this market to turn around? Anything's possible, but, I'm undecided. You got... In general, earnings season, the bid is strong. That's what we're seeing now. You had the CPI number flush, but then it kind of retraced and back up. So I have no idea what to expect. And you know what? That's why I love this job. That's why I love being a trader. Nothing worse than, working a job that you know exactly what to expect. It's like, oh, I'm going to go into work on Monday. I know what I have to do. That's not, I don't know if it's not fun, right? You want the unexpected is very, very interesting. It makes every day interesting. You never really know what to expect. And, AMD actually almost stopped me out there. It probably will. It kind of feels like it could. But, it almost stopped me out there at 80, did not, and then dropped back lower. I don't necessarily think, if it breaks above 80 right now, I don't necessarily believe it's going to go to 81. So, if you're considering this short and you're waiting for, a potential flush down, and you really like it more than I like it, obviously, you could have the proper stop of potentially high of day or give it to 80.21 or kind of be discretionary on if it breaks, is there any follow through? For me, if it breaks and comes back, I'll probably try it again. So, I'm just going to give myself a lot of tries, just kind of keep the risk in check. I really want to add to it, but I kind of should have already missed it. But, no big deal. And I'm just glancing at Amazon, not pushing that 115. And Apple, guys, did Apple actually flush here? Let me quickly take a look at this. Oh, it did. Okay. Wait, is this real? No, this is not real. Okay, I was just looking. Yeah, no, this is a dark pool wick. So I'm looking at the 10-minute on Apple, and this again is just like a gut feeling. I don't know if you guys agree with me on this one. You guys can let me know. But as I was mentioning before, you had the strong move up, then the consolidation, right? Then it moved up, and look where it's bouncing. 1, 2, now 3. So it is holding that 49 level. And I'm looking at this, and I see the same thing you guys are seeing. And I'm sort of saying to myself, okay, I know there is that big seller, or there was the big seller at 150. And I know at any moment this market could turn up, down, whatever. And we had that kind of news that made it go all the way up. So you have the range already set in. But it sort of feels like if we go higher, this is going to rip $1 towards 150, and that might actually be an A++ long if we could get above that, especially if the seller is gone. It won't take much for this to get up there and then go for a high of day retest. But I guess this is I'm in an AMD short, so I want that to work. But if Apple starts going, I want to get involved in that. So it's good to, as a trader, you want to have multiple ideas. You want to say to yourself, okay, I'm gonna short this one, but if this doesn't work out, I'll go long on that one. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. And now just chilling.
Just chilling, baby. JC, just chilling. And that's what I'm thinking about doing right now. Just chilling and looking for some levels to take part of. Maybe covering my mouth is not the smartest thing to do because that's probably going to block the mic, Prad. Poor live stream ethics. What etiquette? Is it
etiquette? Yeah.
Etiquette. So maybe we need to learn more on that side. 165 on Meta is what I'm looking at. 165.18, 164.18 is where we're at right now. Look at these 2 days bottom on the daily chart. Darn it, I have to literally get into my monitor to see my screen. 161.73 is the bottom over here. So let's say 162. Now let's go to the chart on today's chart to see how 162 looks like. Notice how on the way up, we kind of reject 162 first. Then we start forming a base around 162. I like that formation. Now around 164. So one of the viewers said, I think Meta platform short around 164 right now looks good. I would say maybe around 165. 165 looks better, but that's just me. The fail break of 164, though, it only broke 164 by 1 penny. You could go short here, give it that risk of 30 cents to the upside in case you're wrong. And if you're wrong, obviously you get out for a loss. Don't try to work with it and hold on to it till 165. Just get out for a loss and come back in later at 165 with a better average, right? So here's Meta consolidating in the highs over here. Not interested in shorting Meta platforms today at all until I see that 165, 167 areas, which I believe is very possible today at some point. I think NASDAQ actually breaks 12K at some point today after having its third or fourth win to the north side. I'm expecting a 12K break, and I'm expecting a 3,900 test on the S&P 500. I could be easily wrong on both of them, but I do have a decent win streak on the callouts on futures so far.
Yeah, it's the business of we're always wrong, but we make money. So go figure. What kind of business is that? Definitely interesting. I started a smaller Amazon long, small Apple long, just to kind of keep me in the loop of what's going on. I think we could. Okay, so I'm stopped out there on AMD. We'll reevaluate. It seems like bids are stepping up. I guess strong, right? But hopefully the longs start to work out. But we'll reevaluate on this one. Yeah, at this point I have no idea. It's like sometimes you're looking at the market, you're like, okay, like this seems like it's topping out, and then we're gonna go lower. But like today, like extra strong. It's like we could dip lower and then reclaim, and then that's how we make a new high. Like it's not going to make a new high when it's consolidating. It almost needs to do that kind of dip and rip move. But it's like, I have trouble buying this here because it's like, where are we really going? But that's a solid call, like 3,900. I mean, it's it could get there maybe if we get some solid strength there. But yeah, I'll definitely keep our eyes on that one. And guys, yeah. AMC, I know you guys in the chat were talking about AMC before. I'm not 100% sure I'm ever going to trade this name again. I think I'm done forever, guys. I'm done forever with AMC. If we get above 30, I'll trade AMC. I'll consider it, but at this point, I am done with AMC. I don't like the robots that are making markets on this stock. They make it very difficult for me to find success. And yeah, guys, and Disney. I don't know if Disney's having any news. You guys are calling Disney here. Maybe Disney spiked there. Yeah, I don't know if we actually have any news. If anybody knows any potential news, let us know in the chat there. Yeah, Disney news, and then Amazon gonna break 115.
Brendan is so special. His mic covers white in color too, man, to match his shirt. That's pretty cool. We have like different colors. Oh, okay. I thought like Brendan has like a cool little white one. That's pretty cool. Just to match his shirt and stuff, but it kind of blends in. I like it. I like how it blends in. This one kind of blends in with me too. Black on black over here. So, did I hear my name? Oh, chat. ESPN to raise streaming prices to $9.99 a month so they can blast you with more ads for UFC. Let's go, ESPN. But obviously, ESPN raising prices means good news for Disney, as Disney owns ESPN over there, Hulu and everything. The amount of Hulu ads with, what's that ball player? His name's Ball.
Lonzo Ball?
Lonzo Ball. I think there's so many ads of him with Hulu, and so Lamar or Lavello. They're all so many ads. Like, how does that family get so many ad contracts? Like, how does that work?
LeVar is an interesting character, that's for sure.
They have so many ad contracts, it's ridiculous. So yeah, obviously here's Disney now. Look at the volume spike on Disney off of that news. So $3 increase in that raise over there for streaming price on ESPN. Disney launching back to the north side. I've yet to buy some Disney shares on my own account. When the heck am I gonna do that? I have no clue. But I guess I should think about buying some shares over here in the 90s for Disney, as we do like the company, we do like the everything that they own on their end. They are an investor in GoPro. They own Hulu, ESPN, even I believe it's Fox News. They own pretty much Marvel, Lucasfilms. I believe is it called Lucasfilms? Yeah, I think so.
I think there is Lucasfilms, and isn't there Lucas Energy as well?
I don't know about that, but Lucasfilms is like the Star Wars franchise.
Okay.
So. Yeah, they got bought by Disney. So Disney launching to the north side right now. But what's not launching to the north side is the S&P 500 market and the NASDAQ, which are coming down. I'm expecting a support area at 38.50, 38.45 areas. Let's say 38.40. I'm expecting support at 38.40 area. And then we go on our third leg to the north side and go touch that 3,900 level today. in a minute, we're going to head over to Brendo. But in that meantime, Lucas, you have anything for us? Luca, sorry?
AMD back below that 80 there. So, if we finally get that sell-off and the market's slowly grinding lower, kind of feels good. I tried again. We could easily rip back above 80. Anything could happen here. But, if we're getting some selling coming in, if it's slowing down, if we trend lower, if we finally want to go and break that 79, 75 area, then, the short is good. I think we can get a little move down, maybe a flash move down to VWAP. So I'm in the short here. I'm holding. If it runs up again and I get stopped out, I think I'm officially done with this one as well. So we'll see what happens.
Officially done with this as well. So many stocks on your blacklist over there that
I'm gonna have nothing left to trade.
You're gonna have nothing left to trade. There's gonna be all 10,000 stocks on that blacklist. You're gonna have to go over to the Chinese or Australian stocks, brother. But look at this. AMD is coming down. Hopefully you're still in your AMD short. Looks like he is. And as we are pushing down on AMD, let's see what's happening now around the globe.
Hey guys, thanks. Yeah, heading into lunch hour, let's have a look at how we're doing. Very, very positive day, obviously. To wrap up the week on a positive note, S&P 1.6, 1.85 there for the Dow. The Russell, I should say, actually having a really good day as well. 1.75, 1.5 there for the 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000. There's a NASDAQ, 1.3, 1.35. So positivity right across the entire board. As we saw on the sector watch board, the banks continue to lead. What a day for Citigroup. The biggest day, biggest individual advance for Citigroup since 2020. So trying to get back to day highs off of Wells Fargo. And obviously that one's earnings report coming out in the pre-market, guys. Back over to you.
All right. Here comes the market to the downside slightly, not too much to the downside. But as you see, Luca over here doing the air guns, the Rihanna dance, the Riri dance. So clearly that's because the market is helping him and myself out. This time around, when AMD comes back to being 20 cents in the money, I am going to capitalize some of that size. I'm not going to be an idiot who sits there and watches this position come down 20 cents for me and not realize it the second time around, right? So I'm going to realize it the second time around, and we're going to watch these profits float into our bank account. Why are you laughing over there? You okay?
Because you're like, I'm not going to watch it go all the way down and then go back up without me. He's like, I'm not going to realize those profits. Yeah. I'm trying to not realize any profits. I'm covering no size because I'm like, you know what? I always cover. Sometimes I have a feel for it, but today I feel like we could go, but it's going slow. Actually, no. Maybe I'll cover some more here. Be responsible. It's just maybe we'll get that 79.50 test. So why am I covering at 79.60? That's kind of that's my target. We have the flush. We're going to get the sideways move. I'm telling myself we're going to get the sideways move. So be patient. Maybe cover a little bit in the sideways move. But if you really think we're going for the VWAP test, yeah, but you know what? This could turn around at any moment. Guys, you're watching me think this out in my head live. I know some of you guys are also short AMD. So, hopefully you guys are more patient than I am with this one. But we'll see. We'll see if this can keep going. Get a 79 test. Yeah, I'll have some orders out over there, 79.50ish. Let's see what happens.
All right, yeah. So we talked about AMD. We talked about Pinterest. The only thing that's left on my watch list here before I add it to this nice little roll. See how thick that roll is now? It's going to keep on getting thicker. This is just all the stuff that I've been talking about on this show so far, or even a couple levels that I've been watching. Just going to keep on adding to this roll to see how big this roll will get eventually by the end of the year or so. But the last note that's left over here is the UNH earnings. So let's head over to UNH, which actually had positive earnings and raised their outlook for the full year. UNH on New York. Let's go see where this one is at now. 5% to the north side, $530.75 as the high a day. The spread is a little yucky, but you know what? It's a $500 stock. What do you expect out of it? Let's see the stock now probably go back to test 530 over here as the market did not push too much to the downside. See, I did mention I don't expect this market going much lower. I expect it to come down a little bit, find buyers, and then start launching back to the north side. downside. So that's why we cover some of our profits on AMD, and now we watch AMD exactly go back to break even on our position. So it's a little hurting on that, but at least we covered a good portion of that trade where now we can make it a free trade in case it does want to go back up and burn us on that side. Here we go, UNH though, right back above 530 on the ask. The bids are still waiting to get above 530. The bids are actually stepping up right now as we're talking about it. And bang, 530 on the bids. Looks like UNH could use this market rally that's now coming in after the initial drop that it had to launch even more to the north side. Let's see if we can find any levels real quick on the daily. As you see this consolidation chart on the sideways, we have been trading sideways for a long time with 520 as a barrier, and then we have this pop to 528. The fact that we're already above 528 and at 530, we're looking at complete new range, complete new weak range on UNH with positive catalyst.
Yeah, UNH extra strong, and actually on the inbounds this morning, we saw like a buy of a notional of around 80, 90 million
man,
on UNH. Yeah, and Sean was making a good point. Like, when's the last time we saw this kind of size?
On the open?
Yeah, on the opening imbalance. So it's like, it's, going into earnings season, markets have been crazy all year. Like, you gotta think like traders are probably burnt out across the board. I know I'm exhausted. Like, I'm exhausted. Maybe take a week off soon, but see how it is. I mean, at this point, you got earnings season, so it's like, maybe not the best time to take time off, but maybe slow down before September. Maybe that's the time. But yeah, markets have just been moving all the time. Definitely a great time to be watching. And I see Neil saying Meta 164 is a wall. Let's have a look here at Meta. I haven't actually looked at them today too much. Oh yeah, 164. Can't get above. Did it break here? No, it did not break. Doesn't look like it broke that 164. Interesting level over there. For anybody watching that, potential mean reversion play back to VWAP. I think if we do break that 164, you're gonna have some stops that run and maybe get a pop. But again, if there's no real follow through there, then like maybe it kind of goes down. But again, name up 3.6% today. So just keep that in mind.
Looking at the chat to see if we can find anything. Seems another iceberg to me. Option on the option wall. Oh, I thought you were going to say option on the wall, but I understand what you're saying. Just a resistance level. At this point now, I just feel like someone who's just eavesdropping on two people having a conversation over there. Neil and Mark having a conversation, and I'm just a fly on the wall sitting there listening to this every conversation going on. But good mentioning going on about Meta for sure. S&P 500 and NASDAQ pushing a little bit more to the downside over here maybe, as the pop is now right away. There's a drop right after the small little pop. So let's see where this one goes to. I need some water. Holy. Am I taking over?
Yeah, no problem. So, yep, that 164, maybe we range here, looking like a good short. Maybe we get back down to the bottom of that range. So I am now short this, but, I shouldn't say that too loud because if any robots are listening, they're like, let's get them. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, maybe we go back down, if the market's going to slowly grind lower. I just, I covered my AMD short. I'm not really, so I kind of messed this up. I actually meant to add to it. I covered it, then I re-added, then it popped. I was like, okay, maybe it's not good. I covered, and now it's going to go lower without me to the targets that I had. Oh, be a trader, they say. It's a lot of fun, is what it is. And yeah, Apple's breaking down now, finally breaking lows here. I had that long thinking that maybe we could go, and it was more of like an alert, like smaller position. But like obviously breaking down now. So like I don't even want to hold that there. At this point, who knows what happens? Maybe let's zoom out over here. Yeah, maybe if it holds at this point, like Apple rejected 150, so maybe now we just trend lower, right? Maybe we get that kind of free fall Monday action, maybe get a gap down. Anything could happen, right? This market's definitely extra spicy, so, we'll see what happens. I think Meta could not stay above 260 if it even broke. I saw it at 259 when I jumped on the show here, ran to 260 and just kind of rejected. So it's like, you have these sort of, 260 not like super significant level on Microsoft. But, it's interesting because, like, you're having these kind of very strong moves on these, like, bear rallies, bear pops, whatever you call them, and, moves into the level of significance. Then you get that kind of, like, volume, that rejection, and then it kind of changes direction. And now, are we going for that 255 test? Microsoft, they spoke about layoffs. I think that's what kind of initially pushed them lower. Like extra weak, broke below 250, now back above, but, ranging, kind of going sideways. If you are short this name, looks like it broke down that 258 level very clean. So, maybe getting back down to like, just in front of 256 is a potential area of support. And I'm just going based on the fact that we kind of popped and then held, which was VWAP at the time, right? VWAP at the time, now VWAP far away. But if you're thinking that, maybe 256 holds, if that doesn't hold, maybe 255 is the next kind of target there. I doubt we'll get below 255 today. Just doesn't feel like the day that it's going to continue to sell off.
Hold up, buddy. Gotta cut you off. Size on AMD on the way down, following it down on the inverse gateway, 90,000 shares at 79.50. So now my short looks good. I was about to cover, and I just take a glance at the level 2, and I see that size was following it down. Stop following it down now, though. We're stuck at 79.50. I don't know if it's a legit size anymore, though. It's a legitimate size. They took all of that out level real quick. But the fact that that size was there and was pushing it down from 60s to 50s, it's a good indication, but not anymore, as they are taking some profits over there, or sorry, they cleaned out that level, and I was leaning on that level to most likely add more to my short. Either way, though, 30 cents in the money on AMD, taking more profits over here as it is coming down, because we don't want to watch this position go against us and push back up. Now only 15% left of my size left on AMD, and sorry for cutting you off on that side.
No, not a problem at all. And I flipped the glasses upside down just for 2 seconds, because I am beating myself up for not holding that short. But is what it is. You can't always be perfect in this business. You got to just learn to live with it and move on. Is what it is. I'm gonna cover some meta here at the bottom of the range, and then hold some, see if we can get. So that was a nice little win there. And then maybe if we break down below what looks like 163, like if we break down, maybe we got a flush lower. But I'm not super convinced. Maybe we keep channeling. If we do, I'll hold the rest. 37 cents in the money on that. Maybe we get towards like 162.50, 162-ish. And then at that point, I'll kind of reevaluate and potentially go for another cover over there. But, that was pretty solid, 164 wall. Thanks for the shout out there, Neil. And, absolutely, hopefully you guys had that as well. And Jim Cramer strikes again. He's going to continue to strike. He's going to continue to, at this point, it's like, when a level's holding up, like, look at Meta 164. It gave you so many times to recycle. Jim Cramer, same situation. He gives you so many times to recycle the opposite of his trades, and, just keep doing it until you're proven wrong on your bets. And then at that point, maybe start to follow him. He said, this is the last bad CPI number that we're getting. And then I see, Wall Street Bets account and all these other accounts are like, it's over. We're done. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're done. And so, are we going to get worse numbers? Hopefully not. Hopefully everything recovers. Hopefully things, we got a nice retail sales number today. So, hopefully, the consumer continues to spend money, and, things kind of, inflation gets tamed there, and things go back to normal. But if not, markets will be crazy. Somebody before asked me, can you take a look at NEO? So, again, guys, I had the short through 20, but, and missed the long. But I think the one trade, now it's slow, right? And obviously we're midday. I don't really think there's a trade here. But, that 20 area bounce was actually insane, right? That like we had strong sell-off, $1 move down into 20. You had the size at 20. It broke, but didn't break 10 cents lower. Then the bounce was very, very sharp. So 30-cent win. So you could have had a 3-to-1. You could have had really good size there. So that was, I think, the one justifiable, really, really A+ trade you could have had on it. And, it's sometimes, I missed it a little bit, but whatever, is what it is. But at this point, it's kind of sideways. If you're still holding from here, thinking that, maybe we'd, trend up the rest of the day, I would just say be cautious that, it might just kind of go sideways. So maybe kind of scale out every time it pops.
Whatever happened to Reddit IPO?
That's what I was about. I was wondering that yesterday.
Whatever happened to Reddit IPO?
That's a great. Would you IPO? I want them to. But I would not if I was Reddit. No. Yeah, no. So I was thinking about it yesterday, actually. Last night, I was like, man, Coinbase IPO was so good. I was like, I just want Reddit to IPO so that I could short them and ride them to the ground. Have a really solid day there. But yeah, no, they're not. There's no IPOs coming in this market. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a good answer right there from Neil and Sean. Would you IPO in this market if you were a company? And I'm thinking, maybe not. My valuations are gonna get slapped by 70%. Why would I go do that? And that answers everything right there. I've been waiting for that Reddit IPO. Even Discord reverse SPAC or whatever the heck that Discord wanted to do, and then they turned into, oh, we want an IPO instead. Obviously, we know that one's not going to go through either for a while. So a bunch of IPOs that are coming out recently are just small cap IPOs. What was the stock, the Gorilla Tech? You remember the ticker GUR?
GUR, G-R-R-R, oh yeah.
GUR, which was a SPAC, Gorilla Tech, I believe, or what?
We're just talking about these are different because there's low flow.
I was talking about low flow ones. Yeah. We're talking about how low flow ones are the only ones that are coming out right now. This stock was supposed to be at $11 yesterday, or indication open price of 11. It started halting its way up to 40, and today also it looks like it was halting all around with only 56,000 shares traded so far. So a little bit of a volatile move still. It is on SSR day 1, looks like, because it dropped more than 10% at one point, and then now it's up 6%. So GUR back in crazy moves with way less volume than yesterday.
Somebody's saying check out iLeg. So this is recent IPO. Yeah, this is the one that was halting like crazy yesterday. So anybody who doesn't know, I'm gonna pull up the hourly on this. Look at this, absolutely destroyed. IPOs just like 22, halt. Now it's at $2. $2. It's been SSR every single day. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, that just goes to show you the kind of market that we're in. But yeah, these low floats, yes, let's IPO and dump on everybody. Clearly, that's whatever is what it is. But, yeah, if Reddit comes out, obviously there'll be a little bit of a thicker float there. It actually is a company that's, like obviously widely known. They don't want to IPO in this market. I don't think any bankers are going to take that deal because, they know it's just going to get smoked right off the open. So, they'll probably hold off on that. And good point on the Discord SPAC. I'll tell you guys a funny story. So I knew that the Discord SPAC was coming around. I just didn't know when, and I didn't know which ticker, and there was like no information that I could find at the time. Then apparently there was this one ticker that I thought it was going to be the Discord SPAC. So
IPOV or something?
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is the Discord SPAC. I was like, say less. I'm taking a YOLO. I'm like taking a YOLO play. So I went long options.
I remember you doing that now.
And I was in the money right away, and it was just like it went from like, I don't know, like 10.50, 10.20 to like IPO, yeah, exactly.
IPOF, I thought
and
it
went to like
that.
1080 or 11, and I was like in the money, and I'm like, oh my god, like look at this. So like whatever, covered some and like held for the dream, so created a free trade. And then it like 2 days later, or not even, maybe like 2 hours later, I was like, hey Pratt, is this the Discord? SPAC? And he's like, no, bro.
Yeah, no.
He's like, no, bro, it's not.
Rumor,
and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I gotta get out of these. But yeah, by that point it was a little bit too late. But that's why you create free trades for yourself. Create a free trade, and if it doesn't work out, it's not too stressful.
Yeah, I think Discord is too big to just SPAC, man. Discord is a giant company, and Microsoft tried to buy them out at one point, and I don't know why Microsoft didn't go through with that deal. Discord said no?
It was 10 billion.
They wanted 10 billion, they got offered like 4 or 6, right? Oh, they offered 10, and they said no. Okay, Discord.
The firm was worth like 100 billion.
And we know where that one went to. We know Sean was just saying, a firm was worth 100 billion, and we know the story where buy now, pay never later happens, right? So at this point, Discord, we'll just have to wait. Reddit, we'll just have to wait. Same way you have to wait for anything in the market. If you're waiting for your levels, you just have to be patient. And when the opportunity arises, you get to take advantage of it. That's why you want to be in this game longer. You want to be solvent longer than the game can stay irrational, and the game will always stay more irrational. So you got to be careful, manage your risk on that side. I want to jump right back to Disney and watch how Disney moved off of that catalyst. So here's a volume candle. We saw Disney pop up to 95.25, but right now, right back under 95 goes Disney. 50 cents in the money for anyone who took that short under 95. So congratulations on that side. S&P 500 showing us support now around 38.50, so not even 38.40s, which is what I was expecting. We're kind of double bottoming around 38.48 and 38.50s, and getting ready to launch back to the north side. Hence, I've been covering more and more of my AMD shorts over here. As you see, more covers on the around 79.40s or 79.50s, in case the market pops up like the way it is. Anyone
in case
know
the
that just in case thing?
Yeah, in case the market pops back up. I easily could, right? Easily could. But or are we going to continue the downtrend? Time will tell, guys. Amazon 113.80. For some reason, I remember this as a level, and it kind of topped out around that level, and then we broke above. So now we're getting a 113 potential 80 bounce area. Amazon obviously it kind of feels strong, right? So even though we're going lower, I feel like at any point this could easily rip back up to top of range, like 114.53. But this is 10-minute. Keep in mind that looks like it's bouncing around trend area. Could dance around. Kind of feels like there's a lot of aggressive selling into the tape, but it is getting absorbed quite nicely. So starting a little bit. I had that long from over here, just kind of as a reminder, very small size. Now I'm adding to it. Fixing my average over there, and maybe we get this bounce now, so we'll see what happens.
Bounce, bounce. Is that how it goes? Maybe not. I don't know. I'm tripping. I think that's how the song goes. No, it's jump, jump. It's not
jump,
bounce,
yeah,
bounce. Jump, jump. All right. Trying to make those noises with my mouth is just not working out. Looks like E-Trade platform is down. It's that, not sure who does E-Trade. I think I was thinking about TD Ameritrade as soon as you said E-Trade, so I was going to pull up TD stock. Not that TD Ameritrade. I mean, Ameritrade has its own ticker, AMTD, right?
That's actually a good question. I have no idea.
Ameritrade has its own ticker, AMTD. No, that's not it. AMRI, AMER. Okay, AMERI trade. I can't find it. I know one of you guys know what it is. So anyways, we don't have to even pull up Ameritrade because E-Trade is what we're talking about. Someone's saying E-Trade's working. Some are saying E-Trade's not working. I'm sorry, but honestly, it doesn't affect me at all because I'm on the #1 platform in the world, which is not E-Trade, which is not Ameritrade. It's called Daytrade the World. The software is called P-Pro 8, but it's sponsored by Daytrade the World. So for anyone who is having issues with other third-party companies that are subpar to our company, that is, E-Trade and so on. And if you're not from America, go check out daytradetheworld.com or DTTW.com to find out more about this amazing direct markets access platform that we have going on that allows us to route orders to multiple gateways that we choose to do. For example, I'll just throw out some gateways on the bottom right corner. You'll see, actually, I don't have those gateways coded right now, so you won't see any, but a bunch of gateways will start popping up if I was willing to use them at any given notice. Let's move on to your favorite segment of the day. Oh, wow, look at that. 2.1K likes, actually. Around 11 o'clock, 10:55 is when I opened up my YouTube, and I only saw 1,700 likes. So very happy to see that we got up to 2.1K over here with 4,000 people still watching us. Let's see if we can get that number a little bit more higher to the north side. I hate looking at my own face. I hate my face. But let's get that number going to the north side. Are you like that too? I hate listening to my voice, and I hate looking at my face. I just hate it.
Get over it, man. Everybody's the same.
Everybody's the same, right?
Maybe when I was 5 years old, I was like, oh, is that how I sound? But now I don't care. Whatever. It is what it is. That's me. You don't like me, then sorry. I can't change that.
That's true. But the subscribe button too. Yeah, hit that subscribe button, ring that notification bell. Couple ways that you can help us on the monetary side. Any people who do join the member side family do get emojis and badges, but anyone who joins the members or do send us super chats, it goes directly back into the production of this amazing show that we are trying to set up for you. Last but not least, we have merchandise on our YouTube store. Once again, the iPhone's missing. Teesprings needs to stop messing with this. Teesprings is really annoying me now. One day iPhone's there, one day coffee mug's there, one day neither of them are there. Either way, it's your luck now if you get to see the iPhone in the store for yourself. If it's not there, maybe it'll come back on in a week or so, and you'll be able to buy some products that represents your community, not our community, your community that you've helped us grow.
Yeah, guys, hit that like button every single day, coming with the fire, coming with the news, showing you the trades, giving you free entertainment. We would really much appreciate that. And, Amazon working for me now, 18 cents in the money, Meta, 63 cents in the money. I think Greg was the one who said this. He said, wherever you're thinking of taking your first profit is probably where you should be taking your first ad. If you're in the money. So it's for example, I'm long.
I've never heard that. Why am I just hearing this?
I think. Don't quote. Okay, you don't quote me on this. But yeah, guys, basically, where I'm getting at with this is, look, I played 114 kind of bounce area, and now I'm in the money on the trade, so it's working for me. I want to take this off. right? But it's probably going to 114.65. And then if we finally get there, we're going to 115. Calling it now. That's my bold call. Not too bold. That's my call of the day. And so, like, I should be adding, right? I should be adding. But I'm waiting for a dip and just not dipping. It just keep going higher and higher and higher. I was like, okay, now I want to add. This thing doesn't look back. Okay, cool. But, you know, maybe we get some sort of dip. I mean, maybe we get some sideways action. I'll reevaluate. I mean, maybe. I have no idea what I'm going to do. But I just think that we're going to 115. And I see people in the chat saying hold for targets. Yeah, absolutely. Like if I held for AMD target there, I would have been clean in the money, would have been solid, you know, but, you know, can't win them all. But hopefully this one goes well. So we'll keep an eye here. And if the market's especially going to go back to like 38.60 area, then like maybe we get some stops that kind of blow out and it could pop again. So, you know, Amazon strong, want to hold on to this. Maybe I'll get a potential opportunity to buy the dip over here.
Yeah, look at AMD now popping right back to my average price. Thankfully, I don't have much size left. So if it does pop back up over here, not going to be too much damage for me on that side. NASDAQ did go to what, the 50 period EMA? I believe that's a 50 period EMA on my chart. Let me go over on this chart because then I'll know exactly what colors are what. Yeah, the 50 period EMA for NASDAQ on the 5-minute chart here. Bouncing off of that, not really pushing a VWAP, which happens to be around 11,900, which goes to show again that my theory is standing true. The direction is long. It's not short. We are up 1.5%. CPI number is 9.1. We don't care. We're going to go north direction. We're bear market. What bear market? We're going to see all-time highs again. That's the way the market wants to move. If that's the way the market wants to move, then I don't want to be involved on the short side at all. I'd rather just not be involved in it at all. Just be patient. Look for those moves that can give us on the long side instead. I missed out on some of those moves today. That's why I'm not executing any longs at the moment. I'm waiting for these dip buy opportunities. For example, I should have done that on AMD. I missed out. You know, I got a nice little short off on AMD. I should have covered my trade here and then went long because we are waiting for those dip buy opportunities on stocks. Maybe Microsoft will give us that. Microsoft will indeed give us that. We're going to take a small little long on MSFT here. Let's go to Apple also to see if Apple can give us a nice little dip buy long opportunity somewhere. Indeed, it will. So let's go long Apple also over here, giving it the risk of lower day. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we'll give it the risk of 148.50. And if 148.50 breaks, we'll come back in later at the lower day for Apple. And since we are going longs, let's just punch out of AMD completely so we don't have to give back even a single penny on that trade. Looking for some longs? Here are your longs. Hopefully you like them.
Hopefully you like them, and you know, reloaded on the Amazon. So now I'm just like, let's go to the moon, let's go back up, and you know, this is working for me. I got a decent amount of size on this, so hopefully it works. But if it gets back down lower and I get stopped out on this, oh man, I might get stopped out on this now. Okay, is what it is. Whatever. Let's move past that. You got anything else there?
Yeah, let's move past that. I'm looking at.
Okay, that was brutal.
DKNG green candles galore. Let's go check out Donkey Kong. DKNG. Holy moly! What is going on over here with this stock today? DraftKings apparently on SSR, but I don't think it actually is. Let me go confirm that real quick. You guys know how I do that. Type in NASDAQ SSR list. You click on the first link after Googling that. Download, Control F. What was the stock I was even going to look up? DraftKings, DKNG. It is not on this list, so it is not on SSR. It is just launching, though, 12% to the north side today. Ooh-wee, DraftKings. Not sure what the catalyst is. Maybe the catalyst is just markets being green. That's all it needed. Let's also look at on the daily charts real quick. We're stuck in ranges on the daily chart, so not as exciting now after looking at on the dailies. Look at this range we're stuck in. That's 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. Are you serious? We've been stuck in this range for 6 weeks? What a boring trade. What was that? Oh, I thought you called out a level. My bad. Oh, wow. Good job on that one. Over there, I think someone needs to go get some sleep. He said he called out the wrong stock and the wrong level. So Dwight Schrute over there might need to go back to bed today a little bit. Love the show. I listen when I can, which is mostly Fridays now, since back in the office. Thank you all. Thank you, Ron Miller, for the $20 super chat. We appreciate it every time you get to watch us, and thank you for supporting us with the super chats also. Hope you're having a great Friday today as the markets are absolutely booming to the north side. Actually, right now, market seems to want to come back to the downside and test those supports. So we'll let the market test those supports as we are slightly out of the money on both of our longs, which is Apple and Microsoft.
Yep. That's all I have to say.
Yep, that's all we have to say. No problem. Where are we going to next? Let's see. Beyond, and there it is on Donkey Kong, and there it is. I'm guessing you mean by the short side. There it is. Yeah, maybe we get some down move coming on DKNG. 1262 is the high of day for this stock now. I think we gotta see some down moves, right? It's only normal that we get a little bit of a retest back to VWAP at the $12 level. That's a healthy pullback. So let's see that healthy pullback coming into play on this position. Today, though, pretty strong for DraftKings. Lucas, since it's your last 30 seconds, you want to say anything to the viewers?
You know, guys, enjoy the day. Nice weather. Stay profitable. Luca's hurt right now. Nah, I'll get over it. It's just like, you know, sometimes I'm like, build, try this. I'm like, I stopped myself out. I was like, that was a bad place to put the stop. I was like, whatever. It's all good. I'm going to go enjoy a nice espresso, you know, nice weather, soak up some sun. Hopefully you guys have a very nice weekend. And, you know, stay tuned for next week because, you know, we're getting Netflix, we're getting Tesla, we're getting Google. I'm super excited. Hopefully you guys are too. And, you know, take care, enjoy the day, and stay profitable.
You're having a great weekend today. I know you have some plans, so hey, drink responsibly, no drinking and driving. And if you need an Uber, don't call me, call your family. All right, let them know that you need an Uber, and get home safe, my guy. Have fun with your weekend events, and we'll see you Monday. That's for sure.
Absolutely, take care, guys.
Say ciao to your boy Luca over there. Also, my beautiful co-host Lucinda. Say ciao to Lucinda, and thank you for all the help, man. Burn that Ferrari jacket, really though. Luca Pratt, can you please take a look at Run? Yeah, for sure. We talked about solar stocks not too long ago. RUN on NASDAQ. What's wrong with me today? Hydration Nation, stealing that one from Sean over there. For anyone who has a glass of water, take a sip of water. You need some agua, some pani, some, what other languages can I say water in? How do you say water in Tagalog?
I don't know.
You don't know? You're a fake Filipino, man. Well, you know, how do you say water in Italian? Agua? Oh, okay. Agua, that's pretty cool. I thought that was, that's pretty cool. So I know 3 languages then. What? Mai in Arabic says Fahad over there. So yeah, lots of ways to say water. Get some water in you. Get some liquids in you as this day is still long and we have lots of opportunities. Aquafina, that's not a language. That's a company. Come on, what? That's a company. That's not a language. But I guess it is a language. It's an Indian language. But you just brought up a company to me. How about some loo? Is that French? I don't speak French. I don't know what water in French is. You speak French by any chance?
I do not.
You don't speak French? I don't speak French.
I'm very unilingual.
My high school teacher in grade 8, well, that's not high school, but whatever grade 8 is, I promise you she made me pass with the 51 just so she didn't have to deal with me for another year. I promise you that. Like, if I walk back to my classes and she recognizes me and I ask her that question, she'll probably say yes to that. Like, who gets a 51 in French and passes? That's impossible. You probably failed. You probably got a 51 and just got left through.
Yeah.
So we'll take that. We'll take that.
That was like a little bit of a freebie, but
we'll take that dub. The only thing I ever learned in French class was puis-je aller aux toilettes, and that's the only thing I ever needed to learn, right? Coming back to the market, though, one of the viewers wanted us to take a look at solar stocks. Run is down 8% today after having an up move, which is pretty insane, which means we were probably down about 18% then in my guess. We hit negative 10% and then we bounced back about a little bit off of that. Maybe we hit negative 18%, sorry, and then we bounced back 10% or so. But clearly SSR being triggered for all solar stocks looks like. For Run, SPWR, SPWR should also be on SSR after being down more than 10% at one point. And what's the last stock I'm thinking about? FLSR on NASDAQ. Is it FSLR, not FLSR? FSLR also the same move. Is there any ETF that you guys know for solar stocks by any chance? Let me Google it actually while Ian's gonna talk about his trades.
Yeah, how's it going, guys? I am in an AMD short right now, and I just took a fill, so it should populate. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I'm just shorting off of this 80 area here, 80-40. I guess risking up to the 80-40, 80-50 area, but I think if it can't really reclaim this 80 area, I'm liking it to the short side, especially since we're kind of consolidating in the market here above this 38.50, but potential to break down. And I am also watching Apple. Because Apple hasn't been able to reclaim some of these levels. The 149 was pretty interesting. I took some trades off of there. I am negative today. Negative a little bit on Apple. I did have one good trade here. I'll make my chart a little bit more detailed so you guys can actually see my fills there and what I was trying to do on Apple. But I was trying to short the weakness below 149 because I just saw it kind of like a descending trend here on Apple towards that 149. And I was thinking if 149 breaks to the downside, it can really get going and accelerate to the downside. But it didn't really work out too well. Like I had one good fill up here, 149.20, and added to it and covered here. But again, like once it got below 149, didn't really get that flush move that I was looking for, and now it's just kind of slowly grinding below. But that's why I like the AMD short as well, just kind of adding confluence to my trade. I also tried BABA, and this is probably the one that I'm kicking myself the most about, I think, just because I went long in front of 100, which was really stupid looking back on it. Easily could have just taken the breakdown and that would have been the trade, and that should have been the trade. But I was thinking like at the time, like, oh, 100 is a big level. We're probably a little bit oversold at this point. I thought there could be a little bit of a bounce, and it bounced here, right? It gave a little bit of a bounce there, so I was thinking, maybe we get a little bit more of a bounce when it comes closer to 100. Yeah, that didn't happen. And then I got flushed on, and obviously managing risk. It wasn't like my biggest loss or anything like that, but more so it's just like the missed opportunity that I gave away from going long in front of just shorting 100. And now it seems to be holding 100 again. But it also rejected this 101 area as well. So, maybe the 101 level is more of a resistance area, and that holds as resistance. There was a little bit of consolidation there, and eventually flush. So, if it comes back to 101, maybe try to short again.
The only thing I know is I know nothing, and I'm only saying this because I want to say something to you about the $100 trade. Maybe, for levels like those, the best thing to do is take the long if you want to take the long in front of it, but also have an order to flip you short just to be safe on the other side. Be ready to play both directions. But then again, this is coming from the guy who knows nothing. So take that with a grain of salt. You trade your book at the end of the day. Do whatever that has been working for you, right? Apply setups that have been paying you, and that's where you want to put your biggest risk on. You don't want to go be trading new setups and new ideologies with full risk and full buying power, and then getting beat up on it, because then you're most likely blaming the guy who told you that setup, right? So the only thing I know is I know nothing. The way I would have probably traded the $100 level, because it's such a significant level that I don't know what direction the stock is going to go to. Is it going to break that 100 to the downside? Is it going to bounce off that 100 to the upside? I have zero clue. But you know what? I want to be a part of it. So if I want to be a part of it, I will be trading both directions of it. A stock that I don't want to be trading both directions of it, JP Morgan. I said I hated the short. I didn't want to be a part of it. Look where it's going now. It's at $12.46 at the high of day, coming back down slightly though with the rest of the market over here, back to $112. Now it just makes me look a little bit smarter to actually get out of that trade for not wanting to even be in that trade to begin with. JP Morgan, man, keeps on pushing even though it had a negative catalyst yesterday. Looks like Citigroup really helping out the sector, or maybe it was just the market being green helping out the sector really. Look at Citi, 11% to the north side, monster move. We gotta see 50. We didn't come this far to come this far.
Yeah, I don't know about that saying. You guys, it seems like you're just kind of
Making
things up and thinking that they're gonna start clicking or something like that. But yeah, I don't know about that one. But yeah, you're right. That's going parabolic. It's up 12% today almost, and having a huge day off the earnings. They were one of the banks that had positive earnings. So yeah, good move for them today. I was looking at Boeing as well. I've been talking about Boeing a lot, and it's funny because in the morning meetings, every day I bring up Boeing. And everyone's like, oh, why are you talking about Boeing? Well, it's around these levels, and now it's like breaking out. It broke out of this 142. It held yesterday. It got reclaimed yesterday and held that first day. So I'm thinking like, okay, maybe Boeing is actually catching some strength now above this 142 area. So I wanted to be involved if it broke out 150. That didn't happen. It was more so of a flush move off that 150. So no trade there because I was long biased Boeing. Of course, it gapped up in the morning too. So I was thinking, okay, today's the day. It's actually going to continue to break out, and we're going to see some continued upward momentum. But that didn't happen. 145 held as well, but that I wasn't really charting that, so that might just be like an arbitrary, whole dollar value if whatever. But it also kind of cracked down too. So I don't know about taking along there. I was thinking about a short maybe off 148 since we did reject that 150 area. That's the top of the range, ranging market. Maybe it's another chance to play a different sort of range on Boeing here and go short off that 148. But we're a little bit ways away from there now. So I'm just going to have to be patient with that one. The AMD short I'm in, that's about 30 cents in the money. I did take a little bit of profits on it. That's not really doing too much. But yeah, again, if it comes back up to that 80, I'm going to look to get more short on that one.
Read that sentence for me.
I didn't come this far to only come this far. I hear some people saying things
That's it,
like,
man. It's a real thing. It's sticking. I just have to
I don't think
Google.
you thought about that though before.
No, of course not. Of course not.
You just saw that. You just Googled it, and it just happened to be a thing.
See? Netflix out's gonna be 184. 184.50 is what Sean is saying. So on the way down, stop and profit on his long. On the way down, if Netflix breaks 184.50, a little tongue twister there, to the downside, then he's going to take profits on his longs over there. Man, what a monster move on Netflix today. We do know that Microsoft and Netflix partnership deals confirmed. So I am now excited to see how Microsoft is going to help Netflix with the monetization and ad revenue and everything. Because I don't, I know Microsoft has a lot of ways to help them out, but I'm really interested to see how that pans out. Because in my mind, Google would have been a better partner for ad revenue with AdSense and everything. That's just my opinion. So we'll see where this one goes to. As Netflix is up 6 beautiful %. Sadly, Bill Ackman is not going to be happy with his trade that he made. I think he loaded up at 400s and then 200s and then dumped it. Is that what it went to? Yeah, 400s and then he dumped it or whatever. So he's not going to be happy with everything going on. But for anyone who patiently waited for doomsday events to kind of slow down and then load up in the right areas, for example, look at this consolidation around 160 on Netflix. What a beautiful consolidation area, allowing you to load up your shares if you think that the bottoms in the market are here. I think we've been saying this for a while now, since the S&P 500 rebalanced, that the bottoms might be in because of the rebalance over there. So if that is the case, I think this is actually the S&P rebalance bottom, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, but this bottom right here is the S&P 500 bottom.
Yeah, that was that was like the quad witching
day.
Quad
witching rebalance, and we've yet to break that low.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like we've been chopping up and down, and I thought we were going to get more of a directional move off the. Here, I'll bring up the SPY so we could take a look at that. I thought we were going to get more of a directional move off the CPI number, but it seems like we're just trading.
It just happened to be the other side of what other people thought.
Well, no, we did get the flush. And the morning of it looked pretty. It looked pretty fearful and whatnot. But then it just V-shaped recovery back to the upside. Now we're trading right back in the range. But off the number this morning, it was interesting because the retail number was positive, and I think that
retail spending went up.
Well, it was like 1% versus expected 0.8.
That's a good number.
Right, so it's still positive, and I guess that just kind of shows that that consumers are still strong, right? Consumers still have, I guess, money to spend a little bit. So no surprise that we're getting more of an update and we're testing the top of this range now, right? So it's going to be interesting for sure to see, but that's why the long, I think, was the better play today. Probably, you know, catching some bottoms. You know, the likes of I was trying to. I'll bring up AMD because I was trying to do this. I was trying to long here off the 78 originally, but that didn't work. And then I just got kind of wicked out on that. It's fine. And then, you know, obviously get the huge run up. So I was right about that. And I made the mistake again of like putting my stop a little bit too close to the level that I liked. That being said, it's fine. Like I was trying to push a little bit more size on that play. It got stopped out. Then I was trying, this is where I got kind of chopped up here. I tried the long again through 79. That didn't work. Tried shorting off of there. So it made a couple mistakes in this area that kind of cost me most of my day on AMD. And then obviously having some success shorting off of the 80 has been working for me in the, I guess, the latter half of the trading day here. We'll continue to kind of work on this one for today, but yeah. Definitely.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I was going to say definitely more of a negative day for me today.
I'm still pounding the table until I forget U.S. legalization, Canada, Portugal, Germany are where the money is being made. U.S. is the icing on the cake. Yeah, you know, we'll just wait and see where that one goes. I mentioned what my opinion was on that side yesterday. I don't want to keep on hammering the negativeness on the legalization side. If legalization happens, we will be here talking about it and we will be here trading it. So just wait for the bill to go through, I guess. And you know who's laughing to the bank right now is that guy sitting is 3 feet. How much feet is this? Probably 10 feet away from me right now. It's that guy trading Netflix because he said he was going to stop himself out on 184.50. Well, guess what? The low was 184.80 on that pop down, and now a new high a day coming into Netflix. He's not here to play games, baby. He's here to make money, cash, dinores. Dinores? No, that's not even a word. Rupees, dinero, rupees. Not making rupees, yo, chill. Rupees are fine as long as you make 87 per trade. As long as you make 87 rupees per trade. Let's go, baby. Here we go. So obviously money's being poured for the longs, baby. If you're long, you're laughing straight to the bank. Ha, 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 ha.
I don't know where you're going with that one. I'm trying to get. I'm trying to add to this AMD position there. I get a little bit more filled. Again, risking off the 80-40 area, I think. But I think if it does break above 80, I am going to probably take a little bit off just to manage my risk accordingly and kind of go from there. If it gets in more of a flush move back towards this 79-40 area, again, I'm going to look to take profits. Again, just trading the range on this one. It is a tighter range, but I do like this 80 level on the daily. Just take a look at the daily, how this 80 level has held as resistance, held as support there. I don't believe that we continue to break out. Like AMD needs like some super strength, I think, to continue to break out of this 80 and, you know, really show some strength above there. So that's why, you know, I am giving it a little bit more risk. I'm not, you know, Prad's not going to bash me for putting my stop at 80.01 or something like that. I'm not doing that today on AMD. But yeah, that trade seems to be working for me right now. I also trade GOEV. GOEV, you know, I had that trade yesterday off 5. You guys saw that. That was awesome. So I'm not too mad that I took this loss today on GOEV. I was short bias on it again. If you recall, like the other day, you know, when it rejected 5, I was trying to short that below 4 and whatnot. Yesterday, obviously, had the short off 5 again. So I was thinking we were going to get similar price action today. But man, this 420 area, and this is why I haven't been trying to short these pops up to these highs. And, you know, it is technically making lower highs. But the reason why I'm not shorting this is because look how nicely 420 is held. 420 held here in pre-market. Again, held at market open twice, right? So it's held 4 times now just today alone. I think this is like a pretty serious support on GOEV. You know, you guys obviously know they've had a couple positive catalysts in the past week, right? So they are up quite a bit over the week. I think if I had a couple good shorts on them this week and, you know, took my money from there. But I think today, I think I'm just going to call it on the short side. Maybe if we come back down to this 420, maybe try a long. But yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe if it comes back up to 5, then we'll try short again. But I don't think it's going to get there today.
It's sunlight in Longtown, baby. The roosters are out of their hen and they're roosting. It's sunlight time. We're going north side over here as Apple dip by long coming in clutch for me. That's right, I said long for me. Ooh, world's coming to an end. So I tried to get more size though. They didn't give me more size, whatever. Market's pushing back up. I said 38.40 for ES. ES said, no, you're wrong. 38.45 as support. And now also coming in with some good moves to the north side goes the market. The thing that it really is making me happy for the long side is NASDAQ. NASDAQ not breaking the 50-period EMA and continuously bouncing off of that. So if you're short anything, especially at AMD, you might want to think about, be careful on that side. As some of these stocks have pushed down, for example, Microsoft pushed down to pushed pretty decent to the downside. Apple pushed down to pretty close to low a day, and now these stocks are going up. Apple, Microsoft being the number 1 and number 2 weightage of the market. If these are moving, there's a high chance AMD goes through the high a day, takes out 80.40 and goes higher. That being said, that 80 level is a pretty big barrier. It's almost as big of a barrier as it is on 164 on Meta. Notice how Meta 164.01 is the high a day, and it does not want to break that no matter how much buying that comes in with the market. The only thing I can see Meta breaking 164 is if the S&P 500 makes its move to 3,900 and if NASDAQ breaks 12K. That's the only way I see 164 actually getting taken out, but I could be wrong on that. Maybe 164 gets taken out as NASDAQ is pushing towards 12K, and then we get a secondary fail break of 164, and then we push back down on Meta platforms. There's so many if, this, and then statements that I can create, so many scenarios, so many hypotheses that I can create out of this trade setup that I'm being offered right now that it's making me question the trade. So I'm just going to be hands off of Meta. I'm going to head over to Apple, manage my trade on Apple as we are actually only 20 cents in the money. I thought we'd be a little bit deeper in the money, only 20 cents in the money, so I don't want to take profits just yet because that's just a 1:1 ratio trade for me. You guys know I don't do 1:1 trades.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Apple here. Like, I don't know, if it doesn't show enough strength, I think, above the 149 area, I think I'm going to short it below VWAP just because, the market is consolidating above 38.50, sure. It hasn't really broken out highs. 38.65 held. I think the upper level on the ES is 38.70. So we've already moved so far on the ES. It might begin to, find some resistance in this area. I've been talking about how resistance areas are not just single price levels. It's not just a line in the sand like that, right? It's a zone. It's an area, right? So because of that, I think if it can't break the high, the market that is, I think Apple being a little bit lower or weaker on the day, I think it's going to pull back a bit. And now you see it is struggling to get above that 149 area. So maybe I just toss out a starter position here to get short. If it fills me, yeah, there you go. And then, risking off of, I think, the 149.50 area, 149.60, if that gets reclaimed, then, we'll know that I'm wrong here as VWAP starts to get reclaimed. But for now, I don't mind this, right? I don't mind loading up on the short side here in front of this 149.50 area.
Prad cracks me up every time he says 1:1 is to a point where that's how I say it now. I don't understand why that's funny or what the joke is, but hey, laugh at Prad. That's why I'm here. I'm in the seat so you can laugh at and have some fun during your trade. So I'm glad I could do something on that side. I agree, but too soon to short. Too soon to short on the market. Yeah, maybe, man. I don't know. The market just, I want to see 3,900 today. But, market doesn't care about what I want. Market does not care. Market doesn't even know I exist. Market doesn't know I'm even alive, right? So market does not care what I want from it. We'll just have to be patiently to see what happens on that side. Prad, the run chart looks better and better. Not sure what you mean by better, like it's going up to the north side. Maybe that's why it looks better. I personally don't like the longs on positions that are absolutely destroyed, right? Run happens to be one. Sun Power happens to be another one. Any solar stocks in general, I don't want to be long on them. We know that there's a catalyst to the negative side. We know that there could be a positive catalyst coming in the near future too, but I don't want to be washed out by a trade because of a catalyst coming out of nowhere, blindsided by a catalyst, right? So I rather wait for confirmed news. If when the vote actually goes through, let's say the vote, like for example, the legalization vote, when the vote actually goes through and it's inked in pen and paper and a stamp on it with the is it an eagle on that stamp that they put? It's a U.S. put the eagle stamp, right? They put the little insignia, you know the insignia?
Yeah.
It's,
like
it's a badge. It's a little.
I guess I'm assuming it's gonna be an eagle.
It's got to be an eagle badge,
cool.
right? I'm guessing that those wax seals that they slap on there, like back in Game of Thrones days.
Yeah, it's like wax,
the
right?
wax,
it's hot wax
red
and the seal.
The seal it up over there, the golden eagle badge. So until that badge is stamped into that hard wax, I don't believe in any of these moves. The same thing applies for Twitter. The same thing applies for Activision. The same thing applies for solar stocks.
Yeah, it seems like a couple things are working for me here. Apple is, struggling with that 149 area. Baba, oh my God, I almost said it. Baba, someone said Baba is rallying off the 100. It's not really rallying. It's more so just consolidating above 100 between 101. So a tighter range now, maybe shorting off the 101 could be a good idea because Baba is weaker on the day, of course. I don't know about taking a breakdown, though, of 100 now. Since it has been reclaimed, it worked earlier. It kind of consolidated around that area now, and now above again. I'm more liking a 101 short off that area, but maybe even that is a little bit ambitious since we've already moved so far on the day. But I don't know if you recall last time Baba had that big plunge. They kind of consolidated low a day again, right? They didn't really have a big up move or anything like that. I think it was that day when I was longing off of 110 maybe. That was maybe the day. But yeah, similar price action today maybe. So maybe look to get short in front of this 101 area. But I want to wait though. I want to wait for it to get closer and actually sellers step up there. Maybe people are getting long in front of the $100 level. I'm assuming so. But if sellers start to step up in the 80s and the 90s especially, you see a lot of red on the tape, then I'll probably jump in short, and that's a pretty good R&R trade on that one. And now Apple is about 15 cents in the money for me on that one.
Yeah, buddy, market pushing back down over here, still stuck in those same ranges, but AMD is not pushing down. Not sure why. Microsoft's pushing right back down to my average price there. Apple's still in the money, so that's good. Don't have to worry about Apple too much. But the market coming down makes me a little bit worried that the longs are just not here just yet. We're gonna keep trading sideways a little bit longer. Still 5 minutes left for the official lunchtime to come to an end. And if you want Brad's lunchtime to come to an end, that's 2 o'clock, right? Until 2 o'clock, there's no volume in my opinion. So we'll see, but we'll see if volume can come in on any of these positions. Let's go see if we can find that, what's that aviation stock again? I rolled up my sticky note. Maybe I can find it over here. EVTL or something. EVTL, yeah, that's the one, EVTL on New York. Let's see if this one moves to that $5 level that I'm thinking about. It did not. It went to 467 and rejected off of 467 a little bit. I'm still waiting for that $5 test to come into play today. I'm just picking that number out of thin air, to be honest. No doubt about that. Just random arbitrary number. But look at this, 50-period EMA on the daily, 466. Where did we reject today? 466.
Yeah, it's not rocket science. Just when in doubt, zoom out. I want to talk about Ford because someone said I sold my Ford too soon, and you know what? It's okay to take profits. Obviously, you were probably getting long, and it's been a solid uptrend today on Ford. What I would suggest is trailing your stops, like Sean is doing on Netflix. Or was it Netflix that you? Yeah. So on Netflix, right? Similar chart. It's just been slowly grinding up all day. There's really no reason to just cover your position or take profits, right? Because there hasn't really a resistance hasn't really shown itself. If you look at the daily, maybe 12.50, 12.25. I don't know if Ford gets there a day. Probably not. It's not going to move that far, I don't think. But that being said, you might as well just trail your stop, and instead of making a manual decision or a decision, pressing buttons or something, just let the orders work for you. Put your trailing stop in. If it gets hit, it gets hit, and you walk away still happy, right? But if you cover the position manually now and it runs up another $1, then you might be kicking yourself, right? So, that's what I would suggest to kind of trade that a little bit better.
Holy moly, Netflix.
Netflix is just going off. Their earnings is on what? Yeah, I know next week, but
are you still holding it?
Of course, I called this out to you.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate what you were saying, which is the market will tell you when you need to make a trade. It will tell you right away, or need to make an execution, or you need to manage. For example, this would have been maybe an area of question where you're thinking about taking some profits as it's flipping around a little bit. This would have been the second area where you're questioning, because there is no red candle on this 5-minute chart without those two consolidation areas. All you have to do is wait for a red candle to show up on a 5-minute chart and punch out. And then wait for another red candle to show up on a 5-minute chart and punch out. That is not something that I do. You know me, I think about risk to reward ratios. If I'm long 175, risking 174 bottom, and I see 176, that's already a 2:1 trade. Or a 177 would be a 2:1 trade for me. I would start taking profits around here, near the high a day or whatever, and I'll most likely be done with my trade by the time 180 hits. But guess what? Who's not done with the trade? The more experienced trader, the better trader, the people that we're all trying to learn from, the people's trader himself. 187, man. Look at the stock. $11 in the money from those lows. 7% move to the north side. All you have to do is wait for those red candles to show up. Let the market tell you what you need to do. Don't be the person who thinks you can tell the market what the market needs to do. Let the market tell you.
Yeah, an easy way to kind of do this too is you see these consolidation areas on Netflix. I'll make it a little bit bigger. Obviously, you get the big bounce off 175. That's where ideally you want to be long. But you see how it consolidates between 179, 180, then gives a breakout. Once that breaks out, you probably know that this area is a good area to risk off of now, right? So you can move your stop up, trail your stop up. If this breaks down now, then yeah, you're obviously wrong on the long and you should cut it. Now, it rallies up, keeps going 184. Now another consolidation area, 184, 184.50, right? That breaks out as well. So now, trailing your stops that way, risking off of these consolidation areas where it was kind of running into problems and manage your trade accordingly like that. But yeah, huge day for Netflix. And I was just kind of saying that to add to that forward trade that one person mentioned. Someone said BOVESPA recovering. Oh yeah, now it's breaking out 101. So clearly, that idea that I had was wrong. If more buyers do step up in front of above 101 here, gonna have to wait maybe 103, but I don't know if it gets there. But if it does get there, I think hammering the short is definitely a good idea. But just because of this price action in the morning, how it just flushed from those levels, 102.50, 103. Maybe just waiting for there is the better move. And, we were super patient with GOEV yesterday, waiting for that 5 level. So maybe I should do it today on BOVESPA as well. Someone said GOV and another person GOEV running. This is why I didn't want to short it or continue trying to short it, just because now we're trading a tighter range. I talked about this 420 area being an area of support, at least for the day. And 450, maybe shorting off of that could work. But now we're consolidating in a tighter range below that in this area. I don't know if the R&R is really going to be there. Like if I get short 449, risk off 450, I'm going to have to be covering like 440, 445. I don't know if that's really worth it. I'm going to have to put on a lot of size midday. That doesn't really appeal to me right now.
Still holding BOVESPA, baby. Yeah, nice. Let's go. Congratulations on that trade over there. Not reading that one. Let's go SPX. SPX, yeah, it's basically SPY, so I'm guessing you're just trading the SPYs over there. I want to see some trades that you guys are looking at in the chat. The stock NMTR is up 3% today and still moving higher. NMTR on NASDAQ. Penny stock with less than 1 million shares traded, and it's moving in a penny range. It's not even moving. There's no volume on this one. We like to see penny stocks that are doing hundreds of millions of shares of volume. For a penny stock doing only 900,000 shares, that's literally nothing. NMTR on a relative volume scale of 0.4. I'm going to walk away from this position. PLUG. Let's go look at PLUG instead. This one has some volume in it to the downside. But actually, we haven't talked about energy stocks all day today, or cryptocurrencies. So maybe if you want to take a look at crypto, and I'll take a look at the energy over here. Plug Power down 13%. My brand new Echo Dot came home yesterday from the Amazon Prime Day shipping, and that's my Echo Dots for my washroom. I have the actual Echo in my bedroom. So in my washroom, now I can connect my phone to it and watch the trading videos, or I can listen to the news briefing. And in that news briefing, I heard that crude futures are now heading towards 90. Oil production's apparently going to get ramped up, and they're going to keep on going to the downside. So thank you, Echo. Thank you, Alexa, for keeping me up to date on my news over there. So as you see, Plug pushing down. I already typed in the ticker for the crude futures, but I'm forgetting the market extension, NM. NM is the market extension at $95 per barrel. Barrel?
Yeah,
Gallon?
it's barrel, yeah.
Gallon? Barrel.
No, barrel.
Barrel. $95 per barrel. 71,000 contracts traded so far on crudes today. Absolutely flat though. We're under 100, but absolutely flat on the day for futures, crude futures. And last but not least, XLE. Let's see what XLE is doing today. Up 1.19%.
Taking a look at crypto, I brought up coin just because obviously that's been very active with crypto and kind of tracing it a little bit. It is consolidating still, not really doing too much, struggling with 60 to the upside, I think, and between 50 and 60, it's been pushing less volume these days. I'm not too interested in it. I brought up Ethereum just because yesterday Ethereum was up 10%. And it was looking pretty good, but now we're at the top of this range. Like, look at how tight this consolidation is on Ethereum. And this is the daily chart, guys, between 1,000 and let's just call it like 1,300, 1,250 maybe to the upside. We're right back at the top of that range. In a ranging market, what do you think is going to do? Unless there's like a super strong catalyst, it's probably going to start pulling back, which is exactly what it's doing today. Just going to look at a 30-minute chart here on Ethereum. And it is running into trouble up here closer to like 1240, right? So that's the watch on crypto today. It's not really doing too much more having like an inside day as it creeps up towards this like the top of this resistance. I did get more short on AMD. I stopped out some just because if it was gonna go, I made sure I want to manage my risk accordingly. Didn't want to have my full position on. I added a little bit here, small size. Gonna keep adding until I'm wrong, basically. I'm gonna let the market tell me that I'm wrong, like Prad was saying. And until then, I think I'm still liking the short off this 80 zone, 80 resistance area for now on AMD. I added to the Apple short as well, just because it's struggling around this 149. If this starts to break down below 149.80 and test 149.60s area, then I think I'm gonna really like this trade. For now, it's not really doing too much, so I'm not doing too much to manage it.
This market's like Indian parents, man. It's like when you do something bad, right, they'll beat you up and they'll tell you you're doing wrong. But when you're doing something good, they won't even tell you about it, and they'll just like let you just walk away from it. And by that term, I mean the market will tell you really quick if you're wrong on a trade, and you'll know right away as the beatings are coming in from the market. But if you're on a winning position on the market will just be like hush hush about it and slowly inch into your side. And it's like a Indian parents over there. Too familiar with that relationship, right? Slow Asian parents, yeah, exactly. This market is like Pratt, it's slow. Wow. I mean, it is pretty slow right now, but it is moving up to the north side though. We are long on Microsoft, doing nothing. 256 bottom on Microsoft, holding up pretty good over there. We're long in front of that. What is my average on the 256.50 is my average, and then I'm long 148.81 on Apple, which is only 9 pennies in the money, not much. But as the market is moving back north over here for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ, we're getting ready to take advantage in some of these positions to the north side. Let's go over to away from our tech stocks that we have been talking about nonstop. And did you talk about cryptocurrencies by any chance?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so he talked about crypto. So let's go to UPST then. Ooh, 666. I told you, I see that number almost every day. It's impossible to not see that number. 6.66% up on UPST. Finally, a green day coming into the stock after absolute destruction to the downside. Now trading around $24 to $25, $26. The question is obviously how high can the stock go with the help of the market today? I'm expecting not much higher than 28 if it does manage to go there based on this resistance on the daily chart. Maybe can we zoom in over here? Oh, what the? Oh, that looks weird. I got scared for a second as my candles just kept getting bigger and bigger. But okay, anyways, moving closer and closer and closer. That way we can see these levels. Where are these levels? Yeah, 29, 28, 29 area. I guess let's just say 30, nice and even $1.30. If it does manage to get to 30 anytime next week, you know we're shorting the crap out of this.
Here's my thought process right now. As I'm watching the market grind up, as I'm listening to Prad talk himself into these longs, I'm watching the opposite thing here. So for once, we're actually on opposite ends of the table here. I'm liking this Apple short a lot more because the market is grinding up and Apple is still struggling below 149. I was watching AMD grind up as well, and I'm liking that short less now just because it is slowly, buyers are starting to step up above the 80 area now. So if anything, I think I'm probably more wrong on AMD. And you see there, buyers kind of step into the teens now. So maybe you're gonna have to take some size off on AMD here and manage that trade a little bit more. But for now, Apple not really doing too much. Can you do Shop? Yeah, let's take a quick look at Shop. They had that split. Oh, Shop NY, my bad. They had the split obviously a couple weeks ago there. Hasn't really done much since then, right? So it did succumb to some market pressure this morning, up 1.8% on the day, not really doing too much. I want to consolidate this chart here. Maybe look at an hourly. Yeah, there we go. And then let me zoom out here so we can see what it's been doing here. Maybe, 32 is a level on Shopify, probably 35 to the upside as well. I apologize, I can't really show the daily on P Pro here since after the split. The chart looks kind of messy, but yeah, Shopify not really doing too much. We're obviously excited about the Google split, I think, on Monday. It was funny because I think we thought
Shopify's dead for me, man.
I think we thought it was today, but no, they're actually just splitting.
No, it is splitting today.
It's splitting today after hours.
Yeah, everyone knew that.
And then it's going to start trading.
Everyone knew that. Everyone knew
it's
that.
going to start trading at the split price
for like the
at market
whole
open
week.
on Monday.
I've been saying this for the whole week. It's going to split the end of day. It's going to open Monday. I've been saying this all week. Luke is the only one who doesn't listen.
There was a little bit of confusion, I think, in our group chat there. We have like a group chat with a few of us there, and I think, there was a little bit of confusion.
That's why I'm getting
to clarify,
agitated,
it's splitting on Monday. Yes. It's going to be trading at that split price on Monday. And similar to the Amazon split. Yeah. Amazon split on Monday too, right? Like I was thinking, like if it's going to split on Friday, that's kind of weird. Like usually lower volume on Friday. Maybe in the summer, some people take early weekends and whatnot. So it'd be kind of weird to do.
Bump.
Yeah, I'm hoping that too. I'm hoping that too. I was looking at.
The volume's going to be nutty like Amazon's volume was. You're going to be able to provide as much size as you want on every single penny, and you're going to get the fill on that. Amazon day one was monstrous for prop traders over here on the floor. So I'm just waiting for Monday at this point. If I was Doctor Strange, I'd be doing all those hand signals and fast-forwarding time to Monday and then trading them. Maybe I'd be rewinding time to when Tesla IPO'd and Facebook IPO'd instead and then going long on those. What would you do? Would you fast-forward time to Google split or rewind to Google IPO? I think rewinding to Google IPO sounds 10 times better.
Yeah, I don't know about skipping time though. I think you should cherish whatever time you have. Don't skip time. I was trying to chart some levels on Google here, and Brad, don't make fun of my calculation. I'm not that good at simple math. But I was trying some levels here. I think 2,400 on Google, obviously at top end of this range. So that would translate to 120 after the split there. So, obviously down here it's going to be around 110 opening. Maybe 111, 110.50 area going to open, right? So I'm hoping that it holds the 110 area and we can go long off that. If a gap up over like 111 after the split price, of course, then we can run up and potentially test the top end of this resistance. But like a lot of things in the market right now, it's range trading, right? It's range trading between 2,400 and 2,100. Obviously, you got 2,000 to the downside there, and that would translate to 100 after the split. I don't think we get there. Again, if we hold above 110, I think it's going to look very, very good to the upside for Google on Monday.
Microsoft showing its weakness one more time, man. Microsoft, we know, has been weak yesterday, the day before that too, showing its hand one more time here as the market's moving up, Apple's moving up, Microsoft's going down. Microsoft breaking that 256 bottom now, pushing a little bit lower. So not sure if I want to be holding this trade a little bit longer or not. I'm going to give it a little bit of a leeway room from the 100 period EMA, obviously, but it's not looking good because if the market now starts to push down, Microsoft, which is already weak, is going to start really pushing to the downside, and that's going to be painful for the longs. That is, which is what I am in right now. Apple, though, 149, kind of sticky over there. Apple wants to maybe get rejected off of 149 as Microsoft does not want to keep on going up, or does Apple find a way to help Microsoft find some buyers in it? You know, a Hail Mary pass to Microsoft over here so it can also find some volume. It is 1:12 Eastern Standard Time, so lunchtime officially also coming to an end. Maybe the bulls start coming back to their desk and they see that the market didn't really push too far to the downside. You know, you go finish your fancy lunches, you come back, you come and see that Apple's near the lower days, Microsoft's in a pretty decent range, market didn't really push to the VWAP yet, maybe it's time to push to the market to VWAP, or maybe it's time to make the market go to that 3,900 level, and it is time for NASDAQ to finally break 12K. These are the possible scenarios that I have layered out in my head. I'm just waiting patiently to see what scenario plays out so I can take advantage of said setups.
Yeah, I think that's what we're both doing now because I'm sitting in these two shorts. They're not really doing anything. Brad's sitting in the longs. We're counteracting each other on Apple, and you know it's not really doing too much. So we're just kind of waiting now to see what happens and who's going to be wrong on this side on these trades. Someone said Roblox squeeze. Roblox is testing the high of day again. Here, the high of day was 39.70. That rejected pretty cleanly, and we're grinding slowly up there again. I don't know about shorting in front of there just because now, you know, it's gone parabolic off these support areas, off these pre-market support areas, right? So I said it before, I'll say it again. If the pre-market support area doesn't really break down, then there's only really one place it can go. It can go up. I'm not saying that's going to be a huge bounce, but today on Roblox it was a huge bounce today on Roblox, about a 2-point move off of that, up 5.5% on the day. Roblox has been relatively strong for the past month or so in comparison to a lot of other stocks of that nature. So interesting enough. Today up as well again, maybe gonna run into trouble around this 40 area. I think maybe now it starts to consolidate around that 40 area. Yeah, loving Roblox. People are trading that one as well. Long Ferrari, yeah, race. I don't know how they did today. There's no race this weekend. Oh man, that's what we had to do. We had to cross test how race does following
I'm only
F1
shorting
weekends.
race. I'm never going long race.
No, but if Ferrari has like a bad race weekend or something, like how does the price actually react to that on Monday?
Yeah.
Right? Does the price go down and then that way? It could be like a pretty good strategy maybe.
Yeah, it is against my religion to go long race.
I don't know what that means, but someone said Twitter, question mark. Let's take a quick look at Twitter. It's right back at these consolidation areas again, 37 to 40. Pre this like whole, debacle with Elon said he's not buying it anymore, right? So we're right back in that range again. We've talked about how it's probably going to be a legal case now. It's going to last a long time. Who knows what's going to happen? But until it kind of gets sorted out, I think we're just going to continue to trade in this range again, right? So I think it's off limits for now, for me at least. Since it doesn't really know what it wants to do. Obviously, today up, and it's been up the past few days now. But if it's going to be chopping around this range, I've been getting chopped up enough in this market. I don't want to trade something that's even choppier.
Oh my! What am I doing? I thought I was getting out of my Microsoft long. I just kept going more long. What a stupid execution over there. Let me get out of that trade real quick. I thought I was punching out of my trades, but no, I took more executions there. Did not like that one. So extended the losses on Microsoft a little bit more. But these trades probably counted as a winning trade because it popped up on that cover. So last few ads did end up being a winner, but these two ads did not end up being a winner. I did mention, Microsoft was not popping up the way the market popped up and the way Apple popped up. So if the market starts to push back down the way it is now, Microsoft's really going to start pushing back lower and harder and stronger. Stronger, faster. But yeah, so we're going to look for Microsoft over here. We're going to leave Microsoft alone for the long side. If there's a stock that you're thinking about shorting today, it would have been the weaker stock from yesterday and the day before at a pretty significant level, around $260. Pretty decent short, man. $260, $5 in the money or so. Let's head back to Netflix to see what Netflix is doing. 187 almost. 186.88 is the high a day. And now Netflix coming back into the previous consolidation range of 184. I'm expecting Netflix to go sideways. I don't think we really see that move to 181, 182. But if we do, then VWAP is going to support it most likely and then take it back to the north side. NASDAQ is coming back to the 50-period EMA right now. We did see support the first time around at the 50-period EMA. Let's see if it's going to do it the third time around.
This could be the rejection now of 80 on AMD. It's been struggling above the 80 area, 80, 80, 20. Every time it popped to the teens, it would kind of sell off, and now it's actually flushing a little bit below 80. So I think maybe now the short could start to work if the market pulls back a little bit further. But it's got a big breakdown 38.50. That's held as a little bit of a support since about 11 o'clock. So since the midday show has started here, that 38.50 area has held. But for now both of my shorts are in the money, and they're looking a lot better. Still waiting for the 149.80 area or 148.80 area on Apple to break down, and that's going to look a lot better as well. Check out Disney. Let's take a quick look at Disney. We were trading it more so around that $100 level. Having a good day today, up 3.9%. It looks like it could be gravitating back towards that $100 level again. Look how key this level is. Holds a support there back in May for the whole month of May, and then breaks down, and now it's holding as resistance here. To the bottom 90, that seems a good enough level to go long off of. It's bounced off there twice now, right? So it bounced yesterday. Having an update today, that's no surprise. So if you're not long already on Disney, it's going to be tough to get long. You got to wait for a pullback, I think. Taking a breakout midday might not work, especially since the market is sort of at resistance right now and not really breaking out or not really doing too much either, right? So if you're not long already, I would be patient. If you are long, then we've been talking about it all day with the likes of Netflix and Ford and whatnot. Trail your stops, and let the trades actually work for you. Who knows? Maybe this can turn into like a $6 winner.
A lot of trap longs in that stock. That's one way to take a look at it, but there's a lot of shelf on that stock too. A lot of companies just buy up Disney and just hold on to them. The same way with Apple and Microsoft and so on, and to the point where those shares are just sitting there on the shelf, not trading, collecting dust, right? So you're not wrong though. There are a lot of longs trapped on that. Disney was a lot higher than where we are right now, and the market environment brought down. COVID-19 disturbed the market for Disney a lot, especially because of all the investments and in China that they own. So a lot of problems coming in. Hey, how do I get access to a level 2? Any broker should have a level 2. If there is a broker that does not have level 2, you should probably not be using them to trade at all. So any broker that you choose, let it be TD Ameritrade, let it be Day Trade the World, as long as you're not in US of A, the Americas, you can North America, only Canada and Mexico. So as long as you're not in USA, you'll be able to use our platform. If you want to learn more about that, go to daytradetheworld.com or DTTW.com. That is not true about the level 2. Trust me, if your platform does not have level 2, you do not want to be using that. That is probably the worst platform you'll ever see.
Robinhood and
Robinhood has a level 2.
No, it does. I guess you're talking about the platform, not necessarily a stock. We can take a look
talk
at
about the hood.
Yeah, we can talk about the stock as well. We don't have Robinhood in Canada. I was gonna say Webull offers a free level 2, I believe. If you sign up for like 3 months.
Is Webull Canadian or American?
Yeah, you can get it in Canada.
Yeah?
You can get it in Canada. You just can't trade off Webull in Canada, but you can trade off Webull in the States.
Okay.
But they give you a free level 2 for 3 months or something like that. And it's free to sign up. I actually like using Webull. But Robinhood obviously getting beat down quite a bit. Kind of finding a little bit of a support area around the 7, but man, it's just so weak. I feel like it's just going to keep grinding lower. Maybe the $7 breakdown could be something when it gets back down there. Just because the reason why I'm thinking about the breakdown is because just look at this trend, right? It just looks so weak, and there's not really any incentive or catalyst for me to want to start buying this or push it up further. But that's my take on Robinhood. It hasn't really been on our radar that much at all. I did better my average on AMD. I've been trying to do this all week, right? So if I find myself in a position and it's not necessarily working the way I expected it to, add to it, but then make sure you're covering and taking some profits and bettering your average. So my average now is 80.03. And maybe I'll start adding into weakness above this 80 area. But the reason why I want to take some here in the 80s is because I just saw a little bit of buyers stepping up, and there's like this consolidation, a lot of just like action just going on in this 80 area. And it's funny now because AMD is working for me and Apple is not.
Whoa, there's some big size playing around right now on EVTL. So EVTL just dropped 20 pennies in front of my face. I'll show you what I was looking at. It was just a wall of red and blue. Wall of red and blue just showed up on my tape, and that was a little surprising over there. Because someone mentioned, Pratt, go take a look at EVTL. Almost like they wanted me to take a look at the stock going down as they punch into 1 million shares short or something. But right now EVTL pretty close to that $5 level that I was talking about. So I'm happy. I'm happy we got to $4.85, and maybe we have room for that $5 level still to come into play. But EVTL getting moved around a bit. Look at the size being traded. I guess it's a $4 stock, so I should be filtering for a little bit more than just 200 shares. Let's filter for 5,000 shares. So we'll see if there's big orders coming in. And now you see there's the tape just kind of dies off over here if you're filtering for 5,000 shares or more on EVTL. And for anyone who's wondering what the catalyst is for this stock, Flying Group from Europe bought or put in an order for about 50 electrical aviation crafts. And once they get delivered, we'll see how those crafts start moving around in. Microsoft is so weak, man. Look at this position. I'm so glad that I punched out of my error over here. Instead of punching out for my long, I added to my long, which sucked, to be honest, but thankfully the damage wasn't as big as I thought it would be. Now Microsoft pushing even more to the downside when the S&P 500 has yet to even begin its descent. The pilot of S&P 500 has yet to even call in the air traffic control, but Microsoft's over here already getting ready to crash on the landing pad. So
Microsoft's been relatively weak all week. It's just been way weaker than the likes of like Apple and Amazon and whatnot. Amazon was actually really strong today. It wasn't really on my radar, unfortunately. But this 112 level on Amazon I was looking at was super solid. Like on the daily too, it held as resistance the past couple days and now reclaimed this level. And that bounce off 112, man, that was money. Like it reclaimed the 112 area in pre-market, had a little bit of a bump. And then when the market was like kind of doing its thing, not really knowing what it was going to do, pulling back a little bit, Amazon was holding strong. Amazon held strong above this 112 area. Now testing 115 on Amazon. I know that, and I'll try to make it. As Sean laughs evilly in the background there.
This guy's
you're long 112. Yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? I think 118 is a huge level to the upside in Amazon, but now that it's at that 115 area, man, so much strength in Amazon today. And maybe probably off of the retail number too. Like obviously Amazon is an online retailer, right? So clearly that number was good for them, and that's why they're up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a G Fuel sponsorship over here. Come on, G Fuel. How many times do I have to bring up your name? Sponsor me already. EVTL. Yeah, Kai is enjoying her EVTL long today. $4.80. I hope you're enjoying that. Prad long, the only Free Fall Friday stock. What? Which one? Apple? What? Anyways. Veru is a beauty. Yeah, Veru, man, we remember that position from a couple weeks ago. Veru's still acting in the very same, Veru's same methods. That $15, $16 ranges on the north side. I do remember those ranges. Where's my chart though? There we go. Maybe we can pull up this chart. There we go. Finally, the chart updating. 17 was the high. So 17 to 15, 17 to 13 over here. Let's see how Veru behaves between this range and if we can actually break out of 17 today. My opinion, market's going long. That's why I am long Apple. I was long Microsoft, but I don't like it because it's a lot weaker. As you see right now, 30 cents in the money on Apple. Market's getting ready to push back up north or down. I have no clue, but we're stuck in the very same ranges from the morning's high. So the high around 38.50 on the S&P 500. And guess what? I did call that out, right? I did say I'm expecting the market to have a minor drop to maybe 38.45, 38.40, and then go back up. It drops to 38.45, it goes back up, and now we're trading sideways. Now I'm expecting either a retest of 38.50, 38.45 to show us a triple bottom and then pop back up. Or that triple bottom does not happen and we break the double bottom, we go right back to VWAP, and then we find buyers at VWAP. So these are the two scenarios to the downside. Scenario to the upside, market just hangs out over here, maybe goes to the double bottom, turns the double bottom into a triple bottom, takes out the high day and goes to the 3,900. The second scenario, it says forget all that testing nonsense. We're just going to go long straight to the north side, take out the levels on the upside, go to 3,900. These are the four scenarios I have laid out in my head. I know exactly what I want to do if those scenarios play out, and now I'm just waiting for time to play.
I wanted to address a couple questions here in the chat. The first one was, do you guys trade stock or options? What's the best one to start if you have $2,500? We here at Day Trade the World, we only trade equity. We don't trade options at all, and we can't carry positions overnight as well. So, yeah, we trade futures as well, and then you also have access to other markets. What's the best one to start with if you have $2,500? I would say, have you paper traded before? That's the first question. Like, always start with paper trading. Make sure that backtest your strategies in paper trading. I would probably start doing like small size with shares, right? Because with shares and equity, you can manage your risk a lot better, especially if you're doing small size. So that $2,500 can actually carry you a long way. Whereas if you start trading options, basically you're risking your option premium, right? So let's say like a contract is, let's say $500. Technically, you're risking the $500. You can always cut your loss short, of course. But if you're new to trading, you might not have the know-how and abilities to do that yet. I would say stick with shares. What do you think?
I don't know, man. The answer is first go blow up your $25 account or $25,000 account, and then maybe open a new one, and you're gonna probably blow that one up on too. And I'm only speaking based off of what happened to me, right? I've blown up my first $2,000 options account to know that I don't even want to be touching options anymore. You got to go through your lessons, no matter what. You will go through pain no matter what route you take. So you got to learn first how to lose. Learn how to lose, learn how to win, learn how to learn, right? Learn how to learn. So open up some books, open up some stuff. Instead of putting your money to work directly, start using some of that free time that you have off of work or off of taking care of kids or whatever it is, right? Every time you find some spare time, use that time to read some books about trading. And then Ian hit the nail on the coffin there. Paper trade. You gotta paper trade. You can't think like you're the only one who can just go into the market without any experience and add damage to the market and take all the money. There's been a lot of people who thought that, and there's been a lot of people who don't exist anymore because of that mentality. So focus on it. I would go with the stock route because I know how much harder options are. Options are not as easy as stocks. There's a lot more variables behind it. Time, volatility. There's a lot more variables inside options that you need to learn about, especially for someone who's not like mathematically oriented as I am. Options was ridiculous. You had to know a lot in there. So just focus on day trading if that's what you want to do, or investing or swing trading, and then branch out. That's my opinion. Look at this market though. 50 cents in the money on the Apple long, baby. What did I say? I'm expecting longs. Did you ever expect Pratt to say that? No. This is why I'm saying this world's coming to an end.
I did take off some risk on the Apple trade because now that's pushing up above 149. Again, like I'm not too, I won't be worried yet. I'm going to let the market tell me that I'm wrong on this as I'm seeing more people now offering out. So maybe sellers are going to start stepping up here in the 30s in front of VWAP. We'll see. Time will tell. just to add on what Prad was saying, like it's funny enough because I actually, when I started trading, I got pulled into options trading just because I think it's in like the social media world. It's more like I don't know. Would you say it's more like popular? I guess like options trading and whatnot, maybe, I don't know.
Oh, for
but
sure.
That's how I started trading. And then when I got run over a lot, like I took some big L's options trading, of course, you know, blew up some of those accounts that you're talking about.
You got it.
But then the thing is though, is that I realized that I was so in love with trading and I had to learn how to do it properly or had to get better at it. So then I started trading stocks. Then I started trading, you know, obviously started more paper trading and whatnot, and actually trying to learn. And obviously watching the show has helped a lot with that. I used to watch a show every day when I was just trading at home like you guys there. And in that sense, I don't know if you've done it in a while, but you know, I just checked it now for the first time. We have 3,400 viewers on the show today, 2.3K likes. Let's get this like count up a bit. Let's get that ratio up a bit, and hit that subscribe button and notification bell if you haven't already. Are we gonna send? Yeah, we're gonna send it over to Brendan at the big screen for now.
Hey guys, yeah, busy Friday afternoon. Let's get you caught up on currency markets right now. We are seeing a continuation move here for the U.S. dollar. Finally, after a couple of weeks, back to the downside today. 0.5% here, back to 108 and change. That is an hourly chart. You can see how strong this has been. Going back to the 28th of June, it's been in this crazy uptrend. Finally back to 108 even today, down about 0.5%, sending everything else sharply to the upside. The euro, the Canadian dollar, the British pound, all back higher on the day. Canadian dollar back to 76.75. So a big rally off of that 75.5 we saw earlier in the week. Japanese yen, Swiss franc also benefiting from this. Australia and New Zealand here typically trade one and the same. Big move down for the ruble today. 2%. It's been on a tear all week long, back above that 1.7 earlier in the week, but a bit of a pullback here today. Bitcoin and Ethereum trying to hold up to end off the week, back to 1,220 for Ethereum there, leading the way at this point. Frank Caberna coming up at 2:45 this afternoon. Make sure you're hanging out with us, guys. He'll give us his take heading into the weekend on what to expect for currencies, for treasuries, for all things macro a little bit later on. Back to you.
Yeah, Frank, I like the way how Frank was talking to you about your message from about the euro bottom, Brendo, about the euro bottom. And Frank, remember that I actually didn't even remember that until he brought it up. And that was a pretty good call out by Brendo. And, you know, that's why we keep bringing the people like Frank on to give us that type of market knowledge. So stay tuned for that. I see a message in the chat, a little bit of what type of question or what type of message is this? But you know, the message is the market is either going up or going down. Either way, I'm correct. That is not what I said. I laid out scenarios for you. If you didn't like the scenario, fine, I can accept that. But I wasn't, you know, beating my chest about being correct about the market by giving out your scenarios to you. The scenario was, it's either going to go do this, and if it does this, I'll do that. It's either going to go do this, and if it does this, I'll do that. That's all it was. It wasn't about me wanting to be right or me being smarter than you or me being better than you or whatever it was. So that viewer, maybe you're thinking about it in a different way, in a wrong way at least. I would urge you to consider that I'm just throwing out scenarios for you. I'm just throwing out possible trade setups. If you want to trade it, go for it. If you don't want to trade it, no harm done. No harm done at all, right? Market, though, look at Apple, 50 cents in the money right now. Push right back to the high a day for the S&P 500. NASDAQ pushing to that 12K that I've been begging for 12K to break. Please, can we break 12K to the north side? Why am I even begging for 12K to break being a short trader? Anyways, can we get that 12K breaking on NASDAQ? Can we send some of these stocks back to the upside? Look at Microsoft now pushing back up after stopping me. Did I get stop hunted? What is this? Well, I didn't get stop hunted. You know, I added more size over here, and then I punched myself out for mistakenly adding more size. But look at Microsoft now, moving off the 255 bottoms, which happens to be the opening drive bottom also. Somewhat of an opening drive bottom over here at 255. Now $1.2 in the money for Microsoft as we launch to the north side. Well, not in the money for me because I'm not long, but it is moving off those lows. And AMD also looking to retake 80 to the north side. AMD actually has a channel. If you were to draw a channel right here, including the pre-market bottom, we have a pretty good trend line. Not that I follow trend lines, not that I trade trend lines.
Yeah, I mean, trend line's a good reference point, I guess, but you really got to be watching the tape, I guess, when those inflection points come up on the trend line. Maybe that's how you can kind of trade them. I wanted to bring up Amazon. I've been watching Amazon because now it's testing near that 115 area. I saw it briefly. There was maybe a few hundred lots at 115. Again, midday breakout, it might not be the best, so I don't know about taking that breakout to the upside there. I don't know about taking it short either because obviously Amazon has been super, super strong all day. Someone said Meta, baby. Let's take a quick look at Meta. I haven't looked at Meta at all today. It looks like it's been bouncing off these 160, low 160 areas. Just looking at the daily, that's the bottom of the range, 155 or 157, I would say, to 160. That's where it's been bouncing for like literally all week, pretty much. So no surprise that it bounced there again today. I added to AMD and the Apple short. Yeah, I added to the AMD short, again, in front of this 80-20 area, just working my average still, and then going to scalp it out if it, shows some more weakness below the 80 area there. And then Apple, it looks like I'm probably wrong on this one. Apple is probably going to stop me out soon as it's flirting with VWAP. Is it going to struggle here? It looks like it's not really struggling as much as I would like to see it, and the market is kind of testing highs as well.
Who do you bank with?
Scotiabank.
Who do you bank with? No, is the top 5? Is it Citi by any chance? I don't know anyone in my family who banks with Citigroup, and here's Citigroup. It's I know, but even I have family in America too. And nobody, it's nobody that I know who banks with Citigroup. But look at Citigroup today, man, launching up to $50 here, 13.17% to the north side, monster move off the earnings report, and single-handedly keeping the financial sector alive today. The financial sector is solely alive by Citi, in my opinion. I could be wrong on that because JP Morgan negative earnings, Wells Fargo negative earnings. Morgan Stanley, negative earnings. Did Goldman report yet? I don't know yet, actually. Let's go confirm that. Either they will be or they have. What does this say? 18th of July. So Monday they will be reporting. So we have 3 out of 4 banks reporting already, and they were negative. But Citigroup just launching everything else to the north side. I guess part of it is because of the market being green today. So market being green helping the financial sector launch up to the north side also. And because JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley were red yesterday, today might be somewhat of a shorts covering rally coming in, and with the market being green, more buyers are stepping into the JP Morgans and your Wells Fargos. Trust me, Monday, if Goldman numbers are red, I'm going to be shorting the crap out of JP and Morgan, but I will not be touching Citi.
I'm looking at that there. Is that the earnings preview?
I think we'll be going there, so let them set up.
Next week's going to be a huge week, obviously.
Yeah.
That's the kickoff of, there's going to be some of the big earnings starting next week. It's going to be definitely exciting. And you also have, obviously, Google on Monday. A few people are talking about the SPY right now. Are we squeezing through a certain level on the SPY? And I wouldn't say really squeezing. It's just consolidating at a higher range now, like above 383, running into trouble this 385 area. This is not really, an area I think of resistance for now on the SPY. It's in this consolidation area in between like 380, 390, right? So, slowly grinding up. I think that's the theme of the day today. Apple, it's a smaller midday position, so I'm not too worried if it stops me out. I tried something. It doesn't seem to be really, really working for me like it was earlier. Now that this 149 area has, solidly been reclaimed, I think my time is kind of running out on this one. Did Amazon break out the 115? Oh, it did. It did. Broke out 115, but the high today is 115.04, right? So, I wasn't expecting a huge explosion off of this 115 breakout here. So no surprise that it's not really doing that, but maybe it just it continues to slowly grind up now. I talked about 118 being the area on Amazon, and we're still a ways away from that. This is definitely another one where you want to trail your stops and, just let the trade work for you.
Maybe I can actually pull it up on my side over here. I need to just find the link for it, but you got it? Okay, yeah. So we'll go to the board real quick to show you guys what the earnings boards are here. You can take at this screen right here. So this is for Monday morning. We got Charles Schwab, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, and Guarantee Bank and Trust, Prologis, never heard of them before, but a couple companies coming up. Not a big board coming up, but we got a big week coming up, and there we go. There's the next day or end of the. There we go. Big week, man. Netflix on there, Biogen. Tesla, sheesh, United Airlines. So lots of fun names for sure. Thank you, Brendo, for sharing that with the viewers over here. The city now, though, we did get a break of $50 to only 9 pennies. We broke 50 by 9 pennies, and now the rejections are coming in on City Group over here. Maybe that is the fail break. That is the backside that we are talking about to look for the shorts, and we can ride it to VWAP. I'm not shorting something that's this strong on the day. It's going to be a little ridiculous to be trying to short this, but you could get a nice little risk to reward play, risk to reward scalp out of it. I always mention when you see a risk to reward setup like 2:1 or 3:1, you have to take it. It's one of these trades right here.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, sure, maybe the R&R is there, like the risk to reward is there, but man, look at it, it's parabolic today. I'll bring it up here on my screen so we can look at it. It's parabolic today. It's having a massive day, and they have a positive catalyst, right? So do you really want to be trying to pick a top here? I guess 50 seems like a decent enough number to do that, but man,
it's
like what's
a good psychological number?
It's a good
maybe?
Psychological number, maybe. And,
on the daily, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, on the daily, it doesn't look like it. And here's the daily down here, guys. Like, it's not really a resistance area. Psychological level for sure. But man, if you're gonna short off this, it has to be a scalp. I think if you're offered any sort of profits, you gotta take them if they're presented to you, because who knows, man? Maybe this can just keep grinding up slowly here. When was the last time you saw a bank up 13% on the day? I don't remember ever seeing that. But yeah, clearly huge strength for Citigroup today. Thoughts on Rivian? Let's take a quick look at Rivian today. I was trading Lucid the past couple of days, and that seemed to be working. I could bring up that as well since we're on this like little EV talk here. Rivian having more of an inside day today. This 32 on the top side is definitely a resistance area, rejected there. But we're slowly kind of creeping back to that area. Probably won't be tested today, but slowly creeping back there on the daily. But it's not really, it's still holding above the 30 area as well. So some good, decent levels for Rivian there. Lucid. I was trying to short off this 20 area, 1950 area yesterday. It was on my radar this morning, but maybe it should have been on my radar a lot more, because once this 20 area broke down, it never got reclaimed. It did gap like a little bit up in the morning, but then really couldn't show strength above that 20 area. I've been talking about the 20 area the past couple days on Lucid and how it's been holding as a resistance. And in this ranging market, it's still holding there. And now pushing down below. What are you clapping about?
I'm just bored.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just bored that we won't break 12K. Like, can we get the 12K break, please, for God's sake?
It looks like Apple rejected the 149.50 area a bit, but that if it goes up above there, I think I'm going to call it on this trade. For now, I'll see how it reacts to VWAP a little bit further. AMD, I am out of the money on AMD as well, but I'm not too worried about that one.
Apple right back to my average price on my long term, so maybe it's time to get out for a flat. If you're bearish in the market, time to get out for flat, as a lot of traders do. Nah, this is a long term holding. We're holding this for till the end of life, at least for my life. I plan to give this account to my kids, and they go, "Dad, you're stupid for buying these shares." Dad, why'd you buy SoFi? What's wrong with you?
You're gonna give them a whole lot of nothing.
A whole lot of nothing. That's right. But we'll see where this markets take these stocks to in about 30, 40 years from now on. Massive FOMO with DraftKings. I jumped in. SpaghettiOs. Let's go find out what DraftKings is doing. Did you punch the highs when you jumped in? I guess that's what you mean. Look at this stock, though. Another parabolic move on the market today for DraftKings. 13.8% to the north side. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are struggling still. Yeah, they're going to say, who the hell is SoFi, because SoFi doesn't exist in 30 to 40 years, right? That's funny. But no, DraftKings is moving to the north side. Let's see if $13 can get tested at some point. I'm looking at this wonderful, look at the setup. This is actually a sick setup, man. Oh, wow. 50 period EMA rejection every time DraftKings gets there. We had that on March 1st. We had that over here on March 30th and on the April 4th. And we had that over here on the 27th of June. We're gonna have that again on the 5th, like very soon over here, on maybe 18th of June. So this 50-period EMA rejection on DraftKings has been an insane setup. Look at this right here. 26th of October, exact same rejection. So next time I see this 50-period EMA coming into play for DKNG, I'm gonna smash that short.
Yeah, that's a decent idea there. I wanted to talk more about this FOMO thing here. I struggle with FOMO a lot. Every trader struggles with FOMO, so don't be ashamed of it. I brought up Veru here because Veru is a very similar setup as that DraftKings. Or the chart looks very similar to that DraftKings chart. Since it's just slowly grinding up, pushing highs. It's testing the 17 area now on the daily. 1750, if you will, is clearly a resistance area. I would say this: like, there's opportunities every single day. You don't have to have FOMO if you miss a play. If you miss a play one day, it's not like you're gonna, maybe you missed out on some money. Sure, whatever, right? There's gonna be a new opportunity the next day. I would say just focus on that. Focus on not blowing up, chasing plays that one day because you shoulda, woulda, coulda, something like that, right? Don't think about FOMO too much. Yeah, no FOMO. Every day has chance. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. We're in the stock market, and that's what's exciting so much. That's what excites me so much, and excites Pratt so much to come to work every day. Is that there's so many opportunities in the stock market every day. You're gonna have chances to make money. So that's what I want to say about FOMO. Mine is NIO. I'm not really sure what you mean about that. Docu. We haven't taken a look at Docu. We could take a look at DocuSign. I'm assuming that it's not doing too much, probably just ranging. Yeah, less volume today. My chart didn't update there, my intraday chart. Having an update today, 5%, but still in this consolidation area, 70 to the top side, 60 to the bottom side. A lot of things just ranging right now, not doing too much. Gonna need some catalysts to come in. Obviously, earnings is gonna create that.
That's because the official lunchtime in the market is wrong. The official lunchtime in the market is 12 to 1. It's supposed to be 12 to 2.
Yeah, maybe. But,
it's time we send a petition to the New York floors to change the official market lunchtime from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock because the markets do absolutely zilch, man, zilch. We moved like barely even 1%, barely even 0.5% on the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ. And Sean and Neil always make fun of me now that I keep saying there's nothing to trade. There really is nothing to trade right now. Unless you want to punch the highs of a stock and go long, sure. Or punch the highs of a parabolic stock and go short, sure. But more importantly right now, it's time to just be patient and let the volume come into the stock market so we can take advantage of it. DraftKings so strong today, so is Citigroup, man. DraftKings looks like it wants to head towards that $13 level or so. Let me just hover right here to see what that EMA even is. Actually, let me just go on this side instead. DKNG. EMA is 13.34. So we're looking for somewhere around 1350 as a rejection area for DraftKings. Maybe Monday, maybe even today. If that happens today, I'll be pretty surprised that we walked up to 1350 on DraftKings. Pratt, are you going to short Netflix ahead of earnings? No, I don't play gambling stocks like that. If I want to gamble, I'll just go to casino and put all my money on green zero, right? That's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to be waiting patiently for Netflix earnings to come out, and then I'll play the earnings report. I'm not going to go put it on green zero and then pray to God that it works out for me.
Yeah, exactly. Let the news come out, like the CPI thing as well, right? So let the news come out, then react to it and try to catch the proper side.
Bet on home run derby.
What's that?
Neil goes bet on the home run derby.
Yeah, there you go. There's plenty more ways to gamble and make bets that are probably better chances of actually happening.
The lotto plays.
Exactly. There's many other ways to do it. Don't do it in the stock market. Just don't do it in the stock market. The stock market's all about risk management. Manage your risk accordingly, and trade your own book and trade your strategies that have proven to work over time. Meta being called out again. Is it still? Yeah, man. So many things are just slowly grinding up, pushing high a day. That's why I don't think I'm necessarily wrong yet on AMD, because that hasn't broken out high a day. Apple is nowhere close to high a day. So I'm chilling right now with these shorts. I know I'm out of the money. They're smaller positions, so I don't. They're not going to hurt me too bad on my overall net if I ended up losing on them. But now, look at Apple. Look at Apple rejecting this the VWAP 149.50 area relatively nicely. I did have that ad prior to that. Maybe I should have added more, because now it's flushing back down. So maybe I got to take some out here just to manage my price a little bit better. There you go. So I am getting my price a little bit better. Now I'm in the money on Apple. So you see how that works, like just managing your risk accordingly and managing your position, waiting patiently for it to come to you, and not stressing too much when it's not necessarily working. Let the market tell you a reason to actually get out and press buttons.
Yeah, market, we'll speak to you. You just have to have your ears open and be ready to receive said information. Now the NASDAQ is pushing down, so I am going to be punching out of my Apple long over here for profit. Thank you, Apple, for a successful long over there. As the market pushes back down, we just wait patiently to see which direction the market will decide it wants to move at. And in the next 10 minutes or so, that's right, only 10 minutes left on the market here. So let's move over to real quick the YouTube spiel once again to see how many likes we have going on right now. 2.4K likes. We still got the beautiful Lucinda's face over here.
Did I have a name when
you did? I forget what it was though. I think she said you look like her sister. She didn't really put in a name for you, maybe.
Okay.
I forget. I'm trying to think of it. I had the video right here, man. Where's the video? Did they even post it on Twitter?
I thought they posted on TikTok.
On TikTok, sorry, not Twitter, on TikTok. So, is this the one? Ian is a 10 out of 10. Right here, yeah. Sean, I don't think you've seen this one, have you? Oh, where did it go? I'll send Sean the link for it, but it disappeared. Y'all just send Sean the link for it. Anyways, coming back to the market over here. Sorry, coming back to what I was saying about the YouTube spiel. Smash that like button. I think we only went up by 100 or 200 likes since Luca got off. So if we can get that number up a little bit, elevate that number, that'd be very good. Subscribe button too, right here. Hit that subscribe button. Ring that notification bell. And we got some merchandise for you guys to purchase if you are interested in that. And last but not least, if you want to become a member, what is a member for anyone wondering? See how Roland Records' name is in the green color over here with a nice little badge. That badge basically tells you that he's been supporting us for over a year, and he gets custom emojis that he gets to use in the chat. For example, the Sean Bang or the air horn to alert us every time a new stock is in the watch list moving around. So make sure to click those couple buttons over here. You don't have to support us by using super chats or by members. That's optional, but we would like for you to smash the like button and the subscribe button as it helps us with the YouTube algorithm.
I'm giving AMD one more shot here in front of that high a day, but it looks like it probably not going to work. Someone said AMC. I haven't looked at AMC at all today, so let's bring that up. I was interested in the long the past couple of days. It looks like it held this 1480 area again on AMC, and it's struggling with 1530. Trading such a tight range the past 2 days between 1475, 1480, and 1530. If you recall, I believe it was yesterday, Sean had on a sticky note 1530 short, if I recall correctly. So it's still respecting that range. So you could have had the same plays today. Less volume overall on AMC. They had a good box office weekend. Was it last weekend or the weekend before? But it was this past weekend. Yeah, that's what I thought, right? So they had a little bit of a catalyst over the weekend there, so it gave it a little bit of a bump at the beginning of the week, but now trading within a tight range. But important to note, it's consolidating higher on the daily. Yes, of course, 16 is a huge level, I think, to the upside, but consolidating closer to that now. Maybe it's gearing up for another leg up. Who knows? But I like the price action right now, a tight range on AMC.
Tight range, baby, tight range. We like that. We like to see anything tight. Whoa, what do you mean tight range? It's about to take out the high day buy.
What do you mean? On AMC?
I thought you meant AMD. I was
no, AMC.
I was like, what do you mean? AMD's about to take out the high day over here. Whoa, careful. But DraftKings, the question in the chat, Aaron Smith saying, when are we going to short DraftKings? Monday, bro. Monday. I'm not interested in shorting DraftKings before 1350. I'm waiting for 1350 to come in. If that is today, then today. But if 1350 is not today, then it's not today. So just got to be patient on that side. You talked about AMC, but you did the crime again, which is not talk about GME. GME today, only 1 million shares traded, and it is 2 o'clock right now. Usually we like to see GME having 1 million shares traded before 12 o'clock. So the fact that we're not doing any volume here means almost a no trade. And look how GME is moving. Very very sideways. Something that's very important to mention right now is Apple is pushing right back to the downside with the help of the S&P 500 rejecting off the highs, and NASDAQ not even pushing to 12K but still rejecting off the highs. So market pushing back down, but AMD is pushing back up. So AMD new high a day now at $80.45. Not anything greater than the previous high. Previous high $80.38. Now $80.45. That just looks like a stop hunting for me. And now as the market's coming back down, AMD shorts will most likely be able to take some profits with this move down here. That being said, I'm not looking to short AMD. I know AMD was strong yesterday. I tried to short it, and the market just completely reversed on me. NASDAQ ended up closing on the green side, which I did predict, I guess, after getting beat up. So hindsight 2020 always.
I'm about 40 cents in the money, pushing 50 cents in the money now on Apple. This is how I've reworked my average a bit better, right? Adding, managing my risk, but when I'm patiently waiting for it to actually give the flush move, I had a little bit more conviction of this move when it rejected the 149.40, 149.50, and VWAP here, right? So waiting patiently for the flush move and taking profits on the way down and making sure, when they are presented to me, I take them. Because I've done that now, and because I was adding closer to, the 149.50 area, my average is much better now.
Free trade.
What's that?
Free trade.
Yeah, on Apple, right? And it's working for me now. That being said, AMD, it looked like it was gonna work there for a hot minute, and then now it's consolidating in these 40s. I am seeing size on the offer there though. That just got taken. So as I said it got taken super quick, which is too bad because it looks like it's
50s.
gonna.
Let's see 50s here.
Yeah, 50 looks decent as well, but that looks like it. Yeah, there you see it getting taken there, and I got stopped out right there, right? So that's okay. Call it a loss on AMD. It now is my worst name on the day. Smaller losses or whatever. It hasn't like ruined all my profits from the week or something like that. Having a more positive week than last week, so that's a good thing. But yeah, wrong read I think on AMD for me today.
It's not your fault, man. It's these hedgies are just going after everybody. Everyone thought short, market burn, 9.1. Woo! Everyone was screaming in the world, and then the market just does not burn, and the market just keeps on going up. So I think it's not your fault. It's the market's fault. This market is a little hard to trade, man. It's not as easy as last year's market was, or the year before that. The year before that when COVID-19 hit, no matter what you traded, you made money.
Here's the thing, right? Like, I feel like if I can learn how to trade in this market, learn how to range trade and manage my risk accordingly, I think that's probably the most important thing is managing risk. If I can survive in this market, I think I can do well. And like in those markets that Pratt is talking about as well. So I don't mind that it's a hard market to trade. Yes, it's definitely a hard market to trade. But you always got to be pushing yourself and trying to get better trading for sure. So I don't mind that. Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted, indeed. I like that. Very well put, my friend. Always got to take all those challenges straight ahead. Just go right ahead at those challenges. What is it? No risk, no Rari.
Yeah, no risk, no Rari. But if we're already in this business, we're already kind of accepting that risk. So why not just embrace it now, knowing full well that I guess the league that you're in.
So you're telling me to jump in front of a train?
No, that's completely unrelated.
So you're telling me to catch
a
falling knife?
No, man, come on.
So you're telling me to go play in the streets? No. Anyways, you guys get the analogies, boys and girls. Lots of fun in the market for us to be having. Market does not want to go red, and I'm glad it doesn't, because if anyone's long, you're enjoying these moves today. I'm probably taking a break for a good 30 minutes, go eat my lunch, go for a walk, come back, and then I'll look for more opportunities. There's only a minute left over here. If there's a stock that you want me to take a look at in this 1 minute, let me know. If not, then I'm most likely just saying ciao for now, and wishing you guys a great weekend and lots of fun for you guys across the board on that side.
Yeah, I think get some rest this weekend. Summer's gonna heat up next week with earnings starting, and the week after that there's some big names coming up, so it's gonna be quite exciting. Good thing I stopped out of that AMD trade, because now it looks like it's just gonna continue pushing high a day, which is fine, right? Manage your risk accordingly and whatnot. So good stop out there. But yeah, guys, hope you've had a profitable week. Hope you've had a great time watching us on the show. Yeah, It's gonna be exciting going into the close today, seeing what's gonna happen, but more so exciting into next week as well. But as always, it's been a pleasure being on the show with you guys and sharing some trades with you guys. But we're gonna pass it on to Brendan, Neil, and Sean to finish off the week as well with the closing show.
Hey guys, thanks so much. Welcome back in to a Friday, a very, very profitable Friday, a very, very positive Friday afternoon for the markets. Let's have a look at how we're doing right now. 1.67 currently. For the S&P 500, it's the Dow leading almost 2 full percent to the upside. The NASDAQ 1.5% in positive territory, but it was right out of the gate. Buyers stepping up, reversing an early little dip, and it's been nothing but upside ever since. TSX here in Toronto basically flat on the day, 2.2% there.